Planet Constructor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 True Active Volcano. That's a lightning cloud, don't get close. Einstein warned. Because of the unique atmospheric conditions, lightning in the atmosphere of Venus can last for a long time. On the blue planet, lightning is only a matter of a moment, but here, lightning can last for dozens of minutes. What a powerful electric field! Xingzhou exclaimed, if we drop meteorological weapons on this planet, we can kill most of the Zeg here, right? That's not necessarily true. Einstein said, the Zeg have a strong ability to adapt. They have countless genetic templates to evolve. Since they were born on this planet, they must have corresponding abilities. As they chatted, they released detectors into the atmosphere. Here, the signal is extremely susceptible to interference. Under the sulfuric acid cloud layer, there is a layer of active. The ionosphere was jumping, and the detectors that were previously deployed had basically lost their news. In these highly corrosive sulfuric acid clouds and the carbon dioxide clouds below the concentration of more than 97%, they have found some flying Zegs. These Zegs are similar to birds, with a layer of biological mucus on their bodies, which can isolate the erosion of poisonous gases and acidic substances. Capture the samples and send them back to the warship. Einstein ordered several team members to operate. They moved in the atmosphere and found that there were still nuclear giants in the clouds, but they had not evolved to the level of planetary overlords. No flying planetary overlords have been found in the atmosphere of Venus for the time being, which is consistent with the previous detection situation. Xingzhou concluded, from this, it is speculated that there are much fewer space Zegs near Venus. That means they are on the surface and underground. Einstein accelerated the descent and ordered, land on the surface and detect the surface of Venus. Received. The armorers descended one after another. When they reached the bottom of the atmosphere of Venus, the airflow speed decreased a lot, and the speed and stability of the chase also increased accordingly. After penetrating the sulfuric acid clouds, Einstein could already see the surface of Venus. Temperature 457 degrees Celsius, carbon dioxide content 96.5%, 89 times the standard atmosphere. The AI system updated the data. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and felt horrified. It seemed that they had not come to a planet, but hell. The sky was covered by thick sulfuric acid clouds, and the sun could not be seen at all. It was not just one sky, but the sky of the entire planet. And in the surrounding clouds, thunderstorms and lightning were generated at any time. Nature was releasing terrifying power all the time. The surface of the planet was all exposed rocks and dust, and the barren land could not find any color of life. There were only countless volcanoes. There were few craters, because such thick clouds cause most meteorites to melt when they rubbed against the atmosphere. Even asteroids with larger masses would explode in the atmosphere, fall on the surface, and form mountains. Venus is the planet with the most volcanoes in the solar system. It has more than 1 million volcanoes of all sizes, and its size and mass are very similar to those of the blue planet, which is 0.86 times that of the blue planet. Imagine what it feels like to have 1 million volcanoes on the blue planet. There are active volcanoes in almost every area. Dark sulfuric acid clouds, thunderstorms, lightning, carbon dioxide and toxic gases, volcanoes, craters, such a harsh environment almost makes people feel desperate. This environment is more real than a nightmare. Several team members complained. Yeah, I've been to Mars, and Mars is much better than here. Because at least you can see the sun on Mars. Don't tell me, after being transformed by the Zeg, you can still see green plants, and it feels a bit familiar. You can't see anything here. Everyone found that no plants or other Zeg were seen on the surface of Venus. The Zeg detector has not found any Zeg information yet. The AI system reminded. Are all the bugs hiding underground? Einstein was puzzled. Although the environment here is harsh, the Zeg can survive even in magma and space. Can they be afraid of this place? Landing location, Asterland, Max Mountains. Einstein landed at one of the two most important continental highlands on the surface of Venus. The Max Mountains here are 2,000 meters higher than the Himalayas, and the area of this highland is comparable to Kangaroo Island on the blue planet. The surface is all black-brown rocks, which is in sharp contrast to the reddish-brown surface of Mars. Analyzing the composition, the armored analytical instrument began to analyze the rock composition. The sample silicon dioxide accounts for 45%, and the remaining components are aluminum oxide, iron oxide and calcium oxide. It is identified as aluminum basalt. Basalt is a kind of volcanic lava. The entire surface of Venus is covered with this rock, probably because of its excessive number of volcanoes. Each team will detect on the spot and report the situation. He Xingzhou shouted. Team A did not find the Zeg. Team B did not find the Zeg. Team C did not find the Zeg. Each team did not find the existence of the Zeg. This situation made He Xingzhou and He Xingzhou even more confused. Where did the Zeg hide? Go to the crater to explore. Zegs need to absorb energy, so the most likely place is in the crater. He Xingzhou ordered. Got it. Each team started to move and headed to the nearby crater. There are no Zegs on the surface. He Xingzhou controlled the unmanned mecha and walked aimlessly on the surface of Venus. The biological detector kept showing that no biological information was found. Zegs have been found in outer space and in the clouds. Why are they gone on the surface? She was eager to know the answer. Zegs have a tendency to actively attack the enemy, so He Xingzhou directly controlled the mecha to run on the surface, so that as long as the Zeg attacked her, she could find the Zeg. She ran about 20 kilometers on the ground and came to the vicinity of a volcano. The signal is weakening, please adjust your position. The AI system reminded. He Xingzhou was about to adjust her position when she saw a large rock behind her suddenly moved and hit the unmanned mech she was controlling. The mech's automatic defenses system started up and fired an electromagnetic cannon at the boulder. The electromagnetic bullet made several cracks on the boulder. If it was a normal rock, this electromagnetic cannon would be enough to smash it. However, she did not succeed this time. The boulder hit the mech, and its kinetic energy was no less than that of the reconnected electromagnetic cannon, directly knocking the mech into scrap metal. The signal connection has been interrupted. He Xingzhou's eyes went dark, and the unmanned mech had been damaged. She immediately transferred to another unmanned mech and shouted into the communicator. Attention, the mech DF-78 was destroyed by the Zeg, and there is a suspected enemy of this coordinate. It may be caused by the enemy throwing a boulder. Let's go and take a look. He Xingzhou immediately mobilized the nearby detection mechs and went to the scene together. When they arrived at Uansa, they found that the wreckage of the mecha had disappeared, and there were no shattered boulders at the original site, only a few small stones. What's going on? He Xingzhou was also confused when she saw this scene. It was clearly not like this just now. The impact crater on the ground is still there. She said, did the Zeg clean up the crime scene so quickly? These guys are very cunning, everyone be careful. He Xingzhou reminded, while amplifying the detector power to the maximum. But they still did not detect any breath of any living creature. This is an active volcano, and the energy reaction is very strong. A team member said. The soil here shows signs of loosening. Someone found a clue. It was a barren land there, and in the volcanic mud, large and small volcanic lava was buried. Dig it out. He Xingzhou said. The team member began to dig the volcanic mud, and the moment his mecha dug the soil, the rocks in the volcanic mud moved again, like a cannonball, rushing out from the ground. He was scared. Jumped, but fortunately, the human's thinking speed has improved a lot, and they can react. The mecha immediately dodged from the side and avoided the attack, and the boulder cracked open, spewing out hot molten fluid. This attack method is somewhat similar to the volcanic worm king on that blue planet, which also spews magma. It's the Zeg. He Xingzhou shouted, catch it. As everyone gathered over, the ground began to shake violently, and the stones buried in the volcanic mud all moved and attacked everyone. These stones are the Zeg. Seeing this scene, everyone was excited and surprised. They were excited that they finally found a Venus egg, but they were surprised that these bugs actually hit stone shells. No wonder our biological detectors didn't work, these guys are disguised as silicon-based life. He Xingzhou said. Maybe it's really a silicon-based Zeg, He Xingzhou said as he attacked one of the stone worms. His lasers, rays, and electromagnetic cannons hit the boulder, but they were almost ineffective. Such strong defense, He Xingzhou was shocked. The armor they were using had been updated 10 times. Even if the one in front of them was the king of insects, the weapons of this mecha could still work. But these insects in front of them were obviously not the king of insects, but they could block all their attacks. Even if the laser or plasma melted a hole in their bodies, they did not seem to be in mortal danger and could still move freely. Boom. Boom. There was a loud explosion, some Zegs were killed, and some mechas were destroyed. 2 team members were unfortunately killed. Use the high-frequency cutting knife. He shouted, and he had already changed his sword and rushed forward. He aimed at a smaller stone worm, and after instantly accelerating to supersonic speed, the high-frequency sword chopped the surface of the stone worm. The hard rock shell was cut open by the high-speed vibrating single-molecule blade, and Wang Sheng split it in half with one knife. A magma-like liquid flowed out of the stone worm. Immediately, an unmanned mecha followed closely, grabbed the body of the stone worm, and flew into the sky. Everyone also changed their weapons, greatly increasing the damage to the stone worms. After a while, they killed all the stone worms. I can't believe that the Z on the surface of Venus looks like this. If they don't move, we really don't know that they are these stones. Take all the bodies away and continue to explore other places. Wang Shen ordered. They were about to leave when the ground began to shake, as if an earthquake had suddenly occurred. You know, the core of Venus has solidified, which means that Venus does not have continental plates like the blue planet, and naturally there will be no collision to produce earthquakes. There is only one reason for an earthquake at this time, either a volcanic eruption or egg. Lift off, lift off. Wang Shen became alert and immediately ordered everyone to lift off. They flew into the sky, and when they looked down, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The whole earth began to crack, and hot magma gushed out, as if something was about to emerge from the ground. Let's retreat first. Let the unmanned mecha monitor. Seeing this movement, Wang Shen knew that he couldn't win with these mechas. The one who could make this noise must be at least a high-level planetary behemoth, or even a planetary overlord level Zeg. The crowd continued to increase their altitude, and the giant worm had already appeared underground. It was nothing like the planetary behemoths they had seen and imagined. This planetary behemoth was actually a volcano with 4 legs. It was a movable volcano, and they couldn't tell its specific organs, and they didn't clearly see its head, tail, etc. What kind of species is this? Mani asked in surprise, could there really be a silicon-based Zeg? It would be great if we could catch it. Wang Shen looked at the volcanic behemoth and was ready to move. Don't think about these outrageous things. Mani reminded, even if we drive our warships over, we can't catch it. The volcanic behemoth directly attacked them. While launching magma, it shot some hard boulders into the sky. It was endowed with powerful kinetic energy, comparable to the heavy-duty electromagnetic cannons on the warships. If they were hit, not to mention their light armor, even giant mechas and mechanical behemoths would be directly destroyed. Retreat. Get back to the ship. Wang Shen knew that he couldn't defeat it, so he rushed to the outer space of Venus with everyone else. At this time, the volcanic and the roar of boom boom seemed to be roaring. It actually flew up and rushed into outer space. At the same time, countless volcanoes and mountains on the surface of Venus moved and flew into outer space. So this is the real Venus Zeg. Wang Shen looked behind him, and all kinds of attacks were coming. Some Zegs can even shoot stones at them from half a planet away. In the clouds, those flying Zegs also gathered here and attacked them. They can control the movement of thunderclouds and the change of wind direction, as if countless natural disasters are gathering towards them. Half of the mechas were destroyed again. The volcanic monster closest to them was also flying, but because the atmospheric density here is too high, its huge size makes it difficult to increase its flying speed. Because it flew too fast, the volcanic mud and volcanic ash on its surface rubbed against the atmosphere and burned, becoming a real volcano. Ha, I can't catch up. Wang Shen laughed proudly. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and they would soon leave the atmosphere of Venus. Seeing this, the volcanic monster seemed angry. It stopped in the air, and the magnetic field around it changed. A lightning bolt several thousand meters long struck everyone. The drones flying behind were pierced in an instant. Not good. Wang Shen's quantum chip calculated and realized something was wrong when the ions were agitated. If he continued to fly like this, he would not be able to escape the lightning attack and would surely die. This guy can actually control lightning and thunderstorms. Wang Shen gritted his teeth, directly abandoned the mecha, and launched half of his body at super high acceleration. He is a cyborg, and his only real biological organ is the brain. Now it is equivalent to launching the brain like a cannonball. Within 1,000th of a second after his brain was launched, lightning hit his mecha and completely destroyed it. Captain! The team members exclaimed. Husband! Mani couldn't help shouting. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wang Shen's message appeared in the communication channel. At this time, The voice was synthesized, because he only had a brain and a brain container left, so he naturally couldn't make a sound. Help the walking donkey promote his new book My Damn Desire for Control. If you're interested, you can take a look. Chapter 202. Metal Behemoth with super strong defensor. Because of the tense atmosphere of Venus, the flying speed of those massive Venus Zegs is not fast. So after escaping the atmosphere of Venus, everyone was able to evacuate to space. Send the warship over and pick them up. On the reconnaissance ship, Xingzhou commanded the warship to fly at high speed, and at the same time sent out space drones to intercept the pursuing Zeg. Found you. Xingzhou's head was flying in space, and was rescued by a drone, sent back to the warship, and put into the prosthetic protection box. His consciousness was connected to the warship computer, and a holographic projection appeared on the warship. You are too risky. Xingzhou blamed. It's a bit risky. Xingzhou was also very depressed. His prosthetic organ transformation was not cheap. Fortunately, we have gained a lot. At least we know the information about the Z on the surface of Venus, which is much richer than the intelligence we detected before. When mentioning this, Xingzhou was still frightened. She said, I never thought that the Z on the surface of Venus would be in this form. It is completely different from the ones we captured in outer space before. If we send warships directly there, I'm afraid we will suffer a great loss. Xingzhou said, now I understand why the Zeg on Venus did not attack us directly even though Venus is so close to the blue star. It turns out that their life forms are different, which leads to differences in behavior. We must take these samples back immediately and hand them over to the Institute of Biology for research. As they were talking, an alarm sounded on the ship, and the observer shouted, Captain, a large number of meteorites have been discovered in the nearby space area. On the screen of the reconnaissance ship, meteorites as big as mountains were seen flying towards them. Their size is no less than that of Mars satellite Phobos, and there are even giant meteorites as big as Phobos. Meteorites. Xingzhou's face changed when he heard this, and he said, there are no satellites or large meteorites near Venus, so it must be the Zeg. Speed up retreat, overload by 10%. Yes. The battleship's engine began to overload and accelerated rapidly. Mercury and Venus have no satellites because they are too close to the Sun to orbit nearby celestial bodies. Produce a reasonable gravitational influence. Satellites that are too far away from them will be in an unstable orbit and will therefore be pulled and captured by the powerful Sun with its amazingly high gravity. On the other hand, if an orbiting satellite is too close to a planet, it will be torn apart by the powerful tidal force. In the case of Venus, the satellite will lose energy due to friction in the atmosphere and crash into the star. So Xingzhou immediately judged that these were all Zeg. Sure enough, those guys began to chase and surround them, firing rays and metal bullets at the same time. Unmanned spacecraft and space mechas will be blown up in less than a second in front of their attacks. The power of the metal bullet is more powerful than the most powerful electromagnetic cannon on the reconnaissance ship. Not to mention the rays, Xingzhou had to let the battleship start the energy shield and overload the engine at the same time. At this time, the battleship's thrusters were already in a highly worn state, and he couldn't care so much, just escape from here first. There is a giant meteorite in front of us, approaching us at high speed. Xingzhou controlled the detector and found the target. Fire the electromagnetic cannon and space hydrogen bomb to smash it. Xingzhou ordered. Several space hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns fired together, and the meteorite emitted rays and metal bullets around it, intercepting half of the attack. The other half hit it directly, and the dark space flashed with light. Part of the meteorite fell off and broke, revealing a body like a special alloy. Xingzhou saw that the broken body generated high temperature, like metal melting, and the injury was recovering rapidly. My God, it can recover like this. This is too BT. He complained. Our hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns are useless. Judging from its size and mass, plasma rays and plasma guns must be useless. Xingzhou said. Try using proton missiles. Xingzhou fired proton missiles again. The Venus Zeg has no plasma protection layer on its body surface. The proton missile directly hit its body, protons and electrons, generating a super strong electric field. Under the best circumstances, being hit by this proton missile, even a primary planetary overlord will die directly. And this metal behemoth, without slowing down at all, continued to rush towards the battleship. It ignored the attack of the proton missile. The crew members were extremely horrified. The proton missile was one of their most powerful weapons at present, but it was ignored by this guy. How can such a terrifying beast be dealt with? Run, run. Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said, there is no way to fight it. It can't run away. It's faster than us. And the coordinates are in the area in front of us. Xingzhou said. There are still a bunch of Zed chasing behind. If they continue like this, they will only be buried in space. Command, this is the L4 reconnaissance ship Z-66. Our ship is in crisis and it is judged that we can't escape. Xingzhou calmly sent a message to the command center. He has experienced life and death crises countless times. At this time, not only Luan was in the command center, but He Xingzhou, He Xingzhou and others also arrived. He Xingzhou said decisively, abandon Z-66 immediately, take the escape ship and space armor, and bring the sample back. Our support ships are nearby, waiting for rescue. The target of the battleship is too large and single, and it is easy to become an attack target. Received. Xingzhou said. All ships, listen up, abandon ship immediately, take the samples and flee. Z-66, activate the automatic attack mode, over us. Yes. The crew members were reluctant to give up their warships, but they knew that staying here at this time would only be a waste of lives. So they quickly sent the samples to the escape ship, and at the same time released all the mechas and space drones on the warships, confusing the enemy and escaping at the same time. Z-66 has activated the automatic attack mode. I will escort you, everyone, have a good journey. The warship's intelligent program said goodbye to them. Z-66, have a good journey. Everyone whispered. Xingzhou drove the escape ship, took Xingzhou's brain, and went to the nearest support warship Z-47. Behind them, Z-66 slowed down, unreservedly tilted its energy and weapons to attack the incoming enemies. Under the firepower output without regard for energy conservation, the chasing metal beast was also injured. The bombardment of hydrogen bombs in space, the impact of electromagnetic cannons, and the high-temperature melting of plasma rays, even a special alloy body cannot withstand such a high-intensity attack. Most of its body was injured, which made it very angry. Damn human, you actually hurt me. I will make you disappear from here completely, universe. It withstood the output and accelerated again. The crew members were observing this scene at the same time. They saw that the metal behemoth was like an asteroid, crashing into the battleship with unstoppable force. Z-66 still wanted to dodge, but the surrounding magnetic field had been locked by it, and its movement speed was greatly affected. In space, the L4 class space reconnaissance ship Z-66 was turned into a dazzling ball of fire. Its weapon defense system and energy shield played a negligible role in the face of such an attack. The first destroyed L4 class space battleship of the Blue Star civilization was born. Gan. Xingzhou cursed in a low voice and said, the body was blown up, and the battleship was blown up. Many brothers died. It was so embarrassing to be a captain for the first time. Sooner or later, I will get back at this place. After the metal behemoth destroyed the battleship, it was too lazy to pursue those scattered targets. In the nearby space area, 3 reconnaissance ships that came to support had arrived, and they took the crew of Z-66 to the battleship. The metal behemoth did not pursue, it withstood the attack and collision of Z-66, which had already injured it. It did not know the number of human warships, so it chose a safe way. This is the L4 class space reconnaissance ship Z-47. Our ship has successfully received the captain of Z-66, Xingzhou, and the deputy captain Xingzhou, and is rescuing other crew members one after another. Z-47's captain Xingzhou sent a message to the headquarters. After the search and rescue was over, Z-47 returned to the Blue Star spaceport. He Xingzhou said, other reconnaissance ships continue to conduct reconnaissance in the orbit of Venus and monitor the movements of the Zerg. Reconnaissance ships near Mercury should also pay attention to monitoring and increase patrols. Yes. All the ships had received the order. Captain Wang, you actually landed on the surface of Venus by yourself. You are such a ruthless person. On Z-47, Xingzhou sighed. As a captain, he actually destroyed his body and the warship just to detect intelligence. Such a ruthless person is rare in the fleet. There is no way. The reconnaissance robots sent to Venus can't find any information, and they often lose contact. Xingzhou said, at least the intelligence obtained this time is good, otherwise we would have lost a lot. That's right, who would have thought that the Zeg on Venus is actually two different life forms from the Zeg on Blue Star and Mars? Ironbow nodded. A few hours later, the warship returned to the Blue Star spaceport, where Song Jinghong and others had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the fleet returned, the captured samples were sent to the Sentinel Research Institute for research. He Xingzhou personally rushed to the research area and tested this sample with everyone. This is the body analysis report of the giant stone worm. Hu Jie introduced the situation of the stone worm to He Xingzhou and Song Jinghong. Its body is mainly composed of silicon, iron, nickel, titanium, aluminum and other elements, which are similar to the basalt on the surface of Venus. These elements are reconstructed in its body and turned into high-density rock structures and special alloys. The strength of its rock structure exceeds that of diamonds and its density is extremely high. The strength of the special alloy is stronger than some of our space battleship armor. Its body has both carbon-based organs and silicon-based organs, which is between carbon-based and silicon-based organisms. It is a species we have never seen before. Seeing the test report, a group of biologists were puzzled. This is the first time they've seen such a creature. Can it be between carbon-based and silicon-based organisms? Jiang said. Everyone, I compared the analysis results of several samples. I found that the ratio of carbon-based organs to silicon-based organs of each stoneworm is different according to their different levels of evolution. He Xingzhou looked at her and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Yeah." Jiang nodded slightly and said, "I guess that at the beginning, the Venus Zeg was the same as the ones we captured before, all carbon-based organisms. But the harsh conditions on Venus are not suitable for the survival of carbon-based organisms. The rich metal elements on the surface of Venus made them choose another evolutionary direction. In their gene templates, there are organs that can refine metal elements. It is similar to some animals and plants that can absorb a small amount of metal elements to enhance bone strength or condense their shells. They gradually transformed carbon-based organs into silicon-based organs, and they are now like this." Song Jinghong said, "Your point of view is very interesting. If you follow this idea, the higher the proportion of silicon-based organs in the Venus egg, the higher its degree of evolution. In the end, they will completely evolve into silicon-based egg." He Xingzhou said, "From the battle scenes, it is indeed possible. Our proton missile hit it. With its electric field strength, the organs of carbon-based organisms will definitely be severely damaged and the brain will die. But this Zeg is actually unscathed, and its body is already like a battleship, made of special space metal, and can repair itself. This is a real headache." Lu Yuan said, "We're researching biological warships, but the Venus Zeg has evolved into silicon-based life. Will the biological warships still have any effect on them?" "Of course they will," He Xingzhou said. "The biological warship's radiation weapons can still destroy its body, but they are not as powerful as we originally thought. Including our warships. Based on the combat situation of Z-47, if we directly attack Venus now, we will probably fail." Everyone was thinking, this situation was something He Xingzhou himself had not expected. He thought that after creating the main fleet and biological warships, he would definitely be able to take over Venus and Mercury. Now the Venus Zeg alone gave him a headache, not to mention that there were a lot of Zeg living on Mercury. What kind of weapons can kill them? He Hongwei asked the biologists. The biologists were not sure either. Song Jinghong said, "This is the first time we have encountered silicon-based Zeg. It is not like the Martian Zeg, which can be killed by piercing key organs with plasma weapons or electrocuting them with proton missiles. Now I can judge that it will definitely be killed if it is crushed. Such a huge metal beast, how can it be crushed? Even a space hydrogen bomb can't blow it up." Lu Yuan racked his brains and couldn't think of any good way. Unless our planetary orbital gun can be built in advance, this kind of guy can only be killed by planetary orbital guns, right? Everyone was silent, and Lu Yuan was just joking. It will take decades for the planetary orbital gun to be built, and it can't move. By the time it hits Venus, the target will have already run away. There'll always be a way. Pay attention to their movements first and prepare for defense. He Xingzhou said. They are thinking of a way, and the Venus Z doesn't seem to be willing to give them this time. The reconnaissance ship detected that since the last attack, the activities of the Venus Zeg have become much more frequent, and a large number of Zeg Kings have entered space in advance, as if they are preparing to launch an attack. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Two Planets Zeg Alliance. In addition to Venus, the Zeg near Mercury also began to move. This planet is closest to the Sun and is also the smallest of the 8 planets. The Zeg emerged from the ground. Unlike Venus, which has a dense atmosphere, Mercury's atmosphere is almost negligible. On the surface of Mercury, there is only a thin exosphere, containing hydrogen, helium, oxygen, sulfur, calcium, potassium and other elements. Its appearance is similar to the height of the Moon, with huge plains at sea level and large impact craters, highlands, mountains, valleys, etc. The temperature of its surface at the equator can reach 432 degrees Celsius during the day, and it will drop to minus 172 degrees Celsius at night. The temperature is huge during the day and night. The reconnaissance of Mercury has begun for more than 10 years. He Xingzhou has sent a Zeg probe to this planet before. The probe shows that probably because of the harsh environment and small mass of Mercury, the number of Zeg here is relatively small. Most of them are Zeg hiding underground in volcanoes. This is the previous view. Now that we have discovered the silicon-based Zeg on Venus, the number of Zeg on Mercury should exceed our previous detection results. The captain and the deputy captains discussed on the reconnaissance ship. Although Mercury has a harsh surface environment, it is rich in energy. It has a molten core like Blue Star, with an iron content of more than 60%. This molten core allows it to have a global magnetic field like Blue Star. Outside the core of Mercury is a silicate mantle 500 to 700 kilometers thick. The underground reconnaissance robot we deployed before dug into the depth of the mantle 3 years ago and also found traces of Zeg activities. The reconnaissance ship could no longer land on Mercury at this time because a large number of planetary behemoths appeared on the surface of Mercury. Like the Venus Zeg, they were also flying into space together. The number of Mercury Zeg has reached twice the number we estimated before. There are also silicon-based Zegs. It seems that they are going to cooperate with the Venus Zeg to attack us. The reconnaissance ship immediately reported the news to the headquarters. The Venus Zeg and Mercury Zeg have joined forces. This news is undoubtedly worse for the Blue Star Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance held a civilization press conference. He Xingzhou announced to the whole world, "After our reconnaissance, we found that the Zeg on Mercury and Venus are gathering and intend to start a war against us. From now on, all civilizations will enter a state of war preparation. Stop non-military space activities outside the orbits of Mercury and Venus. Spacecraft operating within the orbits of Blue Star and Mars, and space mines and factories operating, cooperate with the military for defense." He Xingzhou also showed some of the images they detected, including the image of the metal behemoth directly crashing into the warship. More than 10 years have passed since the Mars War. The peaceful life in these years has made some people forget the cruelty of the Zeg. Especially those young people born in the new era, who have only seen the horror of the Cataclysm era in cultural classes. They have never personally experienced a war with the Zeg. Seeing that their most advanced L4 class warships had no resistance in front of the Venus Zeg, this collision was like a wake-up call, making people alert again. This metal behemoth is more terrifying than King Noga. The Zeg is coming again. This time they are even more powerful. The Zeg from 2 planets are attacking together. Can we stop them? Does the command have any means to deal with it? In society, on the virtual network, the news spread across Blue Star and Mars. The shadow brought by the Zeg has descended again, and people have several opinions on this. Those who came from the Cataclysm era and participated in the war were more calm and began to actively cooperate in the response. And those who also came from the Cataclysm era and enjoyed peace without experiencing a war, as well as the children born in the new era. The death of King Ora and the victory of the Mars War made them a little overconfident. Some people declared online, "Our Blue Star Alliance is invincible. No matter how many of these bugs come, all will die." That's right, we used to be a level 1.0 civilization, but now our civilization has improved a lot, and we are no longer afraid of those bugs. Even if they are metal bugs, so what? The firepower of the battleship is enough to destroy them. We still have He in command, so there is no need to worry about anything. If the Zeg from Venus and Mercury dare to come, they will never return. There were many similar remarks. Someone reminded them, the Zeg are an advanced civilization. The technology they possess far exceeds ours. We must never take it lightly. The outcome of this war is difficult to predict. They turned a deaf ear to these words, and some even attacked them. Our blue star civilization is the number one in the solar system. You are speaking for the Zeg. Are you a Zeg man? He Xingzhou also saw these remarks. He felt that this kind of self-confidence was too much, even to the point of complacency. He Xingzhou spoke on social networks and said, "To deal with the Zeg, we must be fully prepared, even at the cost of our lives. Please do not underestimate the Zeg. Our blue star civilization is not as powerful as everyone imagines. Even in the small solar system, we are just a civilization struggling to survive." He Xingzhou's words silenced everyone. They naturally would not refute He Xingzhou's words, but they were still dissatisfied in their hearts. They have witnessed the birth of high-tech one after another, witnessed the construction of space elevators, spaceports, lunar bases, Mars bases, new generation of warships, and even superstarrings. The birth of these technological creations has made the overall self-confidence of civilization too inflated. In the future, we must do the best crisis publicity. The new generation of members only know about the Zeg crisis through video images. Space. In the future, the Zeg in a certain area will be left behind for scientific research, and the new generation of people will experience the horror of the Zeg. I agree. Women agreed. Now they are implanting quantum chips or biological computers. The implantation of information can only give them super strong memory does not mean that they have enough knowledge of things. No matter what kind of disaster, it is difficult to understand without personal experience. This proposal will be carried out after the war is over. He Xingzhou said, "Now we should face the problem of war. The Zeg army is approaching, how to deal with it?" Lu Yuan said directly, "I think that in the face of metal behemoths, we need at least L4 class cruisers to fight. Reconnaissance ships, frigates, and destroyers are of no use." Lady Infeng analyzed. The number of cruisers is too small, which is not proportional to the number of Zeg. If we fight on the surface of Venus and Mercury, I think it would be better, so as to avoid the destruction of the Zeg to the blue planet. War on an alien planet, there will be problems with supplies. Lu Yuan said, "Previous detection has proved that the metal behemoth moves faster in space than our warships. Once the war fails, the fleet will go there without return. The most important thing is that we don't have enough firepower to destroy them. On the surface of Mercury and Venus, the Zeg are more adapted to the combat environment there than we are." He Xingzhou frowned and said, "Recently, I have analyzed our strength and the strength of the Zeg on Mercury and Venus. I initially believed that our overall combat power scale exceeds that of the Zeg on Venus. This is probably one of the reasons why the Zeg on Venus did not actively attack us. If the Zeg on Mercury is acted, our strength will appear insufficient. We must realize that the Zeg we are facing this time is completely different from the ones we faced before. If we disperse our forces and attack the surfaces of Mercury and Venus, the success rate of the operation will be less than 10%. So concentrating forces to attack a certain place, or taking a defensive stand, is the most appropriate choice. In the final analysis, it is because our firepower is not enough." He Xingzhou sighed. The weapons originally prepared were not enough to cause high damage to the silicon-based Zeg on Venus and Mercury. This is the key reason. Otherwise, according to their original plan, they should take the initiative to attack the Zeg on Venus and Mercury at this time. I think we should concentrate our forces and fight a defensive battle." When He Xingzhou said this, all the commanders were shocked. The commander-in-chief is more familiar with high-tech weapons than anyone else. If he makes this judgment, it proves that the enemy this time is indeed beyond their ability to deal with it. In this case, let's set the war in space. He Xingzhou said, "We can't get too close to Blue Star. Our superstarring has not been built yet. If it is destroyed, it will seriously damage our vitality. We are naturally confident in defense." Lu Yuan said, "We have built some space fortresses near the space area. Relying on these space fortresses and the advantage of being close to the base camp, our supplies can keep up at any time. The initial plan is to stop the Zeg outside the defensive circle of Blue Star and Mars. As for the offensive plan, we will make plans later." He Xingzhou said. Everyone began to discuss the defensive plan. In this regard, some commanders were unwilling to give in. They also wanted to attack Venus and Mercury directly like they did when they attacked Mars before. "We are stronger, but we are fighting so conservatively now. Maybe we haven't found a way to restrain the enemy yet. Anyway, let's fight a defensive battle first to test the enemy's strength. If we can win, it won't be too late to attack." The military commanders deployed their respective tasks. From the military bases on Blue Star, the Moon and Mars, a large number of space battleships and spacecraft flew out to build a defense circle in space. He Xingzhou himself came to the highest military science academy of the Blue Star Alliance at this time. Here, Imminent has undergone a second body transformation and replaced it with a recently manufactured bionic prosthesis. But from the outside, he is no different from a normal person. Commander-in-Chief. Imminent saw He Xingzhou and said, I have also thought about the process of fighting the Venus Zed in the past few days, and I have some ideas. Tell me about it. He Xingzhou looked at him and said seriously. Well. Imminent said, first of all, the Venus Zed is a silicon-based Zeg. Their defensor is greater than any Zeg we have dealt with before. Our current means of attack are very limited in front of it. Even if it is a proton beam and plasma polymerization ray, facing the huge size of the metal behemoth, the lethality is reduced to the minimum. We have to spend at least 5 times the firepower to destroy the Zeg at the same level. There must be some advanced planetary overlords on Venus. Even if we create a super-electric field like the super dust storm on Mars, it may not be able to kill them. He Xingzhou added. It's true that they can control the electric fields themselves. If we enter the atmosphere of Venus, the electric field of the atmosphere alone will kill more than half of us. This is also one of the reasons why He Xingzhou refused to attack Venus directly, because he found that the Zed on Venus can also use meteorological weapons. So from the perspective of attack, our current means are not enough. Imminent continued, the second is defensor. Atomic breath, electric field, magnetic field control will not be mentioned. These means are the special thing about the Venus Zeg is that they can attack by ramming, firing metal bullets or using themselves as artillery shells. With this kind of attack, our battleship's defense system is almost completely ineffective. If we line up and fight in space, we have no chance of winning. Unless we have a way to kill them before they ram. We can wipe out 1, 10, but what if there are 100 at a time? Then there's only one way to die. He Xingzhou was very worried. At L4 level, even the most advanced destroyer could not withstand such a collision. I believe you know everything I said. Imminent said, the only thing I discovered is that when I was fighting the small stone worms, I used a high-frequency sword, which was more lethal than the laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons on my armor. If we can upgrade the giant mechas high-frequency weapons like before, maybe we can deal with them. He tried to put forward his own guess. He Xingzhou said, I understand what you mean, but this plan is not feasible. High-frequency weapons are okay for combat in the planetary atmosphere, but in space combat, they are all beyond visual range strikes. Could it be possible to launch high-frequency swords? Hey, it seems possible. He Xingzhou said with a flash of inspiration. Launch a space spear? Imminent asked puzzledly. The space spear is a kinetic weapon. Humans currently have it, similar to an electromagnetic cannon, which launches spear-like metal shells to hit enemy targets and destroy them. Not only that's all. He Xingzhou said, space spears and electromagnetic cannons are both kinetic weapons that rely on the force of impact to destroy the target. Facing the Overlord level Z on Venus, the electromagnetic cannons of our battleships are not powerful enough. At least a Star Destroyer level Star Destroyer cannon is needed. Similarly, space spears are not enough. What we are going to launch are not only kinetic weapons, but kinetic weapons with resonant destructive power, or simply resonance weapons. The high-frequency sword can destroy solid objects because its blade vibrates at high speed under electrical control, destroying the molecular structure of the object. Resonance refers to a situation where a physical system vibrates at a larger amplitude at a specific frequency and wavelength than at other frequencies and wavelengths. These specific frequencies and wavelengths are called resonant frequencies and resonant wavelengths. The resonance phenomenon refers to the tendency of a physical system to absorb more energy from its surroundings at its natural vibration frequency, the so-called resonant frequency, and natural wavelength. When resonance occurs, the intensity is high enough, no matter how solid the object is, its original structure will be destroyed. Under certain circumstances, a very small impact force can cause an object to resonate. Someone stepping on a bridge and the resonance destroying the bridge are all trivial matters. The most basic physical phenomena often have the most terrifying destructive power. Just like kinetic weapons, their power can be increased by simply increasing the mass of the colliding object. One of the fundamental reasons for the birth of the Big Bang is resonance. When the universe was still in a chaotic singularity, oscillations began to occur inside it. At first, this oscillation was very weak. Gradually, the frequency of the oscillation became higher and higher, stronger and stronger, and caused resonance. Finally, under the combined effect of resonance and expansion, a shocking change occurred. The universe expanded and expanded rapidly in an instant, and finally the current universe was born. There is almost no upper limit to the height of resonant weapons. The Blue Star civilization has done very little research on resonant weapons. This time, the Venus Zeg inventions worked made He Xingzhou realize that perhaps resonant weapons will be the key to winning this war. Chapter 204. Sudden change of situation. 6,000 He Xingzhou immediately started researching resonance weapons. Without resonance, there would be no universe. All matter in the universe is elastic, from atoms to planets, and can vibrate at their natural frequencies. He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain. He saw that in the technology tree of resonance weapons, there was also information similar to planetary railguns or planetary ultimate weapons. At present, he could not see the detailed technology content behind that technology tree. The quantum optical brain explained, resonance weapons that completely shatter a planet have exceeded the scope of planetary ultimate weapons. They belong to stellar weapons. Stellar level is a new step in planetary weapons, belonging to the technology range of level 2 civilization and above. Then let's start with the most basic. He Xingzhou found the relevant technology items and unlocked them. Spend 3,000 energy points to unlock the impact resonance frequency detector technology. This detector uses an impact instrument to obtain the resonance frequency of the target object. Only by knowing its resonance frequency can the corresponding resonance weapon be designed. Spend 4,000 energy points to unlock the phase starter and stopper technology. The phase starter and stopper uses the amplitude and phase changes of the resonance to start or weaken the resonance. Spend 5,000 energy points to unlock basic space beyond visual range resonance technology. Space combat is all ultra-long distance combat, and how to conduct resonance is one of the most critical issues. Any substance with mass and energy can conduct resonance. For example, the most common one is collision. Napoleon's soldiers stepped on the bridge deck, causing the bridge to collapse. There are also sound waves and infrasound resonances, which can directly shatter people's internal organs. The Zeg has used this weapon. The atmosphere, such as strong winds, can cause buildings and bridges to resonate and collapse. Ground resonance, the ground resonance when the plane starts and the train runs, can cause ground buildings to collapse. Water flow resonance, waves smashing huge icebergs, these are all close-range resonances. For beyond visual range resonance, He Xingzhou seems to have two options. One is to launch a space kinetic weapon with resonance ability, let it hit the enemy target, or attach to the enemy target, conduct resonance, and destroy it. This plan is easier to design than the technology currently controlled by the Blue Star Alliance. It is the resonance weapon plan that He Xingzhou first considered. The second is the evolutionary selection on this impact resonance bomb, using electromagnetic waves to conduct resonance. The resonant cavity in the laser, the electrical resonance in the radio, etc. is to make the system's inherent frequency the same as the frequency of the driving force, and resonate. Similarly, using electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency to induce the resonance of the target can achieve the speed of light to attack the enemy target. Its efficiency, attack distance, and attack range are more powerful than the impact resonance bomb. It also has weaknesses, that is, it will be interfered by technologies such as plasma protective layers and energy shields. It is also relatively difficult to develop. Time is urgent, let's start with the impact resonance bomb. He Xingzhou began to design the impact resonance frequency detector. Lumi was summoned by him and began to assist in the design. The news that the Venus and Mercury Zeg were preparing to attack the Blue Star civilization also reached Bai Ningxiang's ears. Her consciousness possessed Dubaran talked with the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance. Now Bai Ningxiang is also an honorary commander of the Blue Star Alliance. The space restaurant that He Xingzhou built for her has also been confirmed to be located on the superstar ring. I didn't expect you to encounter silicon-based Zeg. Bai Ningxiang was also surprised. We in the Black Sea civilization have never dealt with silicon-based Zeg. What's the difference between them and carbon-based Zeg? Song Jinghong asked, do you have any information? There is some information from the older alliance. Bai Ningxiang said, the evolution method of silicon-based Zeg is different from that of carbon-based Zeg. Carbon-based Zeg like to spread genetic viruses all over the planet, and then devour each other to evolve. Once silicon-based Zeg are born, they rarely move. They prefer to devour metal elements to strengthen themselves. The height of their evolution is proportional to their ability. Basically, the higher the degree of evolution, the greater the mass. It is said that the Galactic Empire once encountered a silicon-based Zerg that devoured a white dwarf. A white dwarf is a low luminosity, high density, and high temperature star. Because of its white color and relatively small size, it is named a white dwarf. After aging, medium and low mass stars will become white dwarfs, such as the Sun. In other words, this silicon-based Zerg can devour the entire star. This is a headache. He Xingzhou also felt embarrassed. The silicon-based Zerg's defense and attack power are very strong. If a silicon-based Zerg that is evolved into a planet devourer appears on Venus and Mercury, even if your fleet expands tenfold, it will not be its opponent. The commander's heart sank, and Kui women asked, "Doesn't it have any weaknesses?" He Xingzhou said helplessly, "There is very little relevant information." It happened in the Order Alliance that a civilization tried to after the incident of using silicon-based Zerg to make super weapons. The Order Alliance banned the disclosure of relevant information. I can only provide two pieces of information. The activity range of silicon-based Zerg is different from that of carbon-based Zerg. Carbon-based Zerg usually live on the surface of the planet, that is, the crust area. And silicon-based Zerg prefer to live in the area below the mantle, that is, the core area of the planet. The heavy elements there are more concentrated, which is more conducive to their growth and evolution. I guess the Zerg kings of Venus and Mercury also stay in these areas. The second piece of information is that the core of the silicon-based Zerg is the same as the structure of the interior of an active planet. It is a super-solid structure and a molten metal structure, which provides it with energy, magnetic field, etc. It is also called the life core of the silicon-based Zerg, which is equivalent to the brain and biological nuclear fusion organ of the carbon-based Zerg. If it is not destroyed, even if its shell is completely broken, it will not die. After learning this information, the commanders began to understand why He Xingzhou said that they could not take the initiative to attack, but had to fight a defensive war. The inner cores of Blue Star and Venus are both solid, super-dense inner cores with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the outer core is composed of liquid iron nickel molten metal. The inner core can also move and rotate continuously. It is precisely because of the existence of the inner core that the planet has a global magnetic field and geothermal energy. No wonder the silicon-based Zerg are so capable of controlling the magnetic field. Song Jinghong said, "From this we can conclude that the silicon-based Zerg are more capable of controlling meteorological weapons than we are. Once they come to Blue Star, the ability to control the magnetic field alone is enough to destroy the entire Blue Star ecosystem." They remembered that when Wang Sheng escaped from the atmosphere of Venus, an ordinary volcanic behemoth was able to control the electromagnetic field to create a super-electric field. If it is a more powerful silicon-based Zerg, creating a stronger magnetic field will naturally not be a problem. Commander Bai, thank you for the information you provided. He Xingzhou said gratefully, "We will come up with a countermeasure." According to the intelligence provided by He Xingzhou, the command center immediately formulated defensive measures. A large number of ionospheric stabilizers were placed in the atmospheres of Blue Star and Mars to prevent the Zerg from using their ability to control magnetic fields to create natural disasters. All the warships that set out at the same time were equipped with anti-magnetic field interference equipment. As for the means of attack, there are also special teams to carry out research and development. When the Blue Star civilization was about to go toward the Zerg of Mercury and Venus, war frictions were also taking place in the Alpha Centauri star system, 11.3 light-years away from the solar system. Alpha Centauri is a star with an apparent magnitude of 0.34, located in the constellation Canis Minor. This star system is a binary star system composed of two stars. One is Alpha Centauri A, which is a white main sequence star. The other is its companion star, Alpha Centauri B, which is a white dwarf. The Alpha Centauri civilization is located here. On the outskirts of the Alpha Centauri star system, two fleets are fighting. On a rectangular star destroyer, Rafa, the leader of the Alpha Centauri civilization, is commanding the fleet to fight. Fire blockade, pay attention to the enemy's mothership, maintain 0.3 light-years away. The enemy target he was talking about was the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization. The patrol range of this patrol fleet is the Mena civilization, the Cyrus civilization, and the vicinity of the Tianyuan civilization. It is precisely because the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization has always existed that these civilizations of the Pleiades society members dare not attack the solar system. The last bet with He Xingzhou in the virtual universe caused them to suffer heavy losses. The Pleiades Society was unwilling to suffer such losses and had been looking for opportunities to break through the blockade. This time, they took the initiative to attack the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization, which they had prepared long ago. The Myanmar civilization also wants to attack us. On the patrol fleet, the commander of the Black Sea civilization, Finn, was angry when he found that the Nhe civilization dared to take the initiative to attack them. No matter how decadent the Black Sea civilization was, it should not be something that a first-level civilization could attack. Open fire and destroy them directly. Finn ordered. Commander, should we adjust our position? We are just a patrol fleet, not a main fleet. The adjutant reminded, the Nhe civilization dared to take the initiative to attack us, and it must have the support of the Pleiades Society. Of course I know. Finn snorted coldly, even the Pleiades civilization is only a second-level civilization, far inferior to our Black Sea civilization. If we show weakness, it will give them courage and make the Pleiades go further. At the time, they will not only attack the solar system, but even invade our borders. Finn naturally has his own considerations. When the adjutant heard it, he followed the order to attack the local fleet. Their firepower is much more fierce than that of the Nhe civilization, and their weapons are more advanced. More than a dozen Nhe civilization warships that were close to each other were completely evaporated by several super-energy stellar-level plasma cannons before they could react. This is a stellar-level plasma weapon. When it explodes, the energy is equivalent to the plasma flames that explode on a star. Even a planetary-level L9 class star destroyer cannot withstand such an attack. Although the Black Sea civilization has declined, it is still easy to deal with us. Seeing the opponent's attack methods, Raphael exclaimed in his heart. Fortunately, we are well prepared this time. Those warships were all unmanned warships, and Raphael had already prepared to sacrifice them. Fight and retrieved at the same time. Raphael continued to command, drag it out for another 10 minutes. Received. The ships began to engage in a tug-of-war attack with the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization. They only hit star destroyers that could cause a little damage to the White Finch ships. In comparison, they suffered greater losses. Keep bombing. Whitefin made up his mind to teach the other side a lesson. A first-level civilization still has the courage to provoke them. Isn't that courting death? If he hadn't been worried about triggering a full-scale war between the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades, he would have wanted to enter the Procyon star system and completely destroy the Procyon civilization. The war lasted for 10 minutes, and more than 300 ships of the Procyon civilization were destroyed, which was a heavy loss. If we continue to fight, we will reach the Procyon star system. The adjutant reminded Whitefin, entering the opponent's star system means that we are going to avoid the Pleiades. They may have an ambush, retreat first. Yes. The ship was preparing to leave the Alpha Centauri star system. At this time, the reconnaissance ship showed that an enemy target appeared. Warning, a Star-class battleship has appeared. Star-class is the name of a battleship of a second-level civilization. To reach the Star-class battleship means that it has the ability to cross the star system and has warp engine technology. After it is turned on, it can surpass the speed of light. Sure enough, there is an ambush. Whitefin was also prepared and said, "Start the warp engine and evacuate directly." Starting the warp engine, strong magnetic field interference was found, the warp engine failed to start, and it cannot enter the warp navigation state. The prompt sound on the battleship made Whitefin's heart sink. Warp magnetic field jammer. Whitefin understood instantly, they are well prepared, call for help, and break out in the direction of coordinate as. If the warp engine is interfered by a strong magnetic field, it cannot enter the warp navigation state. Now they can only sail at sublight speed, 99% of the speed of light. Call for help. Whitefin's distress message was transmitted to the Black Sea civilization, attracting He Xingzhou and others to watch urgently. The Pleiades Society has taken action, and those first-level civilizations definitely do not have this technology. He Xingzhou said in a deep voice. Evacuate immediately and preserve your strength. He Xingzhou ordered. At the same time, he sent a message to the Civilization Council, requesting support. Black Sea Civilization, the Civilization Council convened again. The shadows of the elders were projected here to discuss the attack on the patrol fleet. The great elder wearing black scale clothes and holding a red scepter sat high on the first seat, and below the stage were 4 elders, as well as Bai Xiang, He Xingzhou and others. Great Elder, our patrol fleet was ambushed by the Pleiades Society, requesting support. He Xingzhou said quickly. It was your Iceberg Investigation Society's patrol fleet that was attacked. The second Delta Betcher said, you took the initiative to provoke the Pleiades Society and blocked their door. Now you were in trouble, right? I didn't agree to do this at the beginning. That's right. If this matter is not handled properly, it may lead to an all-out war with the Pleiades. We don't have the energy to fight them now, said the third elder, Lan Zhao. You got into trouble outside, and now you want us to help you clean up. That's too good to be true. The fourth elder, Lan Long, also disagreed. The fifth elder, Hong Lin, said, no matter what, the patrol fleet also represents our Black Sea civilization and we have to save it. The first elder, Bai Jie, nodded and said, Hong Lin is right. Our civilization is in a critical moment and we should always be outward facing. Send our main fleet to support us. He ordered a main fleet to the Procyon star system to support the patrol fleet. It's too late. At this time, Bai Fin sent a message, Command, I'm afraid we will be destroyed here, please avenge us. What's the situation? Although the Black Sea civilization is at odds with each other, when facing other civilizations, they still hope that their own fleet can be preserved. In the picture sent back by the subspace communicator, outside the patrol fleet, a fleet of only 10 ships appeared. Although its number is small, the level of its warships is very high. These warships are huge, and their appearance is like a triangular piece of bread with a side length of more than 100,000 meters. They are larger than ordinary asteroids. They are sailing at the speed of fourth warp. Fourth warp is 101.594 times the speed of light, and 10th warp is the highest level and cannot be reached. It's a 4th-class warp battleship. The moment Bai Fin saw the enemy appear, he knew they couldn't escape. Star-class battleships are divided into two types, sublight battleships and warp battleships. The cruising speed of sublight battleships is between 90% and 99.99% of the cycle speed, which is faster than that of planetary-class star destroyers. For warp battleships, each level of warp speed improvement represents a rapid improvement in the performance of the battleship. The 4th-level warp battleship is almost one of the peak forces of the 2nd-level civilization. It is almost reaching the power of one of the top weapons of the star level, the Destruction-class battleship. The Destruction battleship is compared to the Star Destroyer in the planetary-class battleship. The Star Destroyer can destroy the surface ecosystem of a planet, while the Destruction battleship is enough to completely shatter a planet. Beat it into a pile of interstellar dust. Our reconnaissance ship only has the 2nd-level warp speed. The adjutant's voice was full of despair, and the warp engine cannot be turned on. Alas! Bai Fin sighed deeply. If it is the peak Black Sea civilization, even if the Destruction battleship comes, we can sink it. Now we are technologically lacking behind and lacking resources, so we can only use this kind of low-level warships. The adjutant wanted to say a few more words, but several attacks were launched from those level 4 warp warships. Their warships, energy shields, and warship armor were all penetrated in an instant. They exploded into a ball of fire in space. This reconnaissance fleet was completely destroyed in less than 3 minutes. Seeing this scene, Bai Shizhou, Bai Yu, and Bai Ningxibang felt extremely heavy in their hearts. The reconnaissance fleet was not strong, but it represented their Black Sea civilization. The Pleiades move meant that they were no longer afraid of the Black Sea civilization. Fight back. Bai Jie ordered, destroy our warships, and never let them leave so easily. The main fleet began to enter warp sailing to pursue. Each of the main fleets of the Black Sea civilization was larger than the destroyer warship. The level 2 civilization could not defeat them. But before their fleet arrived, news came from the fleet. Great Elder, our enemies have also set out, and they seem to want to intercept us. Do you want to continue the action? The fleet commander's words made Bai Jie very angry, and the enemies of their Black Sea civilization were also on the move. We can't attack. We can't start a war now. Bai Shi said directly. We don't have the energy to start a war. The other elders also agreed. Bai Jie could only helplessly say, well, the main fleet will withdraw and give the Pleiades a warning. They contacted Gru, the representative of the Pleiades, and Bai Shizhou warned, Rug, if your fleet continues to advance, we will destroy you at all costs. Rug smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. You are looking for death. Your vessel civilization, a mere 2.4 level civilization, also wants to challenge us. Bai Shizhou snorted coldly. Although our vessel civilization is a 2.4 level civilization, our main civilization is already a 3rd level civilization. Rug smiled. To be honest with you, not long ago, the Pleiades civilization was certified as a third-level civilization. His words shocked the Black Sea civilization. The Pleiades civilization had actually overcome the technological bottleneck and reached the third-level civilization. This meant that their strength had grown again, and so had their ambitions. As a third-level civilization, they would definitely need more territory and resources, and expansion and collision were inevitable. So what if it's a third-level civilization? Bai Xingzhou threatened, a 3.0 civilization is not good enough for our Black Sea civilization. Don't threaten me with these harsh words. Rug said, okay, the main civilization doesn't want to go to war with you directly. Why don't we reach an agreement that the main civilization will not intervene in the war near the solar system? Let the subordinate civilizations fight the war, how about that? In the Black Sea Civilization Council, several elders discussed. This method is also that tacit understanding of advanced civilizations in combat, and it should be so. Bai Xingzhou was dissatisfied and said, this is just superficial talk. Among the Nhe civilization, Cyrus civilization, and Tianyuan civilization, only Tianyuan civilization, as a level 2.1 civilization, can manufacture star destroyers and star-level sublight-speed warships. Their weapons and technology are not from the Pleiades civilization. We can also help the subordinate civilizations. Becher said. But you didn't give the Blue Star civilization technological support. Bai Xingzhou retorted. The Blue Star civilization is not our subordinate civilization, why should we give technological support? Becher retorted again. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Bajir said, this matter is settled. It is agreed that the main civilizations of both parties will not interfere, and we will renegotiate the issue of the Blue Star civilization. Bai Xingzhou conveyed the meaning of the Black Sea civilization. Rug said, very good, then we have an agreement. In the battle against the star system near the solar system, the second-level civilization is temporarily not allowed to take action. Let the first-level civilization compete. We do not exclude star-level battleships, and you are not allowed to discharge star-level battleships. Once either party violates the agreement, it will be regarded as a signal of all-out war between the two parties, and the agreement will be automatically invalidated. Okay. Bai Xingzhou signed this binding false not very strong agreement with him on behalf of the Black Sea civilization. After the negotiation, the fourth-level warp fleet that destroyed the Black Sea civilization reconnaissance fleet really withdrew. Unlucky, our Black Sea civilization actually let a small Pleiades threaten it. Bai Xingzhou said angrily, it's so embarrassing. Bai Xingzhou, helping the Blue Star civilization, but your Iceberg Investigation Association made the decision by itself. We didn't agree at the beginning. The third elder Lanzhou reminded. We are going to discuss the issue of the Blue Star civilization now. The fourth elder Lanlong also started to make trouble. Didn't the solar system discover the silicon-based Zeg again? Blue Star civilization is facing too many troubles, we shouldn't wade into this muddy water. Bai Xingzhou retorted. The problem of the Zeg is not only their problem, but also our problem. Don't you want to know who released the Zeg, causing the Blue Star civilization and our civilization to decline to this point? As long as we find the murderer, we can ask the Order Alliance for help and return to the peak. If it was a few hundred years ago, everyone would be moved to hear this. But today, several elders heard these words and had no expression on their faces. The second elder Baisha said directly, it's already now, can't you people in the Iceberg Investigation Committee wake up? The Zeg is not something we can deal with. The murderer who released the Zed must be a more advanced civilization than us. What can we use to investigate them? Even if we know the truth, can we really deal with them? I think your Iceberg Investigation Committee has long lost its necessity to exist. Now the survival of our civilization is the first goal. Baisha, you have fallen into depravity and are not worthy of being an elder of the Civilization Council. Bai Xingzhou said angrily. It's not up to you to decide whether you can become an elder or not. Baisha sneered, the fact that I can stand here means that people in the civilization support me. It's not just me, ask the other elders, are they willing to invest energy and resources in the Z and the solar system? Bai Xingzhou, Bai Xingzhou and Bai Zhao looked at the other elders. The other elders did not speak, but their attitudes were very obvious, and they all had the same idea as Baisha. Even the great elder Baijia, who was in charge of civilization affairs and maintained the balance of the Civilization Council, was silent at this time. The Black Sea civilization has been struggling for hundreds of years. Not only has it not achieved any results, but the civilization is also in continuous decline. The news that the reconnaissance fleet was destroyed today has severely hit their self-confidence. Chapter 205 Strike. I propose that even if we sign an agreement with the Pleiades, and they attack the solar system with weapons of a first-class civilization or above, we don't interfere. Becher said directly. Withdraw all the patrol fleets and reconnaissance forces deployed to the solar system and nearby star systems. Stop having conflicts with the Pleiades. We should accelerate the construction of our subsidiary civilization with our limited resources and completely cut off ties with the Blue Star civilization. After Becher finished speaking, several elders expressed their opinions. Elder Becher is right. We shouldn't go on like this. For the future of civilization, all these investments must be recovered. The Iceberg Investigation Committee should also be disbanded, and He Xingzhou can no longer stay in the Civilization Council. Her position in the Civilization Council should be revoked, and her qualification to stay in the virtual universe as a spokesperson for civilization should be revoked. Becher even pointed the finger at He Xingzhou. He said, last time in that virtual universe, she gambled with the reputation of our civilization in order to take care of the Blue Star civilization. After the bet, all the spoils were given to the Blue Star civilization. This behavior is simply a traitor to the Black Sea civilization. I'm also for civilization. He Xingzhou retorted. Does hiding like you solve the problem? Now even a 3.0 civilization like the Pleiades civilization is bullying you, and you dare not speak. Is this the civilization revitalization plan you want? I think you should be dismissed. You are just sitting there doing nothing and are shameless. Since you want to run away so much, why not go to a subordinate civilization and become a civilization leader yourself? He Xingzhou did not give in at all. She knew that these elders were all shrewd people. And they were all ruthless people. Compromise would not get concessions from them, but would only make them bully her more miserably. You girl, you are so sharp-tongued. Becher snorted coldly, letting you went to the Civilization Council is the biggest mistake. Enough. Becher shouted, our civilization is already in such a difficult situation, and you are still confronting each other. Are you eager for the Black Sea civilization to perish sooner? Becher said to Becher. Grand Elder, our Iceberg Investigation Society has made extraordinary contributions to civilization over the years, especially in dealing with the Zerg. The problem of Blue Star civilization is also something we have carefully considered. All the evidence at present proves that the potential of Blue Star civilization has surpassed our original potential. They have also been invited by the light of the galaxy, and may become the most prosperous civilization in the Milky Way in the future. Being friendly with them is a sure win investment. I think that we should not only not withdraw the patrol and reconnaissance fleets, but also invest more in the solar system and nearby star systems to curb the expansion of the Pleiades. Becher's words also make Becher hesitate. When the Black Sea civilization learned that the envoy of the Light of the Galaxy appeared in the Blue Star Alliance office, they were also surprised. At the peak of the Black Sea civilization, it cost a lot to join the Light of the Galaxy. Now that the Blue Star civilization is at first-level civilization, it has been favored by the Light of the Galaxy. This shows that the advanced civilizations in the Light of the Galaxy believe that the Blue Star civilization has extraordinary potential. He Xingzhou also took the opportunity to say, Grand Elder, the Pleiades Society said on the surface that it would not send a second-level civilization to attack the solar system. In fact, after the failure of the last simulated battle in the virtual universe, the 2.1 level Tianyuan civilization and the 2.4 level Bessel civilization both took action. They sent warships and personnel to the Nhe civilization and the Jinlan civilization. This is a covert move. Once we withdraw our forces, they will definitely send second-level civilization weapons to the solar system to attack the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou also showed some evidence, which were all intelligence collected by the reconnaissance fleet in recent years. Senior Becher is right. He Xingzhou added, I propose to send our main fleet to patrol around the solar system to prevent the Pleiades Society from using advanced civilization weapons to attack the solar system. This is absolutely not possible. Even the subordinate civilizations do not have such treatment. Several elders protested. And if we send the main fleet, the Pleiades will go to war with us. If the Pleiades really want to go to war with us, is it necessary to discuss it with us? He Xingzhou asked back, they are afraid of them, and they are afraid of us too. This fleet will patrol near the solar system in the name of scientific research to deter them. As long as it is a war between first-level civilizations, we don't need to intervene, the Blue Star civilization can solve it by itself. then the Pleiades will definitely shoot itself in the foot. By He Xingzhou, why don't you just ask to send the main fleet to them? By Schmocked, according to your attitude, do you think that our Black Sea civilization is doomed to decline? By He Xingzhou thought so in her heart. In the past few hundred years, there were days of unity within the civilization, but the external pressure and the fact that the civilization was declining made the internal division reach a point that could not be adjusted. Every time the Civilization Council met, several elders would attack each other, because each of them represented a different force within the civilization. For example, just now, the reconnaissance fleet was destroyed. Under normal circumstances, the main fleet would definitely go out to attack the enemy. Because of these people's obstruction, the main fleet retreated directly. This is not because they are stupid, but because they are too smart. For the civilization as a whole, unity against the outside world is the best choice, and internal fighting will only cause internal consumption. Instead of everyone thinking about the revival and development of the Black Sea civilization, what they're thinking about now is how to get more benefits for themselves and their own forces. Just like running a company, everyone knows what kind of decision is better for the development of the company, but in the case of internal struggles, the company will still make stupid decisions. Because for individuals, what they want is not a strong company, but to maximize their own interests. Even if the company goes bankrupt, they are willing to help their competitors push behind the scenes. Everyone is talking about the revival of civilization, but in fact, it is they who accelerate the decline of civilization. He Xingzhou has long lost hope for the revival of the Black Sea civilization. We don't have to attack each other. He Xingzhou said with a tight face, over the years, you have invested so much of your civilization's resources in subordinate civilizations. I don't think I need to say more about why. That's it for now about the Blue Star civilization. The specific details will be discussed later. Jie said, this meeting ends here. The meeting ended and everyone left. In the Iceberg Investigation Council, He Xingzhou said dissatisfiedly. Jie is no longer able to lead the Civilization Council, and those elders don't listen to him. From the day the subordinate civilization was born, all this was destined. He Xingzhou said, resources are divided from within the civilization and invested in the subordinate civilization. Each of these elders wants to become the leader of the new civilization. The Great Elder represents the conservative forces within the Black Sea civilization. Now it has declined, and our days will be more difficult in the future. Yu analyzed. We're indeed in danger because of the destruction of the reconnaissance fleet this time. Several other elders will definitely hide this matter within the civilization. At the time, a large number of people will accuse us of causing the civilization to suffer losses. He Xingzhou said more pointedly. These people will definitely force the Civilization Council to forcibly dissolve the Iceberg Investigation Council and divide up our resources. The Great Elder is also hesitating. He is observing whether the Blue Star civilization is worth the additional investment. In other words, this war of the Blue Star Civ. He Xingzhou himself did not expect that their war with the Z of Venus and Mercury would affect the future of a major force of the Black Sea civilization. Once they fail, the Iceberg Investigation Society will face huge pressure from within the civilization, disband, and be divided up by other forces. If successful, the Iceberg Investigation Society will be able to gain greater voice within the civilization. We are completely tied to the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou said helplessly, now we can only hope that they can create a miracle. In the solar system, He Xingzhou just learned about what happens in the Alpha Centauri star system. When it rains, it pours. He Xingzhou sighed, misfortunes never come alone. He Xingzhou said to him, Nha civilization and Cyrus civilization are already preparing their fleets. Nha civilization's conventional warships are L5 class space battleships. Cyrus civilization's conventional warships are L6 class. This is already the situation in the past. I estimate that with the help of the Pleiades Society, their conventional warships should be able to reach L7 class. With the support of the Pleiades Society, they also have L9 class star destroyers. It is certain that the two civilizations will mobilize their fleets, converge, and attack the solar system. If you cannot defeat the Zerg, the result is self-evident. If you win miserably, the Black Sea civilization will not be able to give you more help. By then, the Pleiades Society will deploy the second-level civilization weapons, and you will have no chance. So you must not only win, but also win beautifully and brilliantly. He Xingzhou also felt tremendous pressure. It was not easy to win alone, and to win big, the difficulty had increased several times. I'll do my best. said He Xingzhou. We will observe the war in the solar system. He Xingzhou said, not only the members of our iceberg investigation committee, but also the elders of the Black Sea civilization will observe together. We must win. He Xingzhou placed all her hopes on He Xingzhou. The outcome of this war also determines her future fate. Today, she dared to argue with other elders in the Civilization Council. If the iceberg investigation committee was dispersed, she would be imprisoned, accused of being a sinner of civilization. In the laboratory, He Xingzhou has designed the first generation of space resonance weapons. It contains an impact resonance frequency meter, which can know the target's resonance frequency when it hits the target. A resonance start and stop, which can create resonance. A phase amplifier, which can accelerate the generation and spread of resonance. These three things combined together become the space resonance torpedo designed by He Xingzhou. It is very similar to the suckerfish in the ocean. Once it attacks the target, first, it is a kinetic impact. After obtaining the resonance frequency of the target, it is adsorbed on the target to create resonance. If the target object cannot produce the resonance effect immediately, even a super fortress made of steel will be shattered in a very short time. Immediately let the military factory make samples for testing. He Xingzhou sent the design drawings to the military factory. The drawings have been received and are being developed and manufactured. The military factory immediately called back. He Xingzhou was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Luoab, the commander of the space defenser, sent an urgent telegram. Commander-in-Chief, the Zergs of Venus and Mercury have been dispatched. Among them, the Zergs of Venus are heading towards the Blue Star civilization, and the Zergs of Mercury are heading towards Mars. The speed is about 10% of the speed of light. Without acceleration, the Zergs of Venus can reach the Blue Star within an hour. It will take about 2 hours for the Zergs of Mercury to reach Mars. The peak speed of the Zerg is of course more than this, but maintaining a high speed requires more energy. In order to have more energy reserves during war, they generally do not accelerate to a high speed at the beginning. The same is true for human warships. Only in an emergency will they accelerate or overload the thrusters. My interception fleet has been dispatched and will intercept the Zerg in space. He Xingzhou immediately said, keep a safe distance. Once the Venus Zerg uses collision, evacuate directly. Yes. Luo Yuan responded. The Blue Star Alliance immediately held an emergency press conference, and the spokesperson announced, the latest news is that the Venus Zerg and Mercury Zerg have been dispatched and will attack our Blue Star and Mars. The two planets are immediately in a state of war. Combat units are dispatched immediately, and other personnel are ready to evacuate. In the virtual world, people can see battlefield news and space war scenes through space reconnaissance satellites. The Zerg is coming. If we don't go find them, they dare to provoke us, smash them. The Invincible Fleet is dispatched, finally wait for the Golden Crow Fleet to be dispatched. I'm so excited, this is the first time I've really encountered a war with the Zerg since I was born. Don't be too optimistic, this is a major event that threatens the survival of civilization. Someone reminded them. Black Sea civilization, through the war scenes provided by He Xingzhou, these people can also see the scenes of war. Quickly manufacture resonance torpedoes. Skip the test phase. He Xingzhou changed the order. The Zerg came too fast and there was not much time to prepare. Received. The military factory started to manufacture new resonance weapons directly. At this time, on Venus and Mercury, huge monsters drilled out from the ground and flew into space. Most of them were metal monsters, and there were also a few carbon-based monsters. They were at the lowest level of planetary monsters, and the proportion of planetary overlords was twice that of the Zerg on Mars. Humans, are you ready to welcome us? The leader of the Venus Zerg troops was the metal monster that chased the reconnaissance ship in space. Its injuries recovered quickly and it is now intact. The Mercury troops also have a leader. The two leading monsters are both silicon-based monsters, and their energy reactions show that they have reached the level of high-level planetary overlords. The mass is 10 times larger than that of the original Noah Zerg King, and it is extremely close to the devourer of planets. In terms of size, these two Zerg Kings are not 10 times larger than Noah Zerg King, but they are metal bodies. The density is much greater, and its energy reaction is much stronger. In order to distinguish them, the reconnaissance ship named the Zerg King of the Venus Zerg Force Black Gold Zerg King according to their body characteristics, because its body surface is covered with black metal. The Zerg King of the Mercury Zerg Force is named Furnace Zerg King. There is a layer of flowing liquid metal on its body surface. The high temperature makes the liquid metal never solidify, just like a living volcanic furnace. The two forces are advancing at the same time, and the Venus Zerg also deliberately slowed down the speed so that the Mercury Zerg can keep up with the troops, so that the two troops can enter the human defense circle at the same time. The interception fleet sent by the Blue Star Alliance has also set off from various solar ports and planetary fortresses and flew into space. According to the route and time plan, the first collision will be between the Venus Zerg and the Jinhua main fleet. Most of the ships of this main fleet are previously built L2-class space destroyers, and some newly added L4-class battleships. Every captain and crew member has served for many years, and many of them have participated in the Mars battle, which is considered to be experienced. Their collision naturally attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 206. Head-on War. 5,000 in the vacuum area between the orbits of Venus and Blue Star, the Black Gold Bug King led nearly 10,000 planetary beasts forward. When they were moving, they looked like a swarm of meteorites. If people didn't know they was Zerg, even if there were warships passing by, they would probably think they were just ordinary space meteorites. The fleet that intercepted the Venus Zerg was commanded by Luan himself, and he was on an L4-class space cruiser. This is the latest finished warship, a medium to large warship. In the case of reactor overload, it can reach the performance of an L5-class battleship. There are 200 L4-class battleships, and the number of other battleships has reached 1,300, a total of 500. Luan compared the strength of both sides in his mind. The enemy intelligence currently known, the Black Gold Bug King, the team led by him has a total of about 10,000 Zerg. According to the energy reaction, 50% are medium and high-level planetary behemoths, and the number of planetary overlord-level Zerg is nearly 5,000. Even if there are only 1% of high-level planetary overlords, there are still 50 of them. On Mars, a Noah King made humans use all means. It was only with the help of meteorological weapons that it was killed. But now, there are more than 50 Noah King-level Zerg, and they're still silicon-based behemoths, which are more difficult to deal with than Noah King. Even with the latest L4-class battleships, commanders and captains do not have much confidence in their hearts. In the virtual world of the Blue Star Alliance, billions of viewers poured into the virtual world to watch the war from the perspective of space reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance satellites. The Blue Star Alliance has always allowed the public to watch the war in order to warn everyone that the Blue Star civilization has always been under the threat of the enemy and must not relax at any time. Our fleet is so magnificent. It has expanded several times compared to 10 years ago. Yes, I remember that during the Mars campaign, we had difficulty gathering 100 warships, and we also requisitioned a large number of scientific research ships, engineering ships, and commercial spacecraft. Now that we are so powerful, we can definitely defeat the Venus Zerg. Why do the Venus Zerg look like this? They all look like meteorites, with no heads or limbs to be seen. I'm curious, how do they attack? In the virtual universe, several elders of the Black Sea civilization were also watching the battle. Including the leaders of their affiliated civilizations, they were also observing. The silicon-based Zerg is a type that none of us have ever encountered. Besha asserted, the Blue Star civilization will be in big trouble this time. If the Blue Star civilization is destroyed, there will be no need for the Iceberg Investigation Council to exist. Several elders looked at each other, thinking about how to divide the power of the Iceberg Investigation Council. At this time, on the command ship, the reconnaissance ship sent back a message. The enemy is about to enter our attack range, and the enemy's speed has increased significantly. The flight speed of the Venus Zerg has skyrocketed several times, and has accelerated to about 30% of the speed of light. The speed of several planetary overlords has even accelerated to 50% of the speed of light. Prepared for battle. Luan shouted, long-range weapons launch. The more than 1,000 warships simultaneously launched plasma weapons, shipborne heavy-duty electromagnetic guns, and space hydrogen bombs. Previous studies have shown that these three weapons are currently more harmful to silicon-based Zergs, while proton missiles and proton beams, polymer lasers, arc generators, etc. have little effect on them. In the dark space, more than 1,000 plasma rays can be seen passing through the darkness and hitting the oncoming Venus Zerg. The hot plasma melts the special stone armor and metal shells on their bodies, the space hydrogen bombs are exploding, and the electromagnetic guns are bombarding. Some planetary behemoths with lower evolution levels are directly evaporated or smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, many people are cheered. More than 1,000 warships fired at the same time. This scene is so spectacular. Hundreds of Zegs died in one attack. Isn't this a crushing defeat? We will win. Even the fleet crew members breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the silicon-based Zeg is not absolutely defensive and invincible. He Xingzhou, He Xingzhou and others are in charge of the overall situation. The main fleet is colliding with the Martian Zeg, and the Mercury Zeg has also arrived near the orbit of Mars. Because humans don't have that many warships, the defensive circle on Mars is much smaller than that on Blue Star. The interception point is almost set not far from the outer space of Mars. Those recently built warships, as well as the newer biological warships that were spawned with a large amount of growth hormones and biological resources, were also sent to the battlefield to intercept. The Mercury Zeg also launched an attack. They fired special metal meteorites that they melted and attacked the fleet like a super electromagnetic gun. The fleet cooperated with the outer space defense system to defend. At present, there is no obvious cap in the strength of the two sides, and the result cannot be determined for a while. The war has just begun. He Xingzhou turned his attention to the war at the Venus Zeg. The first round of the fleet's attack was blocked by the Zeg at the cost of sacrificing hundreds of planetary behemoths. After a short cooling, the plasma weapons are accumulating energy to prepare for the second round of attacks. And the Venus Zeg have arrived in front of the fleet. They can also fire a large number of special metal balls. These kinetic weapons are more powerful than the most powerful electromagnetic guns on the ship, and their surface is covered with a layer of liquid metal. Even the plasma in the energy shield cannot evaporate these liquid metals. L2 class space frigates and destroyers, as long as they are hit by one shot, the hull armor will be instantly pierced, destroyed or seriously damaged. L4 class space battleships, if hit by one shot, will also suffer serious damage. Intercept the attack. The captain struggled to command the battleships to intercept or dodge, but the speed of this weapon was too fast, exceeding 60% of the speed of light when it was launched. If there is not enough distance to adjust and intercept, it is almost inevitable to be hit. Immediately, dozens of battleships exploded in space, and the number of casualties soared to more than 300,000 in just 10 minutes. There are more than 10,000 crew members in a battleship. In such a space war, it is almost impossible to survive the explosion of a battleship. Escape ships and space armor cannot escape from the explosion in time. When the people and recruits who have not seen the cruelty of war saw this moment, they were deeply shocked. Those fresh lives, not long ago, still appeared in front of them, carrying out combat missions. When the battleship was destroyed and the lives of the soldiers disappeared, they realized that this was not a game, but a real thing. The commanders were all people who had experienced great storms and waves, and were not disturbed by the scene in front of them. Luo Yuan shouted. All L2 class battleships retreat to the periphery of the battlefield, and the firepower built a defense network for the main fleet. L4 class battleships adjust the output and attack the nearest target. Received. The ships began to adjust their positions. The captains of the L2 battleships knew that their battleships were no longer powerful enough in front of such Zeg. In this case, it is better to help the main force to shoot down the metal shells of the Zeg. After the tactical adjustment, the fleet's response stabilized, and most of the metal shells fired by the Zeg were intercepted. Even if a small number of them attacked the battleships, humans could also fight back and kill a few silicon-based monsters. All of you below the high-level planetary overlords, switch to thermal energy ray attacks. High-level planetary overlords, follow me to impact. The commander of the Venus Zeg, the Black Gold Zeg King, commanded. Some of the Zeg began to slow down, and they spit out rays from their mouths to attack the warships. This is an evolution of atomic breath, a high-energy ray, similar to plasma ray, and also a high-heat ray. A large number of rays hitting the energy shield. The energy at these bucks was extremely terrifying, and the shield value of the energy shield was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, these guys are indeed much stronger than the Martian Zeg. The captains gritted their teeth. And those Venusian Zegs at the level of advanced planetary overlords were like giant meteorites. The largest Black Gold Bug King had a diameter of more than 5 kilometers. Even the strongest L4 class space cruiser currently owned by humans has a hull length of only more than 5,000 meters. This guy's diameter is comparable to it, and its high-density metal core makes the mass of the Black Gold Bug King dozens of times more than it. Not to mention hitting a battleship. Even if this guy hits the blue planet, it can cause a super disaster. The L4 class battleship at the forefront of the battlefield is a space destroyer, a medium-sized battleship. Captain Rong Chen saw that the Black Gold Bug King was crashing towards them. Intercept, evacuate. Ron Chen shouted, "Don't let it hit you. These eggs are very strong. Even if they hit the warship, they will not be hurt too much, but the warship will definitely be destroyed." The plasma fusion cannon on the ship violently poured out the energy at the nuclear fusion reactor, melting and vaporizing a large amount of metal on the surface of the Black Goldworm King. A large hole appeared on its body, but it was soon covered with liquid metal and repaired. The speed of the Black Goldworm King did not decrease at all. Electromagnetic cannon. Overload to maximum power directly. Ron Chen turned the warship's thruster power to the maximum and began to overload. But the speed of the warship did not increase. Captain, a strong magnetic field appeared around. It affected the speed of the warship. The observer reported urgently. Ron Chen then discovered that the meteorite fragments floating around them could actually create a strong magnetic field. Command, those meteorite fragments are strange. They are actually small silicon-based Zeg that can assist in creating a strong magnetic field. Ron Chen hurriedly reported his discovery. It turned out that the shells fired by the Venus Zeg just now are mixed with small Zegs. They disguised themselves as meteorite fragments and approached these warships to create a strong magnetic field. His message had just reached the headquarters when the huge shadow had already collided with the ship. The plasma on the energy shield had no time to wear away the body of the Black Goldworm King, and the superkinetic energy poured onto the battleship armor. This energy is comparable to the huge power generated when an asteroid hits the ground. Not to mention the L4 class battleship, even if the L9 class Star Destroyer was hit head-on like this, it would explode instantly. The next second, the battleship, along with Ron Chen in the battleship, more than 30,000 crew members and hundreds of thousands of robots, were evaporated by the huge energy explosion brought by the collision. Even the corpses did not exist, and they were vaporized into space dust. The L4 class battleship was directly destroyed. Seeing this scene, people were extremely shocked. Many of them thought that the Blue Star Alliance could far defeat the Zeg, but now they found that the Zeg is really terrifying. How can the Zeg be so strong? A main battleship was destroyed without any resistance. How did we humans defeat the Zeg back then? They were not so terrifying back then. How can we deal with that guy? I saw the weapons of the battleship hit it, and it had almost no effect. The emotion called fear spread in people's hearts. At this moment, they finally understood why the older generation repeatedly emphasized the horror of the Zeg. Why even the Commander-in-Chief He Xingzhou stated that humans are still at a disadvantage in the face of the Zeg. It turns out that the main battleships of the L4 class are just toys that can be easily destroyed in front of them. The battleships of the Blue Star civilization have no resistance. In the Black Sea civilization, several elders showed expressions of expectation. The silicon-based Zeg can perfectly deal with all their current weapons. Becher said, "In this battle, the Blue Star civilization is doomed to be destroyed. The Zeg has not yet started to exert its strength, and it is estimated that it will be a one-sided massacre next." Lan Yu commented, "I wonder if the Blue Star civilization doesn't have more advanced weapons." Blue Dragon pondered, "Didn't He Xingzhou use asteroid railguns in the virtual universe? If the asteroid railguns are used to bombard the Venus Egg, even the Black Gold Egg King can't stop it. They don't have asteroid railguns." Blue Dragon said, "I heard that they are building planetary railguns, but this is one of the top weapons of the first-level civilization. To a certain extent, it is more difficult to build than building a Star Destroyer. How can they build it? Even if they have L5 or even L7 battleships, they can't resist these bugs." "That's right, only Star Destroyers can deal with them." Blue Dragon agreed. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiang, Bai Shizhou, Bai Yu and others felt uncomfortable. The Blue Star civilization is in danger. The enemy's ability is too strong this time. The leaders of the affiliated civilizations were secretly rejoicing. In the Sea Beast civilization, Dugong smiled and said, "Now we don't have to compete with them. The Zeg can help us eliminate a competitor. What a pity." In the Fishman civilization, Fisher sighed, "In fact, the strength of the Blue Star civilization has surpassed ours. Their enemies are too strong. How can they fight without Star Destroyers?" The situation of the Black Sea civilization and several affiliated civilizations will change completely in the future. In the Conch civilization, Zhu Yuan has begun to think about how to deal with the situation after the disappearance of the Blue Star civilization and the dissolution of the Iceberg Investigation Committee of the main civilization. The war has just begun. You are too impatient. I think the Blue Star civilization may still have a way. In the Siren civilization, Siren said to the high-level civilizations, She always felt that He Xingzhou was hiding his strength and must have hidden a trump card in his hand. This was the case last time in that virtual universe. At the beginning of that war, they all thought Raphael was going to win. In the end, He Xingzhou won, and it was a complete victory. Raphael, who controlled the 1.8 level civilization fleet, was beaten to a pulp and lost everything. On the space battlefield, as the first main battleship was destroyed, other high-level planetary overlords also began their own collision. 10 more main fleets exploded under the collision. He Xingzhou hurriedly said, "The tactical team enters the field to clean up the zeg that creates a strong magnetic field." A tactical team interspersed the battlefield, releasing tens of millions of space drones and space armor. These space war robots began to clean up small zeg, allowing the main battleships to maintain high-speed navigation and combat. Welcome to destruction. After the Black Goldbug King crashed into a main battleship, it was still unsatisfied. It set its sights on an L4-class space cruiser, a medium to large battleship, and one of the most advanced battleships currently in the Blue Star Alliance. "Fire coverage!" Liu Yuan shouted. At this time, the plasma energy cannon and electromagnetic cannon that had been accumulated on the ship for a long time bombarded the Black Goldbug King together. A large number of fragments were smashed out of its body surface, and even the liquid metal repair could not be repaired in time. The Black Goldbug King was already injured, but it did not stop attacking. It was still magnetic. The defenseless attack left the warships helpless. Another group of brilliant space fireworks, this L4-class space cruiser also exploded. Similarly, the Black Goldbug King was also seriously injured. "Destroy it!" Liu Yuan commanded several warships to encircle it, and the surrounding Z rushed to support it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Goldbug King created a strong magnetic field to absorb all the fragments of the space battleship explosion to its body surface. It swallowed all the metals in a big mouthful to repair itself. This scene is simply despairing. Even if the mechanical civilization repairs its body, it is not so fast. The ability of the silicon-based zeg is stronger than some silicon-based civilizations in the universe. The war is still going on. The fleet has increased its firepower output, and a large number of zegs below the planetary overlord have died. Including the planetary overlord, more than 1,000 have died. Similarly, the main fleet of the Blue Star Alliance has also suffered a lot of losses. There are not many L4-class battleships. In an hour of war, nearly half of them were lost. This is definitely the worst loss of the Blue Star Alliance since the New Era. Those humans born in the New Era have begun to realize that now it is not a question of winning or losing, but a question of civilization being destroyed once they lose. Today they finally understand why their predecessors in the Cataclysm era have always been so vigilant against the zeg. The Blue Star civilization is doomed. This sentence was said by Lan Yu. He sighed and said, "We really bet on the wrong thing this time. It's not the end yet." Bai Ningxiang clenched her fists, and she directly cut her consciousness to Dubai, and entered the second-level command center with the authority of the honorary commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Shrink the defense circle. Bai Ningxiang contacted He Xingzhou and said, "Now we will withdraw the defense circle to the vicinity of Blue Star. Although there will be some losses, we can still retain our manpower. Fight again next time. It's not time to retreat yet," He Xingzhou said. At this time, Zhuzilan sent a message, saying, "The first batch is ready." "Okay." He Xingzhou said, "Equip it on the Kisan immediately and rush to the battlefield." Chapter 207 Resonance Torpedo, Infernal Ray. 8,000 Kisan, weapons, what are they? Bai Ningxiang asked curiously. "You'll know soon." He Xingzhou switched the screen to Chuan, the space dock of the base. The space battleship factory on Blue Star has more complete equipment and richer experience. Here, an axe-shaped battleship with a maximum side length of more than 6,000 meters slowly took off. It is Kisan, the first L5-class battleship of the Blue Star Alliance developed by He Xingzhou and hundreds of thousands of scientific researchers. In terms of power, the number and power of Kisan's nuclear fusion propulsion module have increased several times, and the vacuum speed can reach 50% to 55% of the speed of light. The battleship is equipped with 100,000 human crew members, and the total number of maintenance robots, engineering robots, scientific research robots, and space combat robots exceeds 3 million. In terms of weapons, conventional space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic cannons, laser weapons, nuclear electromagnetic bombs, plasma rays, etc. are all equipped. Large weapons include plasma energy storage cannons, plasma polymerization snakes, heavy reconnection electromagnetic cannons, large arc generators, meteorological weapons, as well as proton missiles and proton beam weapons. Its firepower is 10 times that of the L4 class main battleship. The most important thing is that it is equipped with the first generation of resonance weapons designed by He Xingzhou, the space resonance torpedo. These weapons have only been simulated on computers and have never been put to the test of real war. Now they will be put into the battlefield. The captain of the Kishan is He Xingzhou, and he has a great mission. If the Kishan and its weapons cannot defeat the Venus Egg, the Venus Egg will come directly to the Blue Star and destroy their civilization. My ship has entered low Earth orbit and is rushing to the battlefield. It is expected to take 15 minutes. The distance from Venus to the Blue Star is not far. Even with the acceleration and deceleration processes, the warship can arrive within 15 minutes. At the same time, on the battlefield of Mars, faced with the fierce attack of the Mercury's egg, the Martian fleet has also fallen into a disadvantage. They have begun to shrink the defense circle, relying on the super lasers and plasma weapons on the surface of Mars, as well as some space-armed satellites built in the outer space of Mars for defense. He Xingzhou was in charge of commanding the battlefield on Mars. He ordered, the Mars fleet should continue to shrink the defense circle. Even if the facilities in Mars near Earth orbit are destroyed, do not go out. Unlike Blue Star, there are relatively few space facilities in Mars near Earth orbit, and there is no such thing as a superstarring. With the current technology of mankind, even if the Zerg destroys a few space elevators and space ports, they can be rebuilt very quickly. As for the surface of Mars, human engineering facilities are also very rare, most of which are military bases, and the current losses are still within the tolerable range. What the Mars fleet has to do now is to maintain the status quo, while protecting the safety of Mars. The Zerg on Mercury are contained here. In the space battlefield, the Venus Zerg has already taken an overall advantage. The main fleet of the Blue Star Alliance had to retreat again and again, and the battlefield has approached the outer space of Blue Star. At this time on Blue Star, or at the Blue Star near Earth orbit space station, using space telescopes, you can see the plasma rays and explosions on the battlefield. The bugs are coming. On Blue Star, countless people became nervous. Especially in the near Earth orbit of Blue Star, there are dozens of spaceports and hundreds of space stations. There is also a superstarring under construction. The vacuum pipe skeleton of the Corin Planet Particle Collider has been built. This is a structure that needs to maintain absolute precision and stability. If it is blown up or hit casually, all their efforts will be in vain. Kill, destroy all humans. The Black Goldbug King was already excited. It had just swallowed an L4 class battleship. The energy and metal materials obtained allowed it to heal its injuries and become stronger than before. The space metal smelted by humans is really good and can accelerate our growth. There are still a lot of human creations on the Blue Star, and they are all your food. The instigation of the Black Goldbug King made the bugs crazy. A medium-sized planetary overlord, as long as it swallows an L4 class battleship, has the opportunity to evolve into a high-level planetary overlord. This efficiency is better than, they absorbed metal elements with difficulty on Venus, and fought each other hundreds of times faster. They began to attack with all their strength, and sprayed blue plasma tail flames from their bodies, transforming into comet weapons and hitting the Blue Star fleet. Outside the Blue Star, it seemed as if hundreds of comets were passing by at the same time. This scene was spectacular and beautiful, but it was cruel to humans. Q-09 L4 class space destroyer encountered a collision and the hull was completely destroyed. H-44 L4 class sky frigate was hit and crashed. More than half of the tactical team was lost. More than 300 L2 class warships were lost. The war damage intelligence kept coming in, and the commanders were overwhelmed and could not find a way to deal with it. This is no longer something that tactics can make up for. The silicon-based Zerg completely ignores tactics, and their way of attack is collision. But we can't stop them at all. The enemy's attack method is so simple, but it makes all captains helpless. Super strong defense combined with super strong power. The Zerg is too terrible. This is what the elders of the Black Sea civilization said with emotion. Even they suffered heavy losses in the face of the Zerg, and their civilization declined. At this time, the Blue Star civilization was only a first-level civilization facing the Zerg. Commander-in-Chief, we can't hold on. Request to shrink the defense circle to the periphery of Blue Star. Luoyuan sent a letter to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou looked at the star map and the battlefield was approaching the edge of Blue Star. He gave the order. Support will arrive in 3 minutes, hold out for another 3 minutes. The outer space defensor can stop the other planetary monsters, but the high-level planetary overlords must be stopped. Yes. Luo Yuan immediately ordered, L4 class destroyers and cruisers, do your best to intercept the high-level planetary overlords. Don't let them get close to the blue planet within 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, our support will arrive. Received. Each ship began to increase its firepower output. Except for the Black Gold Bug King, other high-level planetary overlords did not dare to collide under the continuous plasma weapons. The bugs were not in a hurry. After they crashed into the warships, they began to devour, absorb, recover from injuries, replenish energy, and continue the next attack. Seeing this, Luo Yuan directly sent out some old unmanned warships as stand-in straws for them to crash into. This is a feast. The bugs were so happy. They didn't care whether they entered the blue planet a minute earlier or later. The evolution of warships that devour humans is their goal. Besides, it only takes a few minutes. Can people turn the tide of the war? A medium-level planetary overlord crashed into an L2-level unmanned warship and swallowed the wreckage of the warship into its stomach. The life core in its body was rapidly melting these metals, repairing its injuries and increasing its mass. It has been stuck in the medium-level planetary overlord for more than 10 years without a breakthrough, because its strength is not as good as those of the high-level planetary overlords, and its resources are occupied by other similar ones, so it has been stuck here. Now, it has finally devoured enough resources, which are space metals smelted by humans, and it is finally going to evolve into a high-level planetary overlord. In space, the energy reaction of this giant beast skyrocketed. It carried an active volcano on its body, which was its energy furnace. This volcanic giant beast spit out several heat energy rays to shoot at human warships, as if swearing its own power. The one responsible for intercepting it was originally an L4 class space frigate H-142, and the performance of the warship could not fight against the high-level planetary overlord. The moment she saw it evolve, Captain Sunkingen knew that the situation was critical. She hurriedly shouted. The thrusters are overloaded to the maximum, leave its attack range. The thrusters began to output at full power, and the warship's speed was adjusted to the maximum, but behind the warship, the volcanic giant beast was faster. It turned into a super cannonball and crashed into the warship. Command, our ship has been caught up and is about to crash. Sunkingen and the crew on the ship were ready to die. Before dying, we must also seriously injure it. The crew fired all their weapons at once. One of the plasma ray emitters even caused the magnetic control reactor to explode due to overheating of the weapon, causing damage to the warship. At this time, they could no longer care about so much, and they only wanted to die together. The weapon tilted on the volcanic beast, melting or evaporating its surface, but its size and mass were large enough. In addition, it could constantly repair its injuries, and the firepower of the warship could not hurt its life core. Welcome to destruction. The volcanic beast was ready to smash the warship into pieces. H-142, stop firing and evacuate the battlefield for repairs. At this time, He Xingzhou's voice came from Sunkingen's communicator. Commander-in-Chief. Although Sunkingen didn't know how to escape, she still followed He Xingzhou's order. Everyone stop firing, repair the hull and retreat immediately. If we stop firing now, won't we die in vain? At our speed, we can't escape its attack. The crew members carried out their mission with doubts and confusion. At this time, from the perspective of the volcanic beast, a larger axe-shaped battleship appeared. Humanity's new warship. The volcano beast was suspicious and alert. If you sink this warship, I will leave and evacuate. This new weapon should be dealt with by other stronger ones. It was unable to turn around at this time, so it simply continued to ram the H-142 frigate. On the other hand, Captain Zhu Zilan was still a little nervous. This was the first time she actually commanded a warship. Before, she had commanded in the civilization arena of the virtual universe. Even if she failed to command there, she would only lose a few universe coins and virtual data. In the real world, if she failed, these 100,000 lives, expensive ships, and the reliance of the Blue Star civilization would all be shattered. The pressure was so great that ordinary people could not bear it. Fortunately, Zhu Zilan was also a person who had experienced the era of disasters, various wars, and many life and death crises. She calmed down and observed the attack distance. The enemy target has entered the attack range. In the first round, attack with plasma polymerization rays to evaporate all the liquid metal on its surface. Xingzhou ordered. The long-prepared plasma weapon fired accurately and hit the volcanic behemoth, vaporizing the liquid metal layer on its body surface used for defense. Resonance torpedo launch, space hydrogen bomb ready. Xingzhou stared at the reconnaissance screen with her eyes fixed. The volcanic behemoth was attacked by a round of plasma weapons, and its body surface was damaged. Fortunately, the weapons of this new human warship are indeed more powerful, but they can't attack my core. The volcanic behemoth has approached the H-142 frigate. It only needs 2 more minutes to crash into the battleship. At this time, the space resonance torpedo has hit it. It first hit the body of the volcanic behemoth in the form of an electromagnetic gun. But its power is not great, and it is even inferior to the electromagnetic gun of the L4 class battleship. What kind of weapon is this? The volcanic behemoth was doubting in his heart. Why did the human weapons become weaker? Is there a trick? It was thinking, those resonance. The torpedo was actually attached to its body. The previous collision had allowed them to test the resonance frequency of the volcanic beast's body. At this time, the resonance start-stop machine was activated, using mechanical energy to induce resonance. If there were only 1 or 2 resonance torpedoes, this process would take at least a few days to complete. But the Dyson launched hundreds of thousands of resonance torpedoes at a time. They were like a thorn in the flesh, tightly attached to the surface of the volcanic beast. Not good. The volcanic beast has already felt the vibration coming from various parts of its body, and this vibration is spreading rapidly. It tried to destroy these gadgets, using jets of thermal rays or liquid metal covering, magnetic field interference. These factors were taken into consideration by He Xingzhou when designing. In addition to the resonant torpedo, there is a layer of torpedo armor with extremely strong defense. If you want to destroy it in a short time, you must evaporate it all in one breath. But this is the body of the volcanic beast, can it bear to destroy its own body? The core of the volcanic beast has begun to vibrate, and it has begun to slow down. This feeling is like a human heart suddenly beating wildly and being out of breath. It knows that if it goes on like this, it is afraid of sudden death. H-142, the crew found that the volcanic beast actually slowed down. It slowed down. The crew reported in surprise. Our supporters arrived. Sun King was overjoyed. The Dyson behind seemed to be a new battleship, and they had not received any relevant information before. What kind of battleship is that, and what did it launch? The crew repaired the battleship while paying attention to the battle. After 2 rounds of attacks, the Dyson paused the attack, as if waiting for something. New warships. The commander of the Venus Egg, the Black Gold's Egg, also noticed that humans had new forces joining the battlefield. He Xingzhou also has an L5 class warship. The people of the Black Sea civilization found that their understanding of the power of the Blue Star civilization needed to be improved. As expected, he still has a trump card. Xingzhou wondered, but at this time, even if an L7 class space battleship comes, it can't deal with this egg. Without a Star Destroyer, even if 100 L5 class warships come, it's just suicide. Besha and others said firmly. I thought they had a more advanced trump card, and the L5 class warship can only struggle to death. Dugong and other civilization leaders also issued a death sentence to the Blue Star civilization. They thought so, but the volcanic beast didn't think so. Its body has begun to resonate with the resonant torpedo in all directions, and the resonance frequency is still increasing. It is about to exceed the limit of its body material. No matter how hard the body and material are, as long as the resonance amplitude exceeds its bearing limit, it will collapse. No, stop. The volcanic beast shouted wildly in its heart, and it tried to stabilize its body. But the resonance reaction is like a typhoon caused by the flapping of a butterfly's wings. The natural resonance of the body has exceeded its control over the body. Finally, the metal on its surface could not withstand such a resonance frequency and began to crack. Then came its superalloy body, and then its core. From the perspective of space observation, the surface of the volcanic beast collapsed inch by inch. The volcano it supported was directly shattered into countless pieces. Its body collapsed and turned into pieces. Until its life core began to collapse, the terrifying energy had no container to restrain it, and it exploded violently. A huge spark exploded in space, and the volcanic beast was completely shattered. This collapse is all round and all angle. It has no organ, no metal structure, and no basic life unit that can escape the influence of resonance. The resonance shattered its body into space dust. When the volcanic beast collapsed, the entire battlefield, the Blue Star Alliance, and the Black Sea civilization were refreshed by this scene. The volcanic beast has been crushed to death. On the H-142 battleship, Captain Sunkingen and tens of thousands of crew members were stunned when they saw this scene. The volcanic beast was harder than a space meteorite and was invincible. They used various attack methods but failed to hurt it. The weapon of Kisan actually broke it into space dust. What kind of weapon is that? It's completely destroyed. The people of the Blue Star Alliance saw this scene in the virtual world, and their suppressed mood was finally released. It's so terrifying. Beat it into slag. Why didn't I see any plasma weapons or laser weapons being launched, and there were no hydrogen bombs? What's going on? We really have a trump card, Commander He. You will always be a god. The people of the Blue Star civilization could not see any clues. The elders of the Black Sea civilization had already known He Xingzhou's method through the analysis of the state of the volcanic beast. Resonance torpedoes. The fifth elder Honglin said in astonishment, they have even developed resonance weapons. Resonance weapons are at least one of the weapons equipped by star destroyers. The upper limit is infinitely high. No matter how many levels of civilization, they must develop and upgrade resonance weapons. Landlong's mood was extremely complicated. They only have L5 level battleships, and they already have resonance weapons. This progress is already 10 times that of our Black Sea civilization back then. It was Lan Yu who spoke, and the second Delta Baisha was silent. He didn't know what to say. Back then, the Black Sea civilization had a technological explosion and took off. It was considered by all the Black Sea civilization people as the most glorious moment of their civilization, and it was also that time that people missed the most, and was missed and proud of by everyone. Now, the height that the Blue Star civilization can achieve has far exceeded what they did back then. Even though Baisha was not forgiving in his words, he had to admit in his heart that if the first level Black Sea civilization was compared with the Blue Star civilization, the Black Sea civilization would not be their opponent. What Xingzhou developed this? That's a human. What kind of monster is it? The Sea Beast civilization, Dugong was shocked. The volcanic beast, just shatter. Fishman civilization, Fei the 11th asked around in surprise, if it's our L8 class battleship, can it stop it? The think tanks on the left and right shook their heads and said, if you want to resist resonance weapons, you must have elastic armor. We don't have elastic armor technology yet. If you want to resist, you must smash the resonance torpedo in advance. Conch civilization, Zhu ordered his subordinates, our ultrasonic resonance weapons are also very advanced, but unfortunately there is nowhere as a medium in a vacuum. This kind of kinetic resonance weapon can learn from them. It's really shocking. Siren civilization, Siren also sent a message to He Xingzhou. Congratulations, you have resonance torpedoes. It seems that you are going to win this war. It's still early. He Xingzhou replied. He knew very well that the reason why the attack just now was so strong was because the Venus Z didn't know about this weapon before. With vigilance, it will be difficult for the resonance torpedo to hit them. And if the number of resonance torpedoes is not enough, it will not achieve the effect of quickly inducing resonance. The most important thing is that now only the Kisan can launch resonance torpedoes, and the number is limited. He Xingzhou issued a new order. Luowan, make a false counterattack. Don't really fight, we don't have enough weapons, we can't win. Yes. Luowan immediately commanded the fleet to adjust the battlefield layout, and a large number of evacuated warships returned to the battlefield, pretending to encircle and counterattack. At the same time, He Xingzhou said to Zhu Zilan, Zilan, how many resonant torpedoes are there on the ship? We can only kill one silicon-based behemoth. Zhu Zilan responded. Then find a way to kill the black gold behemoth. As long as it dies, we have enough buffer time. Received. Zhu Zilan ordered, target, black gold behemoth, annihilate it. Other warships cooperate with Kisan to annihilate the black gold behemoth. He Xingzhou mobilized the surrounding warships for assistance. The Venus Z also witnessed the scene of the volcanic behemoth collapsing. They have been relying on their own defense amplification and have no fear. Now they find that human weapons can actually shatter them. The insects are also afraid of this new weapon. The Black Gold Bug King ordered, pay attention to the new weapons of mankind, don't let them attack you. Come with me, crash the new warship of mankind. It brought 3 high-level planetary overlord-level Bug Kings and crashed into the Kisan together. The Black Gold Behemoth was the main output, and the surrounding Bug Kings assisted and intercepted the weapons launched by the Kisan. In the case of their intentional interception, the resonance torpedoes did not hit them and were basically destroyed. Those Bug Kings are left to you. Xingzhou contacted several cooperating L4 class space cruisers, and she said, "Create an output space for me for 1 minute." Okay. The captains of the surrounding ships order together, the reactor is overloaded to the maximum, all weapons are arranged, and create output space for the Kisan. Yes. Various weapons were launched from the warships. Except for the Black Gold Bug King, other Bug Kings found it difficult to withstand such high-density, high-energy attacks. Their speed slowed down, and they were unable to intercept all attacks. As long as we destroy this warship of the human race, we will still have the advantage. The Black Gold Bug King guessed that the human race did not have too many warships of the level of Kisan. Otherwise, they would have sent these warships out at the beginning instead of passively taking the beating. Attack the Black Gold Bug King. The Kisan was also using weapons to attack the Black Gold Bug King. Space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic cannons, and plasma rays bombarded together. When they were about to reach the Black Gold Bug King, the liquid metal around the Black Gold Bug King quickly wrapped around his body, forming a super thick, flowing liquid metal defense armor. The thickness of its armor is comparable to that of an L7 class space battleship. The energy defense strength also exceeds that of an ordinary plasma protective layer. And this is only the first layer, and it is still getting thicker. Even if all its armor is penetrated, its main body cannot be destroyed without a resonance torpedo. And the resonance torpedo cannot be directly attached to the liquid metal. If they come into direct contact with the liquid metal, they will be melted before they are activated. Let's see what you can do. The Black Gold Bug King was still accelerating. As long as I devour you and then devour those human buildings on the blue planet, I will have a chance to evolve into a planet devourer. I can compete with that guy in the core of Venus. In front of its defensive armor, the weapons of the Kisan seem to be ineffective. Can it work? Lu Wan, Kui Min, Song Jinghong, Lu Mei, He Xingzhou and others were all paying attention to the actions of the Kisan. It's already like this, how can the resonance torpedo hit it? There was no panic on Xingzhou's pretty face. She adapted to the ever-changing space battlefield in the shortest time. Plasma energy amplification array activated, prepare the purgatory ray. Yes. In the plasma weapon bay of the battleship, more than a dozen large plasma generators and energy auxiliary arrays began to work. This is an upgraded plasma weapon on the plasma polymerization ray. Like other weapons, all weapons can be upgraded. The same is true for plasma weapons. For example, the top weapons on most Star Destroyers are plasma cannons. This purgatory ray is a weapon second only to the plasma cannon. Even if it is installed on an L7 class space battleship, it is enough to serve as the main gun. Its blazing high temperature and energy can vaporize a mountain in an instant. The energy intensity, strike range and attack distance are much stronger than the previous plasma polymerization ray, so military scientists call it the purgatory ray. The 3,000-meter-long main gun of the Kisan adjusted its direction and aimed at the Black Gold Bug King. Seeing the main gun that was more than half of its own length, the Black Gold Bug King inexplicably felt a little weak in his heart. Do humans have more advanced weapons? It actually wanted to back down. But now its speed has accelerated to 58% of the speed of light. At this speed, it is impossible to turn around in a short time. So it can only bite the bullet and continue to crash into the Kisan. Prepare the second round of resonance torpedoes. Xingzhou shouted, main gun, fire the purgatory ray. As soon as she finished speaking, the plasma that had been accumulated inside the battleship for a long time was output from the muzzle of the main gun through the effect of the plasma energy amplification array. A plasma ray like a fierce flame of hell illuminated the space battlefield. In the face of this terrifying high temperature, all the interstellar dust in front of it disappeared instantly. When it fell on the liquid metal defense armor of the alloyed Worm King, the Black Gold Worm King felt as if he was in a star. The terrifying high temperature completely evaporated the liquid metal defense armor that it regarded as a set, and even its body surface was punched through a big hole. If it weren't for its large mass and intact core, this shot would be enough to destroy it. Not good. When the liquid metal defense armor was destroyed, hundreds of thousands of resonance torpedoes hit its body surface. The impact resonance tester has obtained the resonance frequency of its body material and began to induce resonance with mechanical energy. Damn it, I've been hit. The Black Gold Bug King analyzed calmly. At this time, it must clear these resonant torpedoes on its body as soon as possible, otherwise its fate will be the same as that of the volcanic monster. But the purgatory ray just now has already severely damaged it. The human warship is cooling the barrel and preparing for the next attack. At this time, its body has not been repaired yet, so it cannot clear these resonant torpedoes. In this case, let's continue to hit them, and use the impact force generated by the collision to destroy them all. The Black Goldbug King made a prompt decision: the attack cannot stop. The resonance torpedo is attached to the target. Keep your distance, don't confront it head-on. Use other gun barrels to harass. Zhuzilan knew very well that the Kisan could not withstand the impact of the Black Goldbug King. The Kisan began to accelerate to escape, and after the thruster was overloaded, its speed could reach 55% of the speed of light. For example, the Black Goldbug King is not much behind, and there are interferences from various weapons. The Black Goldbug King found that if he continued to chase like this, he seemed unable to catch up with the Kisan. It finally realized the despair of the human captains just now. It couldn't beat it, couldn't chase it, and couldn't escape. Now it was in a dilemma. With no other choice, the Black Goldbug King made up his mind and forced the direction to aim at another Venus giant. As long as it hit, it could use the impact force to disrupt the resonance. This way, there was still a chance of survival. Why did you hit me? The Bug King, who was chosen as the target, didn't want to aim for death and started to run for his life. Asshole, stop. The Black Goldbug King tried to control it with the special control method of the Zerg, but the effect was limited. In the Zerg, a higher-level Bug King can control a lower-level Bug King. But it and this fellow were both high-level planetary overlords. Although the Black Goldbug King has a higher degree of evolution, it has not reached the level of a planet devourer, so it cannot be completely controlled. In the space battlefield, a scene that people never expected appeared. The Black Goldbug King chased his own kind, and his kind desperately accelerated to keep a distance from it. The influence of resonance has begun to expand, and the Black Goldbug King can already feel that every part of his body is vibrating. The amplitude of the vibration is about to exceed its ability to withstand the limit. It feels that the core is restless and is about to explode. Damn it, just a little bit. If I could evolve into devourer of planets, the rays just now, these human weapons, would not be able to get close to me. The mind of the Black Goldbug King was shouting. It sent a message to Venus. My king, I can't hold on any longer, humans have resonance weapons. This message was sent at the speed of light, and it would take several minutes to reach Venus. Before the message reached Venus, the resonance amplitude of the Black Goldbug King's body finally exceeded its endurance limit. Its indestructible metal body began to crack, first large cracks, followed by small cracks. In the end, there were tens of billions of cracks, all over its body. Its body began to disintegrate, and the special alloy disintegrated into molecules and atoms. These dusts cannot be seen even with the most compact space telescope. Only by observing them closely with an electron microscope can they be seen. And a crack appeared in the core of the Black Goldbug King. As this core broke, the energy in its body was no longer controlled, and a chain nuclear fusion reaction occurred. It was like tens of thousands of space hydrogen bombs exploding from its body, and the energy and high temperature evaporated its entire body. After the commander of this Venus Zerg destroyed several main battleships of the human race, he finally met his nemesis, the Kisan. With the plasma flames in the dark space, it disappeared in space. The Black Goldbug King has fallen. Seeing this scene, the bugs were horrified. The commander with the highest degree of evolution among them was turned into dust under the attack of humans. Human weapons are beyond our tolerance. Without the devourer of planets, it is impossible to defeat them. Retreat, retreat. Save your strength and return to Venus. Hurry up and retreat. The bugs began to flee for their lives in space. Some fled to Venus, and some fled to other planets. They didn't know that all the resonance torpedoes on the Kisan had been fired. The purgatory ray also needs an hour of cooling and plasma preparation before it can be fired again. If they continue to attack at this time, humans will surely suffer heavy losses. But the bugs still chose to escape. They want to return to Venus, where they have their real leader. With it, they can make a comeback and completely wipe out humans. Don't chase them, just attack here. Zhuzilan ordered. Has the Black Goldbug King been killed? Luoyuan was overjoyed and shouted, everyone, carry out beyond visual range strikes and expand the defense circle. All Zergs that have left the main force will be cleaned up. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 208 Black Gold Battleship. The retreating warships surrounded and cleared out the scattered Zerg. On the battlefield of Mars, the Mercury Zerg and the Martian fleet were in a stalemate, and neither side could do anything to the other. At this time, the Furnace Bug King received the news that the Black Gold Bug King had been eliminated. Do humans have weapons that we don't know about? The Black Gold Bug King was shattered. The Furnace Bug King thought to himself, the Black Gold Bug King is stronger than me, and he was destroyed by humans. Now the Venus Z troops are evacuating, and I will be in danger when the main human forces are just their forces. This offensive plan has failed. Fortunately, the new weapons of humans are aimed at it, not me. It secretly rejoiced in its heart that if the resonance torpedo was used against it, it would be dead now. Retreat to Mercury. The Furnace Bug King ordered. The Mercury's egg evacuated one after another. He Xingzhou noticed this situation and sent a message: the Mercury's egg have evacuated, and the Martian defense circle is intact. Very good, the defense station has won, don't chase. He Xingzhou warned, we don't have the ability to chase yet. They only have one L5 class battleship. All the resonance torpedoes have been fired, and chasing will only lose the existing results. The defensive battle was successful. Bai Xingzhou was more excited than He Xingzhou, and she was worried. Seeing the Black Gold Bug King being killed, she shouted excitedly. He Xingzhou, I love you so much. You have developed a resonance weapon. It's amazing. At this moment, in the iceberg investigation meeting of the Black Sea civilization, hundreds of elders were watching the war scenes. When they saw that the Blue Star civilization not only withstood the joint attack of the Zeg on the two planets, but also annihilated the Black Gold Zeg King, hundreds of elders finally felt relieved. The Blue Star civilization has created a miracle again. With the resonance weapon, it will no longer be a problem for them to deal with the Zeg on Venus and Mercury. Our choice is right. As long as He Xingzhou is with the Blue Star civilization, it will be safe. Bai Xingzhou said with emotion, I seem to see a new star rising. Among the 10 greatest navigators who led our Black Sea civilization to rise, none of them was like He Xingzhou, who could single-handedly turn the tide in such a crisis situation. This time, Bai Xingzhou also sent a congratulatory message to He Xingzhou and the Blue Star Alliance, congratulating them on their success in resisting the Zeg. The other elders of the Black Sea civilization had different thoughts. Really, if they succeed, this resonance weapon might have been leaked by the Iceberg Investigation Society. The second Elder Besha was unwilling to accept this. He was ready to disband the Iceberg Investigation Society, but the situation was reversed. The Blue Star civilization is only a first-level civilization, and its weapons research and development capabilities are stronger than some second-level civilizations. The third Elder Landau commented, if there is no one to help inside, I absolutely don't believe it. It's useless to say this now. The fourth Elder Lan Long said, the people of the Iceberg Investigation Society will definitely not admit that the victory of the Blue Star civilization will make people inside the civilization pay attention to this civilization again. We must be prepared ourselves. That's right, the general trend is irresistible. The fifth Elder Hong Lin said. Several elders have made up their minds to invest more resources in the subordinate civilization and build the subordinate civilization into a powerful emerging civilization. At this time, the great Elder Baijia convened a civilization meeting. The elders entered the conference hall with their minds. He said directly, I believe everyone has seen the war between the Blue Star civilization and the Zeg just now. As Bai Xingzhou and the Iceberg Investigation Society said, the Blue Star civilization does have potential that cannot be ignored. It may become an important booster for our civilization in the future. Therefore, we must continue to send fleets to patrol near the solar system and send our main fleet to supervise to prevent the Pleiades from using advanced civilization weapons to attack. Several elders were very dissatisfied. The second Elder Baisha said, I have no objection to assisting the Pleiades, but should we provide more assistance to the subordinate civilizations? Facts have proved that the development and potential of low-level civilizations are also very large. Yes, our subordinate civilizations must also invest more. The other elders echoed. The elder knew that they were negotiating conditions. He said, more resources can be invested in the subordinate civilizations. All parties reached an agreement. Bai Xingzhou immediately conveyed the good news to He Xingzhou. She smiled and said, our main fleet can compete with the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization even if it comes. So during this period, they should not deploy weapons above the second-level civilization. You have time to deal with the attacks of the Tinhe civilization and the Jinlan civilization. Thank you very much. He Xingzhou thanked. Blue Star civilization, the fleet began to clean up the battlefield and summarize the losses. This war has once again made people realize the horror of the Zerg. The emergence of resonance weapons has also made people realize that the Blue Star Alliance is not without a response plan. In the virtual world, people are discussing this matter. At the Alliance command, the commanders are also summarizing. L4 class battleships can no longer adapt to the latest intensity of war. Luoyuan said, we must upgrade the battleship factory, and L1 class battleships can be eliminated as civilian ships. L2 and L4 class battleships must be upgraded and renovated. This war also shows us that the evolution of the Zerg in the solar system is already very high. He Xingzhou said, when I was resisting the Mercury Zerg in the Mars Defensor Circle, I also found that without relying on the ground defensor system, the existing battleships are indeed difficult to cause damage to them. In addition to manufacturing advanced battleships and upgrading existing battleships, I propose to add resonance weapon launchers and purgatory rail launch satellites to the outer space defensor circle of Blue Star and Mars to further improve the defensor system. In 2 years, we will improve the defensor system and upgrade the arsenal. He Xingzhou concluded, we must take Venus and Mercury, and there are more enemies coming towards us. We must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. On Blue Star and Mars, large-scale upgrades and renovations began, from factories to military facilities. Resonance torpedoes also began to be improved and mass-produced, and were installed on every warship. At the same time, He Xingzhou began to design more powerful weapons. The Black Gold Bug King is not the most powerful Bug King on Venus. This is the information speculated by the intelligence department. Those Zergs who fled back to Venus quickly stabilized. The reconnaissance ships tried to approach for reconnaissance, but they were all destroyed or driven away. In the silicon-based Zerg detectors they dropped, it seems that a more powerful energy reaction was found. This shows that there are more powerful Zergs on Venus. It can't be the devourer of planets, otherwise it can destroy Blue Star directly now. He Xingzhou concluded that the Insect King was likely to evolve into a planet devourer. And to deal with such an enemy, the resonance torpedo may not be able to touch its body. At this time, long-range resonance weapons are needed. He Xingzhou began to design an electromagnetic resonance transmitter, using electromagnetic waves to induce resonance, so that the attack distance is farther and the power is stronger. In addition, he plans to further upgrade the warship technology within 2 years to achieve the performance of L7 class space battleships. In terms of weapons, the weapons technology mastered by the Blue Star Alliance is fully sufficient to meet the performance of space battleships. The only shortcoming is the propulsion system. The closer their speed is to the speed of light, the more energy is required. Therefore, the higher the speed of the warship, the more difficult it is to improve. This is also the reason why the Nhe civilization, as a 1.8 level civilization, has only L5 level conventional warships. Outside the Nhe 3-star system, a fleet is heading towards the solar system. This fleet is at least L5 level warships, and there are also L6 level and higher level warships. In the virtual universe, Raphael did not show all the cards of the Nhe civilization. At this time, Raphael was communicating with the Grey Wolf of the Cyrus civilization. Our Nhe civilization fleet has set off. It is expected to take 18 years to reach the solar system. The Grey Wolf replied through the virtual universe. Our fleet set off 4 years later and will meet at the outer edge of the solar system. The Cyrus star system is closer to the solar system, so they have more time to prepare. Raphael responded. Don't waste time, the growth potential of the Blue Star civilization is terrible. Every year of delay, their strength will increase a little. Don't worry. Grey Wolf was full of confidence, with the L9 class star destroyer given to us by the main civilization, as long as the Blue Star civilization does not become a second-level civilization, can it still turn out well? By then, we will have the most resources in the solar system. The rewards for killing the Zerg will also be ours. The Grey Wolves are not unreasonably confident. Their Cyrus civilization is already a level 1.9 civilization, very close to a level 2 civilization. The main fleets are all at the level of L7 space battleships, and with the help of the Pleiades civilization, they are confident that they are already a top civilization among level 1 civilizations. This time, with the joining of the Nhe civilization, they will attack together, and the solar system will be one. A year passed quickly, and during this year, humans continued to conduct reconnaissance on Venus and Mercury, upgraded weapons, and transformed equipment. Space resonance torpedoes were mass-produced to strengthen defensive facilities. Biological battleships on Mars were also manufactured. NOAA biological battleships can already replace some conventional battleships for the purpose of space defense and reconnaissance. Because they are closer to the Zerg, they are more difficult to be launched when fly. Several NOAA biological warships were sent to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune and other planets for reconnaissance. Add power enhancement modules, improve on the basis of the L5 Kisan, equip with purgatory rays and electromagnetic resonators. He Xingzhou was designing an L7 space battleship. The L6 battleship was skipped by him directly. The second delta of the Sea Beast civilization, the Black Sea civilization, is giving orders to Dugong. He said, Dugong, this time I brought the Star Destroyer and Satellite Fortress technology from the main civilization. You must produce these technologies as soon as possible and surpass other affiliated civilizations, especially the Blue Star civilization. This is not only related to you and me, but also that future of the Sea Beast civilization, understand? Dugong was overjoyed and said, I will definitely go all out. In the past, affiliated civilizations could not apply for these technologies. Now the main civilization is willing to develop the technology of Star Destroyers and Satellite Fortresses, which will allow the Sea Beast civilization to directly reach the peak of the first-level civilization. Needless to say, the Star Destroyer is the top weapon of the first-level civilization. And the Satellite Fortress is a top weapon that is stronger than the Star Destroyer. Its structure is to hollow out a natural satellite and build it into a space weapon. Similar to the space hive of the Zerg, the weapons it can carry are more powerful than ordinary Star Destroyers. As long as you can accomplish this, more powerful technology may not be impossible to strive for. Becher said meaningfully. Dugong was even more delighted. The second delta meant that if they could reach this point, the main civilization would help them become a second-level civilization. In the Fishman civilization, the third elder, Blue Shark, also brought resources to fishing. He said, the 100 million tons of materials shipped to your star system this time were all obtained by me for you. In addition to the space city technology given to you, you strive to expand your military strength. In addition, building in the interstellar will increase prosperity, so that I can strive for more resources. Thank you, Elder. Our Fishman civilization will definitely become the most powerful subordinate civilization, surpassing them and surpassing the Blue Star civilization. Fishy immediately expressed his loyalty. Like the Dugong, he also regarded the Blue Star civilization as the most powerful competitor. In the Conch civilization, the fourth elder, Blue Dragon, obtained the technology that Zhuan had always been thinking about for Zhuan, the resonance weapon technology. You have also seen He Xingzhou's resonance weapon, which is much more powerful than your ultrasonic and infrasonic resonance weapons. If it is further developed, it will be enough to become a first-level civilization superweapon. Blue Dragon said, this time I have won you the resonance weapon technology of the first-level civilization, you must make good use of it. Our Conch civilization will definitely be stronger than the Blue Star civilization. The voice vowed. As for the Siren civilization, Homeclip explained to Siren. Although I have won a lot of resources for you this time, it is weaker than other elders. The development potential of the Blue Star civilization is indeed great. You should try not to offend them. Maybe we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. I know. Siren nodded. A year later, He Xingzhou's design of the L7 class space battleship has been completed, and the Blue Star Chuan base has begun production. The L7 class space battleship he designed was named Black Gold. The intention is obvious, which is to commemorate the soldiers who died in the previous Defense War and to show the determination to attack Venus. The Black Gold was not built alone, but a batch of them were built together. In order to build these battleships, even the construction of the superstarring was temporarily stopped, and resources were concentrated on the construction of new battleships. Battleships below L4 level were either eliminated for civilian use or dismantled for materials and equipment to be reused. The construction process lasted a whole year, and the first batch of L7 class space battleships was finally completed. He Xingzhou immediately convened a meeting of the Blue Star Alliance and said, it's time to attack Venus and Mercury and occupy them completely. If we wait any longer, the insect king of Venus will evolve into a planet devourer. Finally, this day has come. The last battle on Mars was too bad. This time I'm going to attack their base camp. That's right. Luowan, Qiahong, Lady Enfeng and others also held their breath. Although they won the previous defense station, they paid a heavy price. In recent years, the Society has been discussing whether the Blue Star Alliance can defeat the Zerg on Venus and Mercury. It is generally believed that when the Zerg uses space resonance torpedoes, it will be more difficult to attack them. The fleets with upgraded equipment also want to prove themselves. Organize the fleet immediately and prepare for the attack. He Xingzhou wants to completely occupy Venus and Mercury before the arrival of the Pleiades fleet, and use the resources there to build a superstar. Chapter 209. Operation Venus. Blue Star, Mars, 2 planets and a defense circle of the outer planets. A large number of warships flew out from the ground base and the space base. In addition, there are a large number of space drones, space mechas, and those obsolete warships, some of which have become transport ships for the fleet. He Xingzhou reorganized the fleet of the Blue Star Alliance and rewrote all the original fleet names. Now the fleets are named after the planets, and there are mainly 2 main fleets, the Blue Star Fleet and the Mars Fleet. These 2 main fleets currently have 1 team each, of which the Blue Star Fleet has 5 L7 class battleships, 100 L5 class improved battleships, 150 L4 class battleships and 200 other battleships. The number of ships in the Mars Fleet is much smaller, with 3 L7 class battleships, 50 L5 class improved battleships, 100 L4 class battleships, and 100 other battleships. For this mission, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet is Luoyang, and the deputy commander is Qiuhong. The commander of the Mars Fleet is He Xingzhou, and the deputy commander is Lei Yunfeng. He Xingzhou is a first-level commander. Commanding the Mars Fleet is not a demotion, but because he led the Mars Fleet to fight against the Mercury Z last time and has more experience. I will be the commander-in-chief, Kui Women will be responsible for intelligence work, Lu Mei will be responsible for logistics, and the other commanders will perform their duties. He Xingzhou arranged. During our battle, the defensor of Blue Star will be in the charge of Commander Ainbo. The defensor of Mars will be in charge of Commander Shi. Yes. The commanders began to act. Next is the tactical arrangement. He Xingzhou said, this time we attack, the main target of attack is the Venus Zeg. Ignore the Mercury Zeg for the time being, and send a small fleet to keep watch. He Xingzhou concluded that the Venus Zeg and the Mercury Zeg are not commanded by the same Zeg King. If they attack the Venus Zeg, the Mercury Zeg will not come to harass them, so they can concentrate their forces to take Venus. If the Mercury Zeg attacks, then fight together. Go immediately. He Xingzhou shouted. He would also take a command ship to the battlefield to command. The battlefield changes rapidly, and there is a delay of several minutes from Venus to Blue Star, which is not allowed in space war. The Blue Star Fleet and the Mars Fleet went to Venus together. Because the main fleets are all L4 level warships, they can reach Venus from Blue Star within 10 minutes under full sailing. 5 minutes after the Blue Star Alliance set out, the spokesperson of the Blue Star Alliance held a press conference and announced to the whole civilization, under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief He Xingzhou, our fleet has set out to Venus and Mercury to launch a full-scale attack on the Z on Venus and Mercury. As soon as the news came out, the whole civilization began to pay attention. A few years ago, we suffered heavy losses. This time we can finally take the initiative to attack them. I wish you a triumphant return. Finally, we are going to attack Venus. Venus is too close to us. How can we allow others to snort beside our bed? We must take it down. People enter the virtual world and observe the war from the perspective of reconnaissance satellites. He Xingzhou sat in the captain's seat on an L7 class space battleship, coordinating the overall situation. In front of him were millions of detectors and information from various ships. The Venus Zeg have already detected the news of our attack. There are a lot of signs of Zeg activity in the crust, atmosphere and outer space of Venus. The Mercury Zeg are gathering. There is no sign of support from Venus for the time being. We are keeping an eye on them. No enemies have been found near the blue planet. No enemies have been found near Mars for the time being. There are no unusual Z movements in the asteroid belt, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune and other planets. The fleet is about to reach Venus. He Xingzhou did not issue any orders for the time being. Now Luoyang and He Xingzhou are commanding the fleet respectively. Luoyang ordered. Reconnaissance ships patrol the surrounding space. Frigates deploy and spread around the main battleships. The main fleet will first eliminate the Zeg in the outer space of Venus. He Xingzhou also commanded. The first team will go to Mercury to prevent the Zeg from dispatching and intercepting them. The second team will cooperate with the Blue Star Fleet to cut off the escape space of the Zeg in the outer space of Venus. Outside Venus, the fleet quickly deployed, and even some battleships had collided with the Zeg. Some Zeg patrolling and defending in the outer space of Venus began to collide with the approaching reconnaissance ships and main battleships. Wangshan, I'm back again. I almost let you destroy me last time, and this time I will get my revenge in one go. He Xingzhou was on an L5 space battleship. His ship rushed to the front and ordered, "Give them a round of space hydrogen bombs first." On the battleship, a large number of space hydrogen bombs were launched, and some planetary behemoth level Z began to defend. The planetary overlord level Z continued to collide. Purgatory ray, ready, fire. On the battleship, a super-strong plasma ray was emitted, directly piercing a low-level planetary overlord. Its metal shell did not play any role in front of the purgatory ray. When the energy intensity is sufficient, the plasma defense layer and the liquid metal defense layer are useless. There are also high-level planetary overlord level Z attacking. "Let them taste the power of the resonance torpedo," He Xingzhou shouted. On the battleship, the space resonance torpedo was fired along with the purgatory ray. After the purgatory ray penetrated the defense of the bucks, the resonance torpedoes could attach to them and start to resonate. At this time, the resonance torpedo is already the 5th generation of resonance torpedo, which has been improved in terms of resonance efficiency, defensor, and defenser. The first generation of resonance torpedoes only adsorbed on the surface of the Z to create resonance. And this 5th generation of resonance torpedoes is equipped with a drilling machine and a laser melting machine, which can drill into the body of the bug and cause resonance. It is more efficient and more difficult to defend. A high-level planetary overlord Z with space metal all over its body was attacked by a resonance torpedo, which drilled into its body. As the resonance frequency increased, its body began to disintegrate bit by bit, and then turned into powder, becoming a ball of space dust. This is not just an isolated case. In the outer space of Venus, a large number of Z were shattered. The performance of the Blue Star Alliance warships is increased several times in just a few years. Now even L4 class warships are equipped with purgatory rays and resonance torpedo. The Venusian Z that the soldiers were worried about became targets that could be easily killed. The strength of humans is increased several times. The Zergs were communicating. "Outer space has been lost. Retreat to the atmosphere. Use thunderstorms to attack them." The bugs retreated back to Venus' atmosphere. In the dense atmosphere of Venus, Zergs were lurking everywhere. An unmanned warship had just entered the atmosphere when it was pierced by a thunderstorm. On the surface, there were countless volcanic monsters emitting heat rays and firing metal blocks as electromagnetic guns. The magnetic field was in chaos, and reconnaissance satellites could not obtain information, and even establishing communications was difficult. He Xingzhou looked at all this and ordered, "The fleet should not attack for the time being, and meteorological weapons should be deployed to clear the zegging the atmosphere." "Yes." Luo Yuan and He Xingzhou simultaneously ordered the fleet not to enter the atmosphere of Venus for the time being, but to continue to block the outer space of Venus. On the warship, a large number of meteorological weapons were deployed, numbering in the tens of billions. These meteorological weapons are not large in size and mass, not even as large as a bedside table, and a transport ship can hold more than 1 billion. They have deployable antennas that emit electromagnetic waves to control the free ions in the atmosphere. Use them to trigger thunderstorms or create hurricanes. The Venus Zeg were also destroying these weather weapons, but there were too many of them, and they were being launched from all directions from the outer space of Venus at the same time, so they could not destroy them all. Therefore, the weather weapons created super thunderstorms and hurricanes, and together with the Venus Zeg, they stirred up the atmosphere of Venus. Even from outer space, you can see the huge air vortex and bright atmosphere on Venus, because thunderstorms and lightning are constantly generated, illuminating the entire planet. Weather weapons, too terrifying. The people at the Blue Star civilization watched this scene through the virtual world. If this happened on the Blue Star, the entire ecosystem would be destroyed. Thunderstorms and lightning have almost never stopped. The density of Venus' atmosphere is more than 90 times that of the Blue Star. Now the speed of the airflow is supersonic. Ordinary warships and planetary behemoths will be torn into pieces under this airflow. The attack of weather weapons is persistent and long. The fleet waited outside Venus for 2 days and 2 nights. Not only did the atmosphere not stabilize, but it became more chaotic. Almost done. He Xingzhou estimated that all the bugs in the atmosphere were probably dead, and now they must be hiding on the surface and crust, where the atmosphere and thunderstorms cannot affect them. Start stabilizing the atmosphere. Once the atmosphere is stable, attack immediately. He ordered. Got it. The fleet began to use meteorological weapons to stabilize the atmosphere. Meteorological weapons also have the ability to stabilize ions. As for airflow, they can create reverse weather, collide and rub with it, and weaken the power of airflow. This process also takes several days. After all, it is easy to destroy, but difficult to stabilize. Another 3 days passed, and the atmosphere of Venus had stabilized a lot, enough for the fleet to enter. Attack. He Xingzhou ordered, first, launch a space strike on the main target, and then enter the atmosphere. Attack. Liu Yuan and He Xingzhou ordered at the same time. From outer space, a large number of weapons were launched towards the surface of Venus to destroy some of the insect nests they had previously detected. Hydrogen bombs, rays, and electromagnetic guns exploded on the surface, destroying some of the insect nests on the surface. If these weapons were used in the previous Mars battle, they would not even have to enter the atmosphere, and they could destroy the bugs in outer space. Unfortunately, the Venus Zed are all silicon-based bugs, and many of them hide underground. Such bombing has no effect on them, so they still have to enter the atmosphere to fight. So after several rounds of bombing, some warships stayed in outer space to continue the attack, and some main warships entered the atmosphere of Venus and began to attack. Humans dared to attack us, destroy them all. The Venus Zeg was not idle either. On the surface, mountains and volcanoes rose from the ground, transformed into planetary behemoths, flew into the atmosphere and fought with the fleet. Meteorological weapons, lasers, hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, plasma weapons collided with the atomic breath, thermal rays, metal bombs, magma, etc. of the Zeg. Nuclear explosions were happening on Venus every moment. The doomsday that was once described in human film and television works also seemed very naive in front of such a battlefield scene. Because at this time, the existence of individuals was infinitely reduced. Even giant warships, here, can't even withstand the shock waves, ray aftermath and the turmoil of the atmosphere. The first round of fighting was purely a war of attrition between the two sides. The warships were exploding and disintegrating, and the bugs were also disintegrating and bursting, in chaos. First team, occupy the Maxwell Mountains, which is the highest point on the surface. X-144, coordinate 45, there is a high-level planetary overlord creating a meteorological attack, destroy it immediately. Ishtar's offensive force is insufficient and has been blocked by the enemy. Request support. We need at least 5 L5 class warships. There is a super insect nest in the Lavina lowlands, the third team will destroy it. The second team's warship losses exceeded 50%. Deploy ground combat weapons. Put down all the giant mechas and mechanical behemoths and attack the underground insect nests. In this operation, the warships also carried giant mechas and mechanical behemoths for underground attacks. On the surface of Venus, the most prominent highlands and insect nests are being bombed. On Venus, there is a super insect nest at the largest shield volcano. The silicon-based Zeg also absorbs the energy of the underground magma, and they can also create volcanic furnaces in their bodies. This shield volcano has a diameter of more than 700 kilometers and a height of 5.5 kilometers. Although it is not as high as the Olympus supervolcano on Mars, its range is about the same. The first team of the Blue Star fleet is coming here to attack the super insect nest here. Hydrogen bombs to clean up the ground. For a large-scale attack, hydrogen bombs are naturally needed. Super hydrogen bombs landed one after another and exploded on the surface. Around the volcano, mushroom clouds rose up into the sky. The scorching heat melted the basalt on the surface into magma again, and there was magma spraying underground. Some insects living here were directly killed by hydrogen bombs. Roar, a deafening roar came from the insect nest. The planetary beasts rushed out, their bodies covered with magma and lightning, like demons flying from hell, crashing into the warships. Electromagnetic guns. Purgatory rays. Proton beam weapons. Although proton beam weapons have limited damage to them, they can create super strong electric fields to destroy the magnetic and electric fields created by these insects. The bugs were extremely fierce. They used the most violent destruction method to hit the warships. Because they were in the high-density atmosphere of Venus, the warships moved slowly. Even the L5 class warships began to suffer a lot of damage. After being hit, the warships exploded violently in the atmosphere. The warships in outer space were unable to support them for a while. And those bugs, they have tenacious vitality. They are strong, and unless they are hit by resonance weapons, it is difficult for them to die directly. Even if they're seriously injured, they can burrow into the ground to heal. At this time, the warships cannot hurt them, and the more they fight, the more difficult it becomes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The Lord of Natural Disasters. We have suffered serious damage, and the attack on the superhive has encountered obstacles. The detachment commander hurriedly reported. Battleships assemble. The deputy commander of the Blue Star Fleet was in charge of this area, and he mobilized the surrounding warships nearby. On the command ship, He Xingzhou looked at the Zegs that continued to pour out of the superhive and ordered, "Begin the impact resonance frequency test." Several warships simultaneously fired a large number of electromagnetic cannons to bombard the superhive. Their target of attack was not the silicon-based Zeg, but the superhive itself. Just like the body of the insect has a certain resonance frequency, the superhive, as a large structure, also has its own resonance frequency. These electromagnetic cannons are equipped with impact testers, and when they hit the superhive, they can test the resonance frequency of the superhive. The resonance frequency of the superworm grass has been obtained. First detachment, adjust the resonance weapons, target, superhive. He Xingzhou shouted. With his order, a large number of resonance torpedoes were dropped. They were densely packed, some fell on the surface of the superhive, and some could drill into the ground by themselves and drill into the superhive. This function was improved by scientists from the Academy of Sciences. In their calculations, they simulated the use of resonance weapons to destroy the hive, using this method. A large number of resonant torpedoes began to guide the hive to resonate, and the insects immediately felt something unusual. In the area where the superhive was located, the ground began to shake, as if an earthquake had arrived. Although there were big explosions and earthquakes on the battlefield, this time the vibration was different. The superhive as a whole vibrated at a very regular frequency, and the amplitude was getting larger and larger, and it was about to exceed the tolerance of the hive material. This place is going to be destroyed. Quickly retreat. The insects realized that their hive could no longer withstand the attack and was about to collapse. In the reconnaissance picture, it can be seen that the ground is cracking rapidly, and the huge building is collapsing inside. This reaction is a chain reaction, a large range, and the land within a radius of thousands of miles is all shattered. The huge shield volcano broke into countless pieces under the power of resonance, and some insects were shattered together because they could not avoid it. Other insects, having lost their shelter and place to heal, fled everywhere. If you want to make such a weapon with other weapons, you need at least a star destroyer or an asteroid weapon. But with resonance weapons, dozens of warships can launch resonance torpedoes together, and the superhive can be destroyed together with the shield volcano. Is this the power of resonance? He Xingzhou himself was shocked. During the tactical operation, He Xingzhou said that resonance weapons can be used when encountering stubborn targets. Unexpectedly, the effect is so good. Can resonance torpedoes be used like this? The people of Blue Star were also amazed. The scene of the collapse of the shield volcano was deeply engraved in their minds. In front of modern technological weapons, a supervolcano can also be crushed into slag. The power is okay, but the stamina is insufficient. He Xingzhou was also observing the battlefield situation. The resonance stopped after barely destroying the superhive. The aftermath formed seismic waves and continued to transmit on the surface. If the resonance can continue and has enough energy, the entire planet can be shattered. Well done, He Xingzhou. Lu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the superhive destroyed. The rest of the teams can follow this approach and pull out the enemy's surface hives first. The warships began to fire electromagnetic cannons and resonant torpedoes in large numbers, and several prominent hives on the ground of the Venus Zeg were attacked. The bugs couldn't find any way to deal with it. Only a small number of bugs that could control strong magnetic fields and electric fields could destroy resonators on a large scale. But at this time, humans had occupied the atmosphere, and with various weapons to cover them, it was difficult for them to play a role. On Venus, a large number of bugs died, superhives were destroyed one after another, and the number of Venus Z decreased sharply. At this time, they began to drill underground, where humans could not hurt them for a while. On Mercury, it seemed that they knew that the Venus Zeg had fallen behind, and the Mercury Z began to move out. Kill them out, human weapons are developing too fast. If Venus is taken by them, Mercury will sooner or later be taken by humans. The Mercury Furnace Bug King led his Zeg army into the atmosphere of Mercury. "My king, are we going to Venus for support now?" asked a high-level planetary overlord. "No, there is that guy on Venus, it doesn't matter whether we go or not." The Furnace One King said, "Take this opportunity to attack Mars. Humanity seems to have the advantage now, but when it comes out, humans will definitely lose. Humanity's defense on Mars is weaker. If we can take Mars and build a one nest underground, even if humans react, they will have no way to deal with us." The Furnace One King led his army and flew towards Mars. "The Mercury's egg has been dispatched, and my troops will intercept them." He Xingzhou immediately mobilized the fleet to intercept. The Mercury bugs can't sit still either. "The Worm King on Venus should come out, right?" He Xingzhou whispered. "Where is that guy hiding?" Zeusland was also observing. They launched a large number of drilling robots to search for the Worm King through underground worm nests and passages. On Venus, another super worm nest was destroyed by resonance weapons, and hundreds of planetary behemoths and countless Zeg were destroyed by the power of resonance. Collapsed into powder. As humans were about to pursue, several warships lowered their altitude and carried out low-altitude bombing. At this time, several super-strong heat energy rays burst out from the ground, and they directly vaporized all obstacles in front of them. The energy shield and armor of the L5 class warships could not withstand the super-strong heat energy rays, and the warships were penetrated. Warning, the hull is seriously damaged. The warning on the warship had just sounded, and hundreds of special metal projectiles were fired from the ground. They were extremely fast, and the friction with the air generated super high heat, and the metal surface was melted, but this did not prevent them from hitting the warships. Their mass was huge, and as long as they hit the warships, they could destroy the L5 class warships in an instant. A total of 4 L5 class warships were destroyed before they could defend themselves in the face of such an attack. Their fragments were bound by a strong magnetic field, fell heavily on the ground, and were swallowed by a huge metal mouth. A high-level insect king appeared in the 9th area, and 3 L5 class warships were destroyed instantly. The news was immediately transmitted back to the command center. He Xingzhou stood up suddenly and said, "It's out." Information transfer. The scene on the battlefield appeared in the command room. The earth collapsed, and a super-huge pit appeared. In this huge pit, there was a giant metal beast. It looks a bit like the Mana Insect King, with a dinosaur-like head, sharp claws and a long tail. The difference is that its whole body is cast in metal. The detector shows that iron and nickel elements account for the main part, and there are also a large amount of silicon, magnesium, oxygen and other elements. The head of this metal beast alone is as big as a small mountain. On its head, there is a metal horn that is hundreds of meters long. When it completely climbed out of the deep pit, it crawled on the ground, and with the tail, its body length exceeded 8,000 meters. This is not a monster, it is clearly a moving supervolcano. Its own mass alone is enough to crush the L5 class warship. And the energy reaction in its body is so terrifying that it makes the instrument explode. A high energy reaction similar to that of the Earth's core has been detected. The big boss of Venus has appeared. Everyone became nervous. Has this guy evolved into a planet devourer? Its energy reaction is 100 times that of an ordinary high-level planetary beast. It should not have evolved into a planet devourer yet, but it is very close to it. He Xingzhou's projection appeared at the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, and she was also observing this metal beast. Looking at this energy reaction, if it is given another 10 years, it will be able to evolve into a planet devourer. You can call it a quasi-planet devourer. He Xingzhou's expression became solemn. This guy is difficult to deal with. You can see it. As soon as this metal beast appeared, the entire space changed color. Countless thunders were attracted by it, and they kept exploding on its surface. The energy of thunder and lightning was directly absorbed by it. The surrounding electromagnetic field changed completely, and all warships and weapons were destroyed by super-strong electromagnetic waves. The weapons launched by humans, hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, plasma guns, purgatory rays, resonance torpedoes, could not get close to it at all. No matter how many came, they were destroyed. Wherever it goes, it is accompanied by thunderstorms, hurricanes, earthquakes and magnetic storms. Human. The voice of this giant beast spread throughout the planet, and it roared. How dare you offend the great Lord of Calamity? I will completely wipe you out from this galaxy. Tremble. Destroy. It can create an anti-gravity field by itself, allowing its huge body to fly in the air. He Xingzhou shouted directly. All units listen to orders. The Lord of Calamity is left to me. You act according to the plan. All warships, even L5 class warships, do not try to attack it. Received. Everyone also knew that their weapons had no effect on the Lord of Calamity. led it out of Venus. By Xingzhou suggested, the horror of the devourer of planets is that they can devour any matter to repair their bodies and energy. Planetary behemoths have this ability, but the devourer of planets is the most efficient. It can fight non-stop for more than 10,000 years. If it is on Venus, there are too many substances. As long as its life core cannot be penetrated, it will be invincible. Yes. He Xingzhou ordered Z-1, Z-2, Z-3 battleships carry out long-range attacks on the Lord of Natural Disaster. These 3 ships are the most advanced battleships of mankind at present, L7 class space battleships, the core of the fleet. Before, they had been defending in outer space. After He Xingzhou's order was conveyed, the 3 L7 battleships simultaneously locked onto the Lord of Natural Disaster and carried out beyond visual range strikes from outer space. 2 purgatory rays penetrated the thick sulfur of acid clouds and thunderstorms of Venus, and there was also a heavy electromagnetic cannon bombardment. The output firepower of the L7 class battleship is more than 10 times higher than that of the L5 class. Even the high-level planetary overlords dare not resist their attacks head-on, otherwise they will be melted by the continuous purgatory rays or smashed by the electromagnetic cannon. But the Lord of the Calamity did not take the initiative to defend. It opened its mouth and swallowed the purgatory rays and the electromagnetic cannon together. Its mouth is a superplasma control field. The purgatory rays and the electromagnetic cannon hit an energy ball and were swallowed by it. Then, it spewed out energy rays that were more powerful than the purgatory rays of the L7 battleship, directly from the atmosphere of Venus to outer space. Deploy the energy shield. The 3 battleships deployed the energy shield simultaneously. The shield strength continues to consume, and part of the hull is damaged. The 3 captains were shocked. At such a long distance, they did not hurt the Lord of the Calamity. And the Lord of the Calamity could actually hurt the L7 class battleship. Keep your distance and continue to attack. He Xingzhou commanded calmly. How do you plan to destroy it? Bai Xingzhou asked, the current weapons are not strong enough. Crush it. He Xingzhou replied. Resonance torpedoes can't hit it. Bai Xingzhou said. We don't only have resonance torpedoes. He Xingzhou's words made Bai Xingzhou's heart jump. Could it be that He Xingzhou has developed some new resonance weapons? At this time, the 3 L7 class battleships continued to attack the Lord of the Calamity, also using purgatory rays and electromagnetic cannons. The Lord of the Calamity easily turned these attacks into nothingness. It flew out of the atmosphere of Venus and planned to destroy several L7 class battleships first. Keep your distance. The captains knew that if the Lord of the Calamity approached, they would only crash. So they drove the thrusters to overload, retreating and attacking at the same time. You can't jump. The Lord of the Calamity relied on its strong body and began to accelerate crazily. At the tail of its body, it ejected plasma flames like the battleships, and its speed increased step by step. It has the ability to accelerate to 90% of the speed of light. Z-4, Z-5, Z-6, move out and block its retreat. He Xingzhou shouted. Except for the L7 space battleship he was on, all other battleships had already come out. 3 battleships circled around the space behind the Lord. Command, our weapons cannot approach it, and the shockwave detector cannot detect its resonance frequency. A captain reported. Their attack just now is to find out the resonance frequency of the body of the Lord of the Calamity, the Insect King, so as to launch resonance weapons. But the Lord of the Calamity was prepared, and they got nothing. He Xingzhou thought about it, and after a few seconds, he ordered. Underground combat troops, drill into the ground immediately to detect the resonance frequency of the core of Venus. Zhu Zlan understood immediately and said, the Lord of the Calamity has been devouring the core material of Venus and evolving in the core. Its body structure is similar to the core. So its resonance frequency is also similar. As long as you know the resonance frequency of the core of Venus, you can know the body resonance frequency of the Lord of the Calamity. Attack. Smart, but it takes time. He Xingzhou saw the star map. The Lord of the Calamity was still accelerating. Several L7 class warships had to deal with it, and none of the other warships around dared to approach. Even if it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, the Lord of the Calamity could destroy the warship with rays or metal bullets. Chapter 211. Set off a doomsday-level fireworks display. The speed of the Lord of the Scourge was getting faster and faster. The Z-3 space battleship closest to it had already been attacked by it. Shield strength is 30%. In just a few minutes, the shield strength of the battleship was reduced by 70%. At this speed, the Lord of the Scourge will only need 5 minutes to catch up with us and destroy us," said the Deputy Captain Yuan on the battleship. "First, a round of nuclear electromagnetic pulse," Captain Meng Hai ordered. "Disrupt its electromagnetic field first." On the battleship, the development and launch of nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs, using electromagnetic pulses to disrupt the Lord of the Calamity's control over the surrounding electromagnetic field. "Is this all you have?" The Lord of the Calamity felt very disdainful of human feelings, and it became more and more unscrupulous. Many human weapons can't even hit its body. As for the resonance torpedoes that can hurt it, it has been paying attention to it, so that the resonance torpedoes can't get close to it and get its body. The Lord of the Calamity chased the Z-3 space battleship to attack, and its thermal energy rays continued to consume the strength of the battleship's shield. Shield strength 3%. The shield strength quickly dropped to the danger line, and at this time the shield energy was not enough to defend the entire battleship. The thermal energy rays can already attack the battleship armor. "Come and taste my missile rain." The Lord of the Calamity opened his mouth and spit out metal balls with a mass of hundreds of tons. These metal balls were accelerated by the magnetic field in his body and had huge kinetic energy. "Intercept with all your strength." Meng Hai's brain connected to the control system, and the defensive weapons were fully opened to intercept these metal bullets. But the energy at their warships was consumed too much by the Lord of the Scourge, leaving less function for the defensive system. Conventional weapons, such as space hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns, can hardly intercept these weapons. They can only use the purgatory ray and plasma cannon energy storage cannon to evaporate them. Help the brother warships intercept. The captains around noticed that Z-3 was already in danger, and they mobilized firepower to intercept the attack of the Lord of the Scourge. A metal bullet was melted in half by the electromagnetic cannon, and the other half still hit the warship. The armor collapsed, and the whole warship shook violently. The armor of the hull is damaged, and 236 compartments are completely damaged. Emergency treatment is being carried out. The power system is damaged and the speed is continuously decreasing. Meng Hai saw that the part that was hit on the three-dimensional map of the hull had completely turned into a damaged red warning. "Command, our ship has been seriously damaged. Continue to attack or evacuate. Request instructions." Meng Hai urgently sent a message to the command center. "Evacuate personnel. The warship is fully overloaded to escape, do not attack, and pull the Lord of the Scourge as far as possible." He Xingzhou ordered. "Yes." Meng Hai shouted, "Everyone, evacuate the warship. Turn on the automatic control mode and continue to involve the Lord of Natural Disaster." In the warship passage, human-shaped shells were fired one after another. They were all crew members wearing armor. This improved escape method. In the previous war, even if the warship was abandoned, it was difficult for the crew to escape from the warship explosion or the pursuit of the Z because they were still in the space battlefield. It was also troublesome to search and rescue them, so the warship designer improved the escape system. In addition to the previous escape spacecraft, under special circumstances, the crew can now be used as space electromagnetic cannons to launch. Now, they are launched, and their destination is Blue Star. Their speed will reach about 10% of the speed of light, which is the maximum speed at which the built-in force balance system of the armor can protect the human body. At this speed, the energy of the armor itself is not enough to slow it down, and it can only adjust the direction. So they will be launched to Blue Star, rotating around Blue Star like a satellite to slow down. Or they will be slowed down by the rescue force of Blue Star using a magnetic field. In short, if they escape in this way, their survival rate will be greatly increased. The Lord of the Scourge continued to pursue, and it had already caught up with the Z-3 space battleship. This L-7 class battleship suffered a devastating blow on its first expedition. The Lord of the Scourge's claws directly tore its hull. It swallowed the battleship's metal hull like biting a piece of tofu, converting it into its own mass and energy. It's delicious. The Lord of the Scourge sighed, "It's much better than the big iron ball in the core of Venus. It's all space metal smelted by humans, which saves me the smelting process." Z-3 is offline. The hearts of the other captains sank. The L-7 class battleship was so fragile in front of the Lord of the Scourge. The power of this pseudo-planet of Avera once again refreshed the upper limit of human beings facing the enemy. If it is a real planet of Avera, how powerful would it be? The Lord of the Scourge is very fast. It devoured a huge battleship. The mass and energy lost by firing metal bullets and heat rays were replenished, and it was even stronger. The Lord of the Scourge locked onto the next target, the Z-2 space battleship, and sped towards it. Our ship has been locked onto by the Lord of the Scourge. Z-2's Captain Zhuanghan shouted on the communication channel, the shield strength is continuing to weak. Still waiting. At this time on Venus, underground exploration robots are drilling rapidly underground and collecting data on shock waves. Those super explosions launched on the surface of Venus will produce strong shock waves. This wave will be transmitted along the rock layer all the way to the core, and the waves reflected from the core will also be transmitted. As long as the transmission speed of the wave is detected, the composition of the core of Venus and its resonance frequency can be analyzed. The radius of Venus is 6,000 kilometers. The probe must be deep enough to enter under the crust and wait for the transmission of shock waves. Command, we have obtained the data of the core of Venus. The person in charge of this task sent the information. It's still timely. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the exploration work had started from the first explosion on the surface of Venus. Otherwise, if it was delayed for a while, the Lord of Natural Disaster would have wiped out their fleet. He Xingzhou immediately ordered, all L7 class warships, listen to the order, first use nuclear electromagnetic pulses and proton beam superelectric fields to disrupt the electromagnetic field defense around the Lord of the Scourge, and then adjust the electromagnetic resonance wave attack according to the data. Received. The captains of each ship began to act according to the plan. On the warships, nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs and proton beam weapons were launched, and nuclear electromagnetic pulses and superelectric fields were all around the Lord of the Scourge. It seemed that it was surrounded by a chaotic super thunderstorm. The Lord of the Scourge was not afraid at all, and it was still attacked by these weapons on the surface of its body. Although sometimes its surface would be penetrated, it would soon be able to repair it and absorb the energy in it. Little humans, you have no idea of the Zerg's ability. The Lord of the Scourge was full of energy, and it felt that its whole body was full of energy, and began to increase the output of rays. Shield strength 10%. The shield strength of the Z-2 space battleship was also almost exhausted. Zhuanghan gritted his teeth and said, "Start the electromagnetic resonance wave." Inside the warship, an electromagnetic wave transmitter began to emit electromagnetic waves. Its frequency is adjusted to a fixed value. When it passes through the designated target, it will cause the target to resonate. Its attack speed is the speed of light, which is more efficient than the space resonance torpedo, with a wider attack surface and more difficult for the enemy to defend. When the Earth-time electromagnetic resonance wave attacked, the Lord of the Calamity did not feel anything unusual. At this time, it was surrounded by nuclear electromagnetic pulses, which made it unable to accurately determine that the electromagnetic waves were affecting its body. The shield is completely damaged. Z-2 could no longer withstand the attack of the Lord of the Calamity. The opponent's attack directly hit the armor, and the armor began to wear out. Several warships were outputting electromagnetic resonance waves at full power, and its coverage range had completely covered the Lord of the Calamity. Is it not okay yet? Zhuanghan looked at the control diagram. The red part of the hull had reached 20%. Fortunately, the power cabin and the weapon cabin were not damaged. But if this continues, in another 5 minutes, they will either be destroyed by the Lord of the Calamity's weapons or torn alive by it. The electromagnetic resonance wave transmits energy to the Lord of the Calamity's body, and the energy guides its body matter to begin to resonate slightly. With the continuous output of energy, this resonance frequency is increasing. My body is moving. The Lord of the Calamity realized something was wrong. Its huge metal body actually began to vibrate slightly. This vibration was not the shaking of the body, but every molecule and every atom that made up its body was vibrating. From the inside out, from the microscopic to the macroscopic, it tried hard to control its body, but with the output of energy, the resonance not only did not slow down, but began to intensify. No, humans already have long-range resonance weapons. The Lord of the Calamity realized the danger. The Z-2 space battleship was right in front of it. As long as it made up its mind, it was inevitable to destroy it. But at this time, the Lord of the Calamity was unwilling to take risks. Give me another 10 years, no, just 5 years, and I can evolve into a planet devourer. There is no need to fight them to the death. The Lord of the Calamity chose to escape. It needed to control its body to stabilize. It could still withstand the current resonance amplitude. Once it exceeded its tolerance limit and the body structure began to collapse, even if it was a planet devourer, it would be powerless. The Lord of the Calamity turned around and flew to Venus. As long as they returned to Venus, hide under the Earth's crust, or even dig into the Earth's core, at 5,000 kilometers underground, human weapons will have no way to deal with it, unless they can break Venus apart. The Lord of the Calamity is about to escape. The captains noticed this phenomenon at the first time. Don't let it run away. All members of the fleet intersect it, and continue to emit electromagnetic resonance waves. He Xingzhou commanded the warships to turn around and pursue the attack. At the same time, in the outer space of Venus, an L5 class main fleet organized to launch a long-range attack on the Lord of the Calamity to prevent it from returning to Venus. Electromagnetic resonance array ready. Luoyuan had set up an ambush in the atmosphere of Venus. In addition to the warships that can emit electromagnetic resonance waves, they also have additional electromagnetic resonance arrays to form meteorological weapons, which not only use electromagnetic waves, but also use atmospheric resonance to conduct resonance. Don't think about stopping me. The speed of the Lord of the Calamity was the fastest, 90% of the speed of light, so that the L7 class warships could not catch up with it. Fortunately, the electromagnetic resonance is a light speed attack and can still continue to affect it. The impact is getting bigger and bigger. The Lord of the Calamity could already feel his whole body vibrating, and even felt a tearing sensation. It's almost reached its limit. The Lord of the Calamity had already seen Venus, and it had begun to slow down. At its current speed, rushing into the atmosphere would be like an asteroid hitting Venus. The heat energy generated by the friction with the atmosphere alone would be enough to wear away half of its body. If it hit the surface of Venus again, the power would be much greater than the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs. If it didn't slow down, its own body would explode. And slowing down meant that it would stay in the atmosphere for a longer time. When the Lord of the Calamity entered the atmosphere of Venus, a stronger and more familiar resonance frequency came, and the Lord of the Calamity realized that he had entered an ambush. There are also resonance weapons in the atmosphere. The Lord of the Calamity was horrified. The resonance could no longer be controlled, and it exceeded the limit of its body's endurance. Look, the meteor is disintegrating. He Xingzhou pointed in the direction of Venus and said. At this moment, the commanders, captains, and crew members all looked at Venus or the display screen, as well as billions of people from the Blue Star civilization, as well as He Xingzhou and others. A bright meteor flashed in the sky above Venus. The body of the Lord of Natural Disasters rubbed against the atmosphere and turned into a huge fireball. This fireball illuminated the entire planet. Even on the blue planet, you can see a star shining brightly in the sky. This huge fireball did not hit Venus directly, but disintegrated into countless pieces in the atmosphere. It shattered from a fireball into a sea of fire. From the perspective of the surface of Venus, you can see that the entire sky is burning with flames, the temperature rises sharply, and countless metal fragments hit the surface of Venus heavily. Even metal fragments with a diameter of only 1 meter can cause a hydrogen bomb. The power of. Over Venus, a rain of metal shells more terrifying than a meteor shower fell. The people they produced could melt the surface of the Earth. The basalt melted back into magma and flowed on the surface. At this time, whether it was the sky burning into a sea of fire or the ground forming a sea of magma, a true natural disaster, the end of the world, is nothing more than this. The Lord of Natural Disasters, it is indeed the Lord of Natural Disasters. Zhuzilan said with emotion, if this happened on Blue Star, the ecosystem of Blue Star would be completely destroyed. The Lord of Natural Disasters was disintegrated and exploded into countless pieces on Venus. It created the meteor shower on Venus. The people of the Blue Star Alliance looked at this world wonder in horror. Even those who came from the era of disasters had never seen such a scene. The entire planetary atmosphere and surface have been destroyed. The temperature of Venus has risen again. The temperature on the surface of Venus was already over 400 degrees Celsius. Now Venus has completely turned into a high-temperature planet. I actually saw the legendary scene of the destruction of the world with my own eyes. Even such a terrifying Lord of Calamity was killed by us. We defeated the Lord of Calamity and the Zeg of Venus. From now on, the territory of Blue Star civilization will have one more planet. The Lord of Calamity has also collapsed. He Xingzhou exhaled deeply. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to imagine that a civilization that didn't even have a first-level Star Destroyer could disintegrate a Z that was about to evolve into a planet of Ara into countless pieces, creating an incomparable and spectacular planetary spectacle. He Xingzhou and the Blue Star civilization were always creating miracles. Bai Shizu was filled with emotion when he saw this scene. Their rise is unstoppable. Once the Lord of the Scourge dies, the Venus Zeg will no longer be able to resist. The Mercury Zeg can only wait for death. Unless the devourer of planets appears on Jupiter or other planets, the Blue Star civilization will completely rise. Chapter 212 Superstarring completed. Outside the orbit of Mars, the Furnace King led the Mercury Zeg army and finally broke through the blockade and killed Here. The Furnace King also learned about the movement on Venus. The Lord of the Calamity has fallen? The Furnace King was horrified. The Lord of the Calamity was a high-level Zeg that was about to evolve into a planet of Aura. Humans could actually kill it. How could human technology advance so fast? My king, what should we do? The Lord of the Calamity is dead, and Venus will inevitably fall into the hands of humans. The insects asked. The Furnace King analyzed. If humans can kill the Lord of the Calamity, they can kill us. It will take a while to attack Mars now. When the main fleet of humans arrives, we will also suffer. Then should we retreat? The insects have already had the intention to retreat. The insects that have evolved to the level of the king of insects are very cunning. Like humans, they are also afraid of death and have 7 emotions and 6 desires. No, said the Furnace One King. If we retreat to Mercury now, we will have to pass through the orbits of Blue Star and Venus. The human fleet must have ambushed them. Retreat now and we will die. In that case, let's go directly to Jupiter, said the Furnace One King. Jupiter has such a large mass and volume that even if there are devourers of planets on it, we can find a place to live. The mass of Jupiter is 2.5 times the mass of the other planets in our solar system combined, 217.89 times that of Blue Star, and 1,316 times that of Blue Star. Humans have discovered about 80 satellites of Jupiter, and its resources are enough to cultivate a sufficient number of devourers of planets. Go to Jupiter. The Furnace One King has made up his mind. He knows that if he breaks into the territory of other species, he will either be devoured or surrender. But for now, he can only try Jupiter first. If he can't stay in Jupiter, he can still look for opportunities in Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. As for the asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, no Zeg King would consider it. The mass of all meteorites and asteroids in the asteroid belt is not as large as the Moon, and the distribution is extremely sparse. This mass cannot even support a nuclear giant. The Mercury Zeg team began to give up fighting with the human fleet and crossed Mars to Jupiter. Report to the command, the enemy has the intention to evacuate Mars and go to Jupiter. The battlefield observer reported the situation in time. They are willing to give up Mars and Mercury. These Zegs are really willing to give up. He Xingzhou had already followed the command ship to Mars when the Mercury Zeg was dispatched. Xie, I'll leave this to you. I'll go chase the Mercury Zeg. He Xingzhou said to Xie, the Mars Defensor Commander. Commander He, don't worry, Mars is impregnable. She responded. The Zegs withdrew. Unless the Jupiter Zeg attacked Mars at this time, Mars could not be conquered by the Mercury Zeg alone. He Xingzhou led the fleet to pursue, and those slower Zegs were chased by the warships, and they were captured by bombardment. Kill the Furnace Bug King. He Xingzhou personally sat on an L7 class space battleship and chased in deep space. Purgatory rays and space weapons were continuously fired, and the Furnace Bug King resisted while running for his life. Its speed has exceeded that of the L7 class battleship, and it is very close to the Lord of the Scourge. No kinetic weapon can catch up with it, and only light speed rays can attack it. It's a pity that we can't know its resonance frequency, otherwise we can attack it with electromagnetic resonance waves. He Xingzhou watched the Furnace Bug King running farther and farther, and it was difficult to catch up. There was only one L7 class battleship here, and the other battleships were fighting on Venus. He understood that he could not catch up with the Furnace Bug King this time. We're about to enter the asteroid belt. The subordinate reminded. The asteroid belt is very dangerous. The danger of the asteroid belt is not because there are many asteroids and meteorites, which are easy to collide. In fact, on the scale of space, these meteorites and asteroids are almost negligible. Even if there are any, they can be quickly evaporated by the plasma weapons of the warships. The reason why this place is dangerous is that this is the patrol range of the Jupiter Zeg. Human reconnaissance ships have encountered the Zerg King several times here, and there have been encounters. Turn around. He Xingzhou said, we can't clash with the Jupiter Zerg at this time. Their wars against Venus and Mercury have not yet begun. The end, if we provoke the powerful Jupiter Zerg, I'm afraid there will be a threat of civilization destruction. He Xingzhou reported the situation. The Furnace Zerg King fled to Jupiter, and we wiped out 1/3 of the Mercury Zerg, and the other 2/3 fled to other planets. Now we are retreating and sending more reconnaissance ships to patrol the asteroid belt. Understood, the top priority is to clean up Venus and Mercury as soon as possible. He Xingzhou said. On Venus, the death of the Lord of the Calamity has foreshadowed the defeat of the Venus Zerg. Those Zergs with spaceflight capabilities began to flee to outer space, and some Zergs drilled into the Earth's crust. Cleaning them up is another very troublesome thing. Z-1, Z-5, go to Mercury and help the fleet capture Mercury. He Xingzhou commanded. Received. 2 L7-class space battleship captains immediately rushed to Mercury, and the rest of the battleships assisted in killing the enemy in the outer space of Venus. The natural disaster caused by the disintegration of the Lord of the Calamity is still happening on Venus. If no external forces intervene, this chaos will last for more than a few hundred years, and even the surface temperature of Venus will continue to rise. Weather weapons will stabilize the atmosphere with all their strength, said He Xingzhou. Ground troops will land and go to the underground insect nests to clear them out. Yes. A large number of weather stabilizers were dropped into the atmosphere by warships to calm thunderstorms and air currents. The ground troops began to finish their work. The advanced Zerg either fled or hid, and the ground combat was much smoother than before. Until one day later, when the last insect nest on the surface of Venus and Mercury was occupied by humans, He Xingzhou announced to the whole society, we have successfully occupied Venus and Mercury. From now on, these two planets will be included in the jurisdiction of Blue Star civilization. We will establish the Venus fleet and the Mercury fleet, which have already corresponded to the planet's management and development agencies. After He Xingzhou's announcement, the Blue Star Alliance celebrated collectively. In the virtual world, people cheered loudly in the World Square, fired salutes, and lit up the sky. In the real world, the Blue Star Alliance offices, schools, enterprises, and other places were all broadcasting the news of the victory of the war. Warmly congratulate the fleet for its great victory. May the Blue Star civilization become more prosperous and powerful, and become an advanced civilization soon. Ha ha, we won. Friends, we won. We own 4 planets. We must make preparations to welcome the returning soldiers and take care of the aftermath of the sacrificed heroes. All parties took action. The Blue Star civilization had sufficient experience in dealing with war. The civilization level of the Blue Star civilization needs to be updated. Binang Xibang said with the S your rating is at least 1.5, and it may reach 1.7. It's still early. He Xingzhou is not enthusiastic about this for the time being. Taking Venus and Mercury is only the first step for the Blue Star civilization to truly control the solar system. Soon, they will face threats from other planets such as Jupiter and Saturn, as well as enemies in the surrounding star systems. With the resources of Venus and Mercury, building the superstar is not a problem. Within 10 years, the superstar must be built. He Xingzhou said in the Interstellar Construction Department of the Blue Star Alliance. After the war, it is busy work again, and this is true for the entire civilization. When civilization is expanding rapidly, everyone is busy and happy. In the period when the resources of the Blue Star civilization are growing rapidly, as long as you work hard, you can get rich rewards. If you achieve some more results, it may not be impossible to become a celebrity in the new era. In order to cope with this development, the Blue Star civilization has launched a series of policies to promote fertility to increase the population. In the decade since the beginning of the new era, the total population of the Blue Star Alliance has returned to the total population of the Blue Star before the catastrophe. 7 billion humans are still very rare in today's Blue Star Alliance. With the improvement of energy utilization efficiency, Blue Star can support more than 100 billion people. Now there are only 5 billion people living on Blue Star, and 2 billion on Mars. Venus and Mercury are not suitable for human habitation, and the investment in environmental transformation is too large. But in order to develop the resources of the two planets, He Xingzhou plans to build human cities and space cities on both planets. Especially Mercury, as the planet closest to the Sun, it will be one of the key areas for He Xingzhou to build a Dyson Sphere. Mercury is to become a resource planet and a military base. The Dyson Sphere construction center should be located on Mercury. He Xingzhou thought. As soon as the superstar is built, he will immediately start designing and manufacturing the Dyson Sphere. That requires enough energy to unlock the corresponding technology. For this, He Xingzhou has to build more nuclear fusion energy stations. 10 years later, at He Xingzhou's home, He Jiangmanrong, He Mengyo, and Zhu Zilan all there. He Xingzhou will go home and lie for a while every once in a while. His parents have already shown signs of aging because they cannot undergo genetic modification. The development of science and technology has allowed humans who have undergone genetic modification to have an average lifespan of 800 years. And the average lifespan of humans who have not undergone modification is also 140 years. He Xingzhou once proposed that his parents undergo computerized thinking, or use human cryonics technology to put them into a deep sleep, and then wake them up after the genetic modification problem is solved in the future. But the two elders refused, because they believed that they, whose minds were digitized, were not themselves, but robots with their own thoughts. There have been many discussions in society about this issue. Regarding human cryonics, the two responded with only 2 words: tired. From the age of catastrophes to the new era, there have been too many disasters, and most of their old friends have passed away. Every period of time, there are new disasters. We are too tired, and we don't want to be robots. He said, being able to live to be 140 years old in good health is something that our contemporaries also desire. We are already satisfied. Yes, it's still early. Jiangmanrong said, according to the date, we still have a few decades. Yeah, maybe my parents will change their minds by then. He Mengyo said, we have been studying silicon-based life recently, and we have achieved some results through the research on silicon-based ZEG. The emergence of silicon-based ZEG has also improved the corresponding technology of mankind. Strong artificial intelligence, and even silicon-based life, continue to make research and development breakthroughs. Treat every day as the end of the world, you will feel much happier. Jiangmanrong smiled. He Mengyo glanced at He Xingzhou, who was distracted by his work, and complained. Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, my brother probably won't feel anything. Zhu Zilan smiled and said, that's true, the end of the world is as common as the weekend to him. What's the end of the world? This is rare. He Xingzhou excitedly pointed to the structural diagram in front of him and said, the main structure of the superstar has been completed. The circumplanetary particle collider and the planetary orbital cannon have been completed, and only the space city part remains. The space city can be built slowly. The completion of the scientific research and military parts has exceeded my expectations at the time. He Xingzhou was really happy. At first, he thought that it would take at least 30 years to build the superstar. After trying it out, it was completed in more than 20 years. He also had to thank the Pleiades. If it weren't for the battle with Rafa, which allowed He Xingzhou to experiment with the asteroid orbital gun and obtain a large amount of refined space metal, the construction speed would definitely not be so fast. Is the construction completed? Then can the planetary orbital gun be used? He Mengyo asked hurriedly. It should be possible. It hasn't been launched yet. The energy required for the launch is too much, and the weapon experiment should not be done. He Xingzhou said. Generally, after the manufacturer's weapons is completed, weapon experiments will be done to test the effect. But this planetary orbital gun, one shot will fire a metal shell of millions of tons, and the energy consumed by continuous acceleration is comparable to fighting a space war. Such a huge consumption will not be activated until the critical moment. Zhu Zilan said in surprise. So, even if there is a space hive attack or a planet devourer attack, we have a means of defense. That's right. He Xingzhou nodded and said, the planetary orbital cannon, according to my calculations, should be enough to deal with the infant and growing stages of devourers, but not the mature ones. But we probably have to wait for our neighbors before we wait for the devourers. The fleets of the Mena civilization and the Cyrus civilization. Have they come in? He Mengyo asked quickly. According to the information provided by Binang Xiang, they are 4 years earlier than expected and should arrive in the solar system in 4 years. He Xingzhou said. The Black Sea civilization has been monitoring the Pleiades fleet, and just after the Blue Star civilization defeated the Lord of Natural Disaster, their fleet suddenly sped up. Binang Xiang even suspected that they had spy satellites in the solar system, or that someone inside the Black Sea civilization betrayed the civilization and colluded with the Pleiades. In short, the other party was obviously worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, and they planned to fight quickly. He Xingzhou's several counterattacks made them very guilty. The overall speed of the fleet has reached 70% of the speed of light. The faster the acceleration, the more energy is consumed, and the less energy can be mobilized in this war. The enemy's actions prove that they have begun to worry that the Blue Star civilization is developing too fast. If the enemy comes, the general will stop him. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. He Xingzhou said, "Everyone pack up, we are going to attend the inauguration ceremony of the superstarring." Chapter 213 Like Planetary Orbital Cannon. Everyone arranged their clothes, put on nano armor, and headed for Ladino. 1. At Ladino 1, the accompanying personnel were already ready. Today's space elevator has been transformed. It is no longer a simple connection between the space station and the spaceport. It can continue to rise and connect to their superstarring. He Xingzhou rarely opened his personal live broadcast, and hundreds of millions of viewers from the Blue Star civilization poured into the live broadcast room within a few minutes. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief." "Ha, the Commander-in-Chief has started broadcasting." The most popular person on the entire network. Here, a 30-year-old fan came uninvited. Is Commander-in-Chief on the space elevator? When the Commander-in-Chief starts broadcasting, there must be something important to say, and this post is a proof. He Xingzhou said to the audience, "Today's broadcast is not for anything else, but to take everyone to visit our superstarring. The inauguration ceremony of the superstarring is about to be held. I believe everyone has seen it in the news. Now we will go to the greatest man-made construction and technological creation in the history of Blue Star, the Blue Star superstarring." After He Xingzhou finished speaking, everyone was full of expectations. The construction of the superstarring concerns the entire civilization. Everyone knows that there are as many as 1 billion people directly and indirectly involved in the construction. Even the residents on Mars opened the live broadcast room to watch the situation. As the space elevator rises to a certain height, you can already see the location of the superstarring by looking up. Looking up, a huge ring-shaped structure appears in the sky. It is so huge that it looks like a metal belt of the blue planet, tied above the equator. The perspective is switched to the space perspective. From the perspective of outer space, this steel giant surrounds the blue planet, as if the blue planet is wearing God-level equipment. With a sense of technology plus 99,999, we are about to arrive at the superstarring Station 1. Lumi, as a virtual tour guide, broadcasted the information. The elevator slowed down and stood steadily. When the door opened, a group of interstellar builders of the superstarring were already waiting for them. Commander-in-Chief Zhu Tenben stood in front of He Xingzhou. Compared with decades ago, he looked much more mature and had a short beard. The main structure of the superstarring has been completed. Please inspect it, Commander-in-Chief. Zhu Tenben reported. Okay, let's go see the ring planet particle collider first. He Xingzhou said. Behind him, his parents, Zhu Zilan, He Mengyu and others also followed to visit. They have been to space many times, but they are still unfamiliar with the superstarring. Because during the construction process, except for the staff, ordinary people are not allowed to visit. Walking on the superstarring feels like walking on a giant space station. Because its volume is large enough, when walking on it, people do not feel like walking on a ring-shaped building, but feel that they are on a square three-dimensional space station. Along the way, you can watch the scene in space through the glass window. Looking down at the blue star, the blue mother planet is full of vitality, with super buildings on the ground, active spacecraft, rockets, and aerospace motherships in the atmosphere, and a large number of spaceports, space stations, satellites, and patrolling space warships in the forbidden orbit. When did people imagine that the blue star would develop into such a scene? And looking up at the starry sky, countless stars are shining, and the vast and unknown universe has always made people's hearts expand in an instant. The vastness is incomparable. When you look far from a height, you will always feel the vastness of the universe and the vicissitudes of time. When you look at the scenery from the super ring, your mind will be extremely empty. In this boundless universe, all worries and sorrows will be swept away. On the scale of the universe, even the blue planet, the solar system, and the Milky Way are just a speck of dust. What are all human emotions? This is the control center of our ring planet particle collider. Zhu Tenben led everyone to the control center. Here, there is a projection of a superstarring. If you enlarge it, you can see the details of every part of it. Zhu Tenben introduced. This holographic controller is connected to countless sensors on the superstarring in real time. The real-time status of any component and part can be seen clearly here. The human field of vision is really limited, and only through this range can we get a glimpse of the entire appearance of the giant structure. He Xingzhou saw that in the middle was a vacuum pipe surrounding the planet, surrounded by magnetic field accelerators and nuclear fusion reactors, and also equipped with particle beam emitters, particle traps and microscopic observers to observe the physical phenomenon of particle collisions. Using a particle collider surrounding the planet, particles can be added to the speed infinitely close to the speed of light for collision. This will have a huge impact on our basic scientific research. If Dean Kong King is still here, he will definitely be very happy. He Xingzhou said with emotion. The teacher's dream is also our dream. Zhu Tenben said that in addition to being a key figure in the interstellar construction department, he is also one of the leaders of the Academy of Sciences. Behind him, there are also a group of students looking up at the stars. Using this planetary particle collider, we will study antimatter, dark energy, and the grand unified theory. Human civilization will definitely reach a higher level. In the virtual world, seeing the planetary particle collider, people also said, "I miss Mr. Kong. If it weren't for Mr. Kong, our civilization would have perished." From the era of catastrophe to the new era, countless scientists and engineers have been struggling. Thank you. Mr. Kong, did you see that? We are walking on the road you have walked, and we have to go further. I am so moved. We have completed such a great project. At this time, Zhu Tenben said to He Xingzhou, "Commander-in-Chief, I have a request." "You say?" He Xingzhou said. "I request to resign from the position of the Interstellar Construction Department and concentrate on the research of particle collision experiments. This is my long-cherished wish." Zhu Tenben's eyes were firm. At the moment when the Blue Star civilization is developing rapidly, the Interstellar Construction Department is definitely the most popular and top functional department in the civilization. Whether it is planetary surface construction, outer space construction, or alien planet development, this department is mainly responsible. Countless people have been trying their best to get in, but Zhu Tenben, who holds an important position, is willing to give it up. He Xingzhou did not refuse, because he knows that the research of basic science is the foundation of civilization development. "Okay." He Xingzhou said, "The Alliance will definitely remember your contribution. From today on, you will be the first person in charge of the scientific research of the planetary collider, and you have the right to mobilize the Academy of Sciences and related resources." "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." Zhu Tenben thanked him. Everyone also congratulated Zhu Tenben. They knew that this task was no easier than in the Interstellar Construction Department. In addition to the planetary particle collider, the next important structure is the planetary orbital gun. The planetary orbital gun and the planetary particle collider are actually independent orbits, because there can't be any interference during the particle collider experiment. So there is a certain distance between the two pipes, and you have to take an elevator to get there. He Xingzhou couldn't visit the artillery orbit, he could only take the audience to visit the control room and the projectile. Here is the projectile of our planetary orbital gun. He Xingzhou came to the projectile storage room, and a huge metal ball appeared in it. It is made of metal castings, without any special structure, except for one thing. It is large enough. He Xingzhou introduced. This ordinary projectile will gain enough kinetic energy after passing through the planetary orbit and magnetic acceleration. Once launched and hitting the target, the power it generates is terrifying. For example, if the asteroid that hit the blue planet and caused the extinction of the dinosaurs appeared here, this shot would be able to smash it. 666. After hearing He Xingzhou's description, the audience shouted collective and ordinary orbital cannon. "Come here, put me in front of the cannon and fire it to cheer everyone up." "Can this shot kill Devourer of Planets?" someone asked. He Xingzhou said, "We don't know the data about Devourer of Planets. But I am sure that the orbital cannon can kill an insect king of the level of the Lord of the Disaster on Venus with one shot. A juvenile Devourer of Planets should be no problem. So, if Devourer of Planets attacks Blue Planet, we can also defend it." Everyone was surprised. He Xingzhou said, "Everyone, we must realize that the planetary orbital gun is not invincible. Its power is indeed strong, but it has advantages and disadvantages. When attacking fixed targets, such as attacking a fixed super insect nest on Jupiter or Saturn, we can directly launch the planetary orbital gun on the blue planet. These super insect nests will not move and will be destroyed by us. But if our target is a super insect king, a planet devourer that can move at sublight speed, the shells cannot hit them at long distances. The direction of the planetary orbital gun is fixed at the time of launch. In the next few years, we will manufacture projectiles that can adjust the direction, but even so, if the enemy moves too fast and the distance is far enough, it will still be difficult to hit the target. Its biggest advantage is that the distance is close enough. For example, when the enemy attacks outer space, its firepower will be very strong. After He Xingzhou's explanation, everyone understood that the planetary orbital gun did not mean that humans were invincible in the solar system, but supplemented a part of the firepower and defense of low Earth orbit. Today's live broadcast ends here. He Xingzhou said, the supporting space buildings are being built on the superstar ring. Everyone will have the opportunity to visit, live or work in the superstar ring in the future. No, I haven't seen enough. The audience was still reluctant to leave. It's off the air so soon. It's too hard. We begged this anchor to broadcast live but he wouldn't. Save me, the commander-in-chief is always a god. Although He Xingzhou turned off the live broadcast, reporters from the TV station and publicity personnel from the Academy of Sciences were also broadcasting related interviews and programs. A large number of viewers flocked to learn about the superstar ring. As for He Xingzhou, he took Zhu Zilan and He Xingzhou to the first space building completed in the superstar ring, the Dubai restaurant. As for his parents, because they were not very adapted to the space environment, they went to the gravity adaptation room to rest first. In the building part of the superstar ring, a space restaurant stands here. Outside it, there is a huge statue of a white dolphin, which was carved based on Dubai. The dolphin possessed by He Xingzhou also followed them here. When she saw the restaurant, she was surprised and said, "Is the restaurant already built? I am the first alien with assets on Blue Star. And it is the first commercial building on the superstar ring." He Xingzhou added. They came to the interior of the restaurant, and there was a sculpture inside, a life-size sculpture of He Xingzhou. To the beautiful mermaid, it seems to be flying in the starry sky. Zhu Zilan said, "This is a work of art that our famous sculptor from Blue Star took a full 5 years to complete. This statue alone is priceless in Blue Star." He Xingzhou was even happier when she heard her say that. She waved her hand and said, "I will pay for all the consumption today. Sister He Xingzhou is awesome." He Xingzhou said flatteringly. The three of them sat at a table. There were professional chefs and fresh ingredients here. In addition to the regular Blue Star ingredients, there were also animals, plants, fungi cultivated in space, and brand new ingredients cultivated by Z Biotechnology on Mars. China's food culture has long been heading to the starry sky. The chefs have processed these new ingredients and countless new delicacies have appeared. It can be said that even if you eat a new dish every day, you will live for 500 years and the dishes will never be the same. 1 portion of space fragrant beans, 1 portion of stir-fried Martian insect meat, 1 portion of space squid, 1 portion of bayou fruit, and this portion of cloned manna insect king leg meat. Most of the people working in the restaurant now are robots, and there are also some robots among the chefs. Only VIPs can enjoy human service. He Xingzhou picked up a piece of manna insect king's leg meat and said with a smile, "When I was in school, someone asked on the internet whether the meat of the insect king was delicious. Now it's here." If the manna insect king knew that he was cloned and made into a dish, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Zhu Zilan joked. After being cooked, the meat of the insect race is rich in energy and is a very nutritious ingredient. The meat of the insect king is even more precious. These dishes were also that first time for He Xingzhou to eat. He Xingzhou, who loves food, used Dubai's body to feast on them. He Xingzhou asked, "Where are the fleets of Nhe civilization and Jinlan civilization now? Do you have any information?" He Xingzhou's mouth was full of food. She said vaguely, "We have been monitoring them. A year ago, the fleets of Nhe civilization and Jinlan civilization had already joined forces. Now they are 3 light years away from the solar system. At their sailing speed, it will take more than 4 years to reach the edge of the solar system. How many fleets are there?" This is the question that He Xingzhou is most concerned about. He Xingzhou didn't say anything. He Xingzhou looked at her in confusion. After a few seconds, he realized that Dubai choked because he ate too much and wanted to speak. "Doctor!" He Xingzhou shouted quickly. The robot doctor came over to deal with it. He Xingzhou said speechlessly, "Sister He Xingzhou, you are too anxious." He Xingzhou said helplessly, "I am not familiar with this body. Let's get back to the topic." The fleet of Mechas civilization has a total of 500 ships, and the same is true for Jinlan civilization. He Xingzhou said. 1,000 warships does not mean that the fleets of the two civilizations are not strong. Because the more advanced the warships, the more difficult it is to build, and the number is naturally less. Just like before the catastrophe era, an aircraft carrier battle group can crush a large number of conventional fleets. Space battleships have expanded this cap countless times. A Star Destroyer can suppress all the warships of the Blue Star civilization with firepower. Chapter 214. Conspiracy. The main battleships are all L5 to L7 class space battleships, and each side has an L9 class Star Destroyer. He Xingzhou's words made He Xingzhou feel a little worried. 10 years ago, the Blue Star civilization had only 7 L7 class space battleships. 10 years later, this number has only increased to 57, an average of 7 per year. It is difficult to increase the manufacturing speed of L7 class space battleships because it requires too many resources. Blue Star, Mars, Venus, Mercury, 4 planets, mining together, plus the construction of superstar rings and other buildings, can only achieve this manufacturing speed at present. If you want to surpass the opponent in the overall strength of the fleet, there are only 4 years left. Even if everyone works without eating or drinking, it is impossible to do it. How powerful are their Star Destroyers? Zhuland asked. The specific information is not clear yet. He Xingzhou said, just judge based on the appearance, speed and other structures. The Star Destroyer of the He civilization is a refurbished product of an old Star Destroyer of the Pleiades civilization. It is a most basic Star Destroyer. The Star Destroyer of the Cyrus civilization should have been built not long ago, and its performance should be more powerful. No matter which ship it is, it can easily destroy all the buildings and military bases on the surface of a planet. This is bad. Zhuland frowned slightly and analyzed. Our planetary orbital cannons are powerful when attacking fixed targets. If we attack Star Destroyers, the accuracy will be greatly reduced. And the weapons on the Star Destroyers should also be able to carry out ultra-long-range space strikes. No matter which planet of ours these fleets come to fight, all the buildings on that planet will be destroyed. We can't afford to lose any planet. Yes. He Xingzhou said, our enemies include not only the Pleiades fleet, but also the Zeg. In the war that He civilization and the Cyrus civilization, regardless of the outcome, we will be in a desperate situation. Unless, she thought of a possibility, but it felt unrealistic. Everyone understood her idea, and He Xingzhou said, unless the Zeg will attack their fleet. This is impossible. He Xingzhou said, the Zeg will not listen to us. Now we don't want to provoke them at will, lest the Zeg on planets such as Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus come to attack us. There must be a planet of our among them. Even if it is a juvenile, it will bring us a huge disaster. It's not impossible. He Xingzhou said with a smile on her face. Do you have a way? He Xingzhou looked at her. It's not that I have a way, it's you who have to find a way. He Xingzhou continued, I can also give you some information about the Zeg. This information is the information our Black Sea civilization obtained in the light of the galaxy. It can't be bought within the Order Alliance. The Black Sea civilization has also encountered Zeg harassment and has been studying the Zeg for a long time. It has much more information than them. Lummi, block this place. He Xingzhou said directly. Although they were talking, because it is soundproofed, so people around can't hear it. But for such an important matter, He Xingzhou still has to take an extra layer of insurance. Robots immediately appeared around the Dubai Starry Sky restaurant, creating an electromagnetic protection layer to isolate the space they are in to ensure that the secrets will not be leaked. He Xingzhou said, on a planet, once the devourer of planets appears among the Zeg, other Zeg will either fight it and become the master here, or surrender, or leave here to continue evolving. If the devourer of planets has an accident, all the Zeg on this planet will fight it desperately. The rules of the Zeg are engraved in their genes, no matter where in the universe, it will be like this. He Xingzhou thought. You mean, if they attack the devourer of planets, then the Zeg will definitely cause trouble for them. That's it. He Xingzhou said. Several people thought about it. The other party is not a fool. Before they conquer the Blue Star civilization, they will definitely not provoke the Zeg. The solar system is so vast that their fleet can completely bypass those planets and space hives. He Xingzhou said, so, if we disguise ourselves as them and attack the Zeg will attack them. Disguise is not necessarily safe. Zhuland analyzed, the Zeg are also very intelligent. They may choose to sit on the mountain and watch the fight, unless the enemy fleet really threatens their survival. He Xingzhou remembered that in the virtual universe, the members of the Pleiades wanted to take over the solar system and the Zeg in the solar system. Because the Order Alliance has rewards for killing Zeg, He Xingzhou has accumulated a lot of them and has not redeemed them. The first time you kill a planetary overlord, you can redeem the prize from the T2 reward library. The first time you kill a planetary devourer, you can also redeem the prize from the T3 reward library, which is a third-level civilization creation. In addition, there are a large number of points that can be exchanged for cosmic coins. The Zeg in the solar system are also resources. They are the target of biotechnology research. The rewards for redemption alone will allow a first-level civilization to upgrade to a second-level civilization. It seems that this is not impossible to do. He Xingzhou's thoughts gradually became clear. To the Zeg, we and they are all enemies of the Zeg. To them, the Zeg and we are all enemies. None of us three parties can cooperate with each other. The Pleiades is in a competitive relationship with us, and we can't cooperate with the Zeg. Because the Zeg's potential far exceeds that of both of us, whether we cooperate with the Zeg or they cooperate with the Zeg, after destroying the third party, the Zeg's strength will skyrocket. By then, the complete form of the Devourer of Planets will be born, and even the second-level civilization will be unable to defeat it. As long as we divert the trouble to the east, it is possible that the Zeg and the Pleiades fleet will go to war in advance. What do you want to do? Bai Xibang looked at him curiously. Lumi, the solar system star map. He Xingzhou shouted. Lumi projected the solar system star map in front of them. The information on it was updated in real time, coming from the Zeg probe that He Xingzhou had exchanged, and the information satellite network that has been spread throughout the solar system for decades. Look everyone. He Xingzhou pointed at 4 planets and said, among the 8 planets in the solar system, we control 4 planets with smaller masses. The masses of Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are much larger than those of the blue planet. There must be devourers of planets on them. The fleets of the Mena civilization and the Cyrus civilization will definitely avoid these planets. Because we can't afford to provoke the Zeg on them now, and they are not willing to provoke them easily. It's too difficult to make a fuss about these 4 planets. If we provoke devourers of planets at random, it will trigger a full-scale war between us and the Zeg. By then, even without the Pleiades fleet, the Zeg may destroy us. So our goal can only be here. He pointed at a planet, which was at the edge of the solar system, within the Kuiper Belt. The Kuiper Belt is the space debris left over from the formation of the solar system. It contains a large number of meteorites, comets and other celestial bodies. They are attracted by the gravity of the Sun and form a meteorite layer at the outermost edge of the solar system. The planet marked by He Xingzhou was Pluto, which was once considered to be one of the planets in the solar system. Because its mass is too small and it does not have enough gravity to clear other celestial bodies in its orbit, it was kicked out of the planet and becomes a dwarf planet. Pluto's mass ranks 10th among the celestial bodies orbiting the Sun, and its volume ranks 9th. He Xingzhou said, according to our estimates, Pluto should also be able to give birth to a planet devourer. And because its mass is relatively small and it is far away from the Sun, there is not enough solar energy and relatively little geothermal energy. So the Zeg will evolve more slowly. Even if a planet devourer appears, its level of evolution will not be very high now. Zhuzilan recalled, when the Pleiades reconnaissance ship came to the solar system before, it was attacked by the Zeg on Pluto. Yeah. He Xingzhou said, after that, we also sent out reconnaissance ships for reconnaissance. In addition to Pluto, there are 5 space Z nests, which are Pluto's 5 satellites. Sharonite districts V on Pluto, the Z life form is carbon-based Z, and they mainly live in the shallow layer of the surface. That area is very suitable for us to fight. We choose a time to attack Pluto. Zhuzilan asked, for example, before the enemy fleet arrives, we attack Pluto and then lure the Zeg to attack the Pleiades fleet. Almost. He Xingzhou said, my idea is, if we are going to do it, we should do it big. Just take Pluto and give it to the fleet of the Pleiades civilization. Brother, what do you want to do? He Xingzhou asked. This idea is not mature yet. He Xingzhou smiled mysteriously and said, the military plan needs to be further improved. Then I'll wait for your good news. Bai Xibang said. He Xingzhou immediately convened a meeting of the first-level commanders of the Blue Star Alliance. In addition to the previous Quchuan executive officer, the first-level commanders included Luoab, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet, Xie, the commander of the Mars base, Lei Yunfen, the commander of the Venus Fleet, and He Xingzhou, the commander of the Mercury base, who were promoted to first-level commanders. That's all the information that Honorary Commander Bai Nine Xibang brought us. He Xingzhou recounted the information that Bai Nine Xibang had just brought, and finished his thoughts. Commander-in-Chief, I think we must let the Zed collide with the Pleiades fleet, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them with our strength alone. It's hard for us to deal with those two star destroyers alone. He Hong said. This is inevitable. He Hongwei analyzed, the key is how to make them rub against each other. Kui Women said. The enemy fleet has traveled more than 10 light years to reach the solar system. Its energy consumption must be very high. It is not good for them to start a war against us urgently at this time. I have seen the virtual battle between the wind will inevitably repair and replenish energy in the outer solar system, and then launch a war against us. After all, the Nhe civilization and the Cyrus civilization are first-level civilizations after all, and crossing the star system consumes a lot of energy. Just accelerating the warship to 60% or 70% of the speed of light consumes countless energy. He Xingzhou agreed and said, you think the same as me. Their fleet came to the solar system and attacked us directly, and their risks were equally huge. At this time, they need a place to mine energy and rest. Looking at the solar system, the Kuiper belt on the outer solar system is the best choice. And Pluto in the Kuiper belt is the best energy mining site. In fact, even if we don't move, they will have friction with the Zed on Pluto. But this is not enough. With their strength, it is easy to capture Pluto. We must expand the contradiction and let the Zed mistakenly believe that we are cooperating with them to attack the Zed together. It is best to control the scope to Pluto and Neptune. He Xingzhou continued. So, my idea is that we should capture Pluto before they come, and kill or capture the devourer of planets on Pluto. When their fleet arrives, evacuate Pluto, disguise as them, and attack Neptune. Let the Zed on Neptune fight with them. Lu Mei asked. They should be able to guess this idea. Yes, they can guess it, and the Zed can guess it too. He Xingzhou said directly, but this is an open conspiracy. Because Rafa and Grey Wolf, their fleets have to replenish energy when they come to the solar system. In the Kuiper belt, only Pluto is the most suitable. If they don't choose Pluto, they can only choose to travel a long way and fight us hard, or go toward the Zed on other planets. The result is still the same. And for the Zed, they don't know our relationship at all. And neither of us will cooperate with the Zed, because whoever dares to cooperate with the Zed will help the Zed grow. At the time, we will report directly to the Order Alliance. Even the Pleiades civilization will not be able to withstand the sanctions of the Order Alliance. When we give Pluto to them, they have to accept it. At this time, the Zed cannot determine whether we want to join forces to eliminate them, so the Zed can only attack. If the intelligence provided by the Black Sea civilization is accurate, this is indeed an open conspiracy. Song Jinghong analyzed, the key lies in 2 points, the accuracy of the intelligence, and whether we can control the trend of the war. In terms of intelligence, we can only choose to believe Honorary Commander Bai Nine Xibang. Lady Infeng said. Everyone had no objection, because the news of the enemy fleet's attack was provided by Bai Nine Xibang, and the Blue Star civilization had no ability to detect areas outside the solar system. As for the trend of the war, Lady Infeng said, controlling it also has 2 difficulties. First, there is really a planet devourer on Pluto, how can we kill or capture it? Second, how to control the scope of the war only in the area of Pluto and Neptune, and prevent the Zed and local fleets from coming to our territory. Neither the Zed nor the enemy fleet will be under our control. Everyone pondered. At present, the first problem is already difficult, but there is still a way to solve it. The second is difficult to control. We can only rely on deterrence and gain war advantages. He Xingzhou said, rely on planetary orbital guns and space defense systems to kill all invading Zed and local fleets, so that the enemy dare not invade easily. Secondly, we must invest enough forces in Neptune, Pluto and the Kuiper belt to ensure that the military forces there can cope with the war. To accomplish these, the best choice is to build a large space fortress and drive it directly to the Kuiper belt to become our military base on the outer edge of the solar system. Chapter 215 Space Fortress, Scarlet Moon. He Xingzhou did not come up with this idea on a whim. Space fortresses are a type of space military weapon, and they have built them before. But most of them there were some small space fortresses. This time, He Xingzhou proposed a large space fortress, even a giant one. Will it be in time? He Hongwei worried, 4 years later, the Pleiades fleet will come to the solar system. We still have to set aside some time for navigation and combat. Absolutely. He Xingzhou opened the star map and located the territory to Mars. On the periphery of Mars, a satellite is revolving around it. That was Phobos. Because its mass was too small, He Xingzhou melted Phobos and Deimos together, and added the materials transported from Mars to build a space insect nest. In the Martian War, this space insect nest was destroyed. Later, due to scientific research and military needs, He Xingzhou had it reconstructed. Today, some military facilities have been built on it, becoming part of the outer space defense of Mars. He Xingzhou said, "Make the entire Phobos into a giant space fortress. Put thrusters on it and launch it to the Kuiper belt. It can attack Pluto or lurk in the Kuiper belt as a support." Such a large space fortress. Hearing He Xingzhou's plan, the commanders couldn't help but sigh. Then its size and mass are probably comparable to that of a Star Destroyer. The original Phobos had a diameter of 22,000 meters. After being recast by the Zeg, its diameter reached 30,000 meters, turning from an irregular body into a regular sphere. Its mass is greater than all the L7 class battleships of mankind combined. He Xingzhou said, "I've calculated that this is our most suitable target now. If Phobos is turned into a space fortress, it can accommodate 5 million soldiers and hundreds of millions of weapons. Mercury and Venus are too close to the Sun and have no massive satellites, and the Zeg have not built space nests. There is only one moon on the blue planet, and the tidal effect between the moon and the blue planet affects the ecological stability of the blue planet, so it is not easy to transform it and take it away." Hearing what He Xingzhou said, everyone was secretly shocked. It turned out that the commander-in-chief had actually thought of transforming the moon into a space weapon and driving it away. Phobos, transformed by the Zeg, it has been built, and the overall material strength is no less than that of our space battleships. In addition to the transformation in recent years, if everything goes well, we can complete its transformation within 2 years, and then drive to Pluto and attack Pluto. Space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, large electromagnetic rail guns, purgatory rays, proton weapons, resonance weapons, all arranged for it. He Xingzhou said, by then, except for its speed not reaching L9, its firepower and defensor can be called a Star Destroyer. No one stipulates what shape a Star Destroyer must be. The space fortress in He Xingzhou's imagination is a Star Destroyer with a speed defect. Absolutely. Luo Yuan said excitedly, in space wars, except for pursuit and retreat wars, battleships cannot maintain peak speed. So, as long as this space fortress is built and it reaches the Pluto battlefield in advance, it will be our Star Destroyer. Not bad. This idea is great. Everyone agreed. They knew that since He Xingzhou could come up with this thing, it means that he already has the corresponding manufacturing method. This plan, let's call it the Scarlet Moon Space Fortress Plan. Okay, let's start discussing the details. Time is tight, we must act immediately. After the meeting, He Xingzhou came to Mars. He did not arrive on Mars, but came to the outer space of Mars, where Phobos is located. Phobos was originally wrapped in green vines, and the Zeg can absorb solar energy to replenish its energy. The plants have been destroyed by humans, and the ones cultivated by humans cannot power technological weapons, so the nuclear fusion reactor is currently powering Phobos. Commander Li Xie, the commander of the Mars base, wore a space armor and inspected the interior of Phobos with him. Some features of the Zeg nest were still retained inside, and human living space was built. If it is converted into a military weapon, we have no technical problems with weapons and defensor, Xie said, but the power aspect is a bit tricky at the moment. Its mass is too large. To propel it, we must install enough thruster modules. Even if we add a large number of thrusters to it, another problem will arise. That is the energy supply problem. You said you want to drive it to the edge of the solar system, which is almost a light year away from here. How much energy will be consumed, and this energy will also be used to supply human life, work, and military consumption on the fortress. Even if we bring a lot of nuclear materials, I'm afraid that when we get there, the energy will be consumed. If we encounter an enemy, such as a Zeg attack, it will be too dangerous. That's true. He Xingzhou agreed. He looked at Xie and said, "Old Xie, do you still remember the conditions for a planetary behemoth to evolve into a planetary overlord?" "Of course I remember." Xie said, "How could I forget this? Planetary behemoths are nuclear behemoths with biological nuclear organs that can perform nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. When they evolve into planetary overlords, they can perform heavy nuclear fusion and use materials such as stone and metal as nuclear fusion materials. When he said this, he already understood He Xingzhou's idea. Commander-in-Chief, do you mean to build a heavy nuclear fusion reactor to become the propeller of the Scarlet Moon space fortress? That's right. He Xingzhou nodded. There has been some progress in the research on the biological heavy nuclear fusion organs of planetary overlords. It is not impossible to transform it into mechanical technology. You immediately have people start to transform phobos and reserve space for reactors and propellers for installation. Okay. Shu immediately gathered people to do this. He Xingzhou came to the city of Mars, the first biological research institute on Mars. This place was built to study biological warships, and the research on Z biological organs was also here. Brother Zhou Jing has moved to Mars to work. Mars is a more suitable Z research area than Blue Star. The Z on Mars evolved completely in a different environment from the Blue Planet, and there are also space Z. In the base, the temperature, air pressure, and humidity are the same as those on the Blue Planet, so Jing wears her daily nano-research suit. After genetic modification, her appearance seems to have been frozen at the age of 20, youthful and beautiful. Is the research data on heavy nuclear fusion sufficient? He Xingzhou asked. Almost. Jing said, through the research on the biological nuclear organs of the planetary overlord level Z, we have found the corresponding reaction mode and reaction structure. She wore a smartwatch, and with a light press, a biological organ of the Z was projected on it. For planetary behemoths, the biological nuclear organs of different planetary behemoths are also different. She narrated, general nuclear behemoths, that is, the Z at the insect king level, the biological nuclear organs can only undergo nuclear fission, so these insect kings often carry strong nuclear radiation. They also like nuclear radiation and nuclear materials. After evolving into planetary behemoths, their biological nuclear organs can undergo nuclear fusion reactions, and the temperature of their biological furnaces can fuse hydrogen into helium. As their level of evolution continues to increase, the temperature of their biological furnaces is also constantly increasing. The elements that can be fused are also increasing. In elementary, intermediate, and advanced planetary behemoths, they can gradually fuse helium into carbon, carbon into neon, and neon into oxygen. When they become planetary overlords, they can fuse these light elements into metal elements and oxygen into magnesium. Jing refreshed the projection and turned into the appearance of the Lord of Disaster. Among them, the life core temperature of the Lord of Natural Disaster is the highest. Based on the research of its body remains, we believe that it, or the young body of the devourer of planets, has nuclear organs that are sufficient to fuse silicon into iron. This requires a temperature of at least 300 million degrees Celsius. If it is a star, then the mass of this star must be at least 20 times the mass of the Sun for such a fusion reaction to occur. He Xingzhou received all the information and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It is not easy to research these." Jing smiled slightly and said, "It's not hard. These technologies are all taken from the Z for free. It is much easier than our own research. If it is normal research, I don't know when it can be developed. Heavy nuclear fusion technology can only be developed by civilizations above level 1.7. They can obtain it directly by deciphering the body structure of the Z. Misfortunes often bring blessings." He Xingzhou said with emotion, "The research on the Z has accelerated our technological progress countless times. Let's not talk about this. I'll be here these days. We will build a heavy nuclear fusion reactor at the Mars Research Institute." "That's great," Jing said in surprise. "I'll accompany you." After He Xingzhou read all the information, he turned on the quantum optical brain, consumed tens of thousands of energy points, and unlocked the corresponding technology for heavy nuclear fusion. Combined with the research of Jing and others, he can directly design and manufacture heavy nuclear fusion reactors with the team. With the experience of the Z, there were no problems in the process. A few months in the reactor, a stone was put into the reactor. At an ultra-high temperature of more than 300 million degrees Celsius, silicon elements underwent heavy nuclear fusion reaction to generate iron elements and release energy. Energy output is stable. Lumi reported the situation. He Xingzhou's face showed a trace of joy, and he said, "Now we can really burn stones." It's hard to imagine. Next to him, his teacher Zhenboyan said, "The ancient legend of turning stones into gold, we can do it now." After a stage of genetic modification, Zhenboyan's lifespan was extended to about 300 years. Because of the modification technology and human fitness, the number and degree of genetic modification that each person can undergo is different. Xingzhou can only undergo a stage of genetic modification. For him, it is now in his prime. With this, we can make satellite thrusters. He Xingzhou said, not only that, we can even make asteroid thrusters, or even planetary engines. Everyone couldn't help but imagine using this technology to make planetary engines, and using human power to push the entire planet to move. What a shocking scene that would be. Since the experiment has been successful, just build our asteroid thrusters. He Xingzhou said. And the construction of Scarlet Moon went on as planned. 2 years later, Scarlet Moon was completed as planned. Commanders He Xingzhou, He Xingzhou, Xu and others attended the completion ceremony. From the outside, it is just an ordinary satellite, and even more angular than before. This is the camouflage after the transformation, making it look like an ordinary satellite. And inside, it has already been completely renewed. It took us 20 years to transform the interior and exterior. After the Scarlet Moon plan was proposed, we spent another 2 years to install the latest weapons and asteroid thrusters on it. Now, Scarlet Moon has become a super battleship. Although its cruising speed is only 70% of the speed of light of the L7 level, its firepower and defense can reach the L9 level, making it an unconventional star destroyer. Unconventional star destroyer is a definition in the virtual universe. Not all star destroyers built by civilizations can increase their speed to the L9 level, so those battleships that do not meet the speed requirements but meet the requirements in other aspects are called unconventional star destroyers. Congratulations on the successful completion of the Crimson Moon. He Xingzhou announced, and millions of soldiers cheered in unison. This scene has not yet been broadcast on the Blue Star Alliance, because today when the Crimson Moon is completed, they will go to perform the mission. The Alliance will announce this matter when the war begins. This is a surprise attack and cannot be announced in advance. I now appoint Meng Hai as the commander of the Crimson Moon Space Fortress in the name of the Blue Star Alliance Command. He Xingzhou said to a sturdy soldier in front of him. Meng Hai was the captain of the Z-3 space battleship during the previous Venus War. After pulling the Lord of Natural Disaster to the limit, the battleship was destroyed. Because of his excellent military qualities, he is now appointed as the commander of the Crimson Moon. Thank you for the commander's trust. Meng Hai will definitely live up to the mission. Meng Hai saluted. The Crimson Moon will carry 5 million soldiers and billions of robot soldiers to the battlefield. He Xingzhou continued, Crimson Moon, head to Pluto immediately. Also, the first detachment of the Blue Star Fleet, the first detachment of the Mars Fleet, the Venus Fleet and the Mercury Fleet, all go out, led by Crimson Moon, and prepare to attack Pluto. Pluto is very far away from the Blue Star and Mars. Even if it travels at the speed of light, it takes 4.6 hours to travel from the Blue Star to Pluto. The warship's regular speed is maintained at 50% of the speed of light, plus the acceleration and deceleration process. It will take about 12 hours. The fleets have long been ready. They have been preparing for the attack on Pluto for 2 years, from intelligence reconnaissance to strategy formulation, weapons and supplies. We must be fast. We must take down Pluto before the Zerg from other planets come to help, so as to avoid being attacked by the devourers of other planets. He Xingzhou issued an order, planetary orbital cannon, fire in 3 minutes, target, Pluto. The planetary orbital cannon is finally coming in handy. It will destroy the largest surface Z nest on Pluto at a distance of 6 billion kilometers. Chapter 216 Cthulhu Black Spot and the Lord of the Underworld. The planetary orbital cannon in the outer space of Blue Star was activated for the first time. The huge mass of metal projectiles was pushed by the magnetic field and accelerated in rotation along the equator of Blue Star. At the same time, the main fleets of the 4 planets under the Blue Star Alliance and the nearby spaceports were dispatched in large numbers and headed straight for Pluto. He Xingzhou also boarded an L7 class command ship and followed the fleet to the Kuiper Belt. After the planetary orbital cannon metal projectiles gained enough kinetic energy, they were adjusted and fired towards Pluto. Its speed is slower than that of the battleship. When it reaches Pluto, the fleet must block the outer space of Pluto to prevent the Zerg from escaping. In order to avoid being discovered by the Zerg, the route taken for this attack is a hidden space route obtained by their decades of reconnaissance, which is outside the reconnaissance range of the Zerg of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The fleet moved forward quickly, and He Xingzhou's command ship was faster than the bloody moon. 10 hours later, he arrived near Pluto. From the perspective of space, this is a planet composed of black, white and red. It is composed of ice and rock throughout, and its mass is only 1/6 of the mass of the Moon, but in the Kuiper Belt, it is already a massive celestial body. There are more rock and ice fragments here, and resources are extremely scarce. The Zeg on Pluto have a space nest, which is Charon, Women said to He Xingzhou. We have scouted all of Pluto's satellites, and Charon, the most massive one, has space Zeg. The degree of evolution is not high. Or because the planetary resources are too scarce, the number of Zeg here is also scarce. From outer space, we can see that some planetary behemoths are still transporting meteorites in the Kuiper Belt to build space nests. Xuan, call up the surface conditions. He Xingzhou said to Xuan. Xuan opened the map of Pluto and marked important basic locations on Pluto. For example, the dark area with a width of up to 3,000 kilometers, which blue star astronomers call Cthulhu spots, is found in some cultures. In the works of science, the legendary evil god Cthulhu lives here. After human reconnaissance, there is no Cthulhu here, but there is a super insect nest on the surface. In addition, there is another large dark area in the trailing hemisphere, the whale-shaped area, and a series of dark areas in the leading hemisphere, the brass ring. When the energy at the sun reaches here, it is already very weak. When it encounters light-absorbing and heat-absorbing substances, a large number of dark areas will appear. The average temperature here is between -2 degrees Celsius and -30 degrees Celsius. Now, this is the dark restricted area of Pluto, because there are surface insect nests here. Women marked a place and said, "We have reconnaissance. There is a high-energy reaction here. Its radioactivity is stronger than that of the Lord of Natural Disaster. It is suspected that there is a juvenile planet devourer." The location he marked is the most important place on Pluto, the heart of Pluto, the Tombor area. This is a white heart-shaped area, one of which is called Sputnik Planitia. When it was first discovered, its flatness was beyond human imagination. On this dwarf planet with more than 5,000 impact craters, the plains here are flatter than the squares built by humans. Sputnik Planitia. Xuan said, "This is a plain of nitrogen, methane and carbon monoxide ice. After testing, it was found that under the nitrogen ice, there is a primitive ocean. The radioactive substances inside Pluto release heat energy, melt the nitrogen ice, and form an underground ocean. What a great place to cultivate life." He Xingzhou said with emotion, "Pluto is so far away from the sun that the energy from the sun is already negligible. The energy released from the interior of the planet can also provide a source of energy for life. This reminds me of the hot springs on Io, which can gush to a height of hundreds of meters. Their energy comes from the tidal gravity of Jupiter. No wonder there are so many civilizations in the universe." Yes. Women felt the same way. The more he understood these planets, he found that there was the possibility of the birth of life on countless planets. The devourer of planets on Pluto exists like this, it must be in this nitrogen ice ocean. Because this is the best place for it to evolve. Leave this nitrogen ice ocean for now, smash the Cthulhu spot first, and see if it can come out. He Xingzhou said. The planetary orbital cannon can directly attack the heart of Pluto, but he did not choose to do so. It is not its purpose to kill the devourer of planets directly. If the devourer of planets on Pluto dies, the Neptune Z not far away will inevitably attack them. What He Xingzhou wants is to imprison it in the nitrogen ice ocean and wait for the arrival of the Pleiades fleet. The command ship stayed in the dark space, turned on the stealth mode, and waited for the arrival of the fleet. 2 hours later, the Blood Moon and the main fleet had arrived. At this time, there were more than 500 L5 level space battleships near Pluto. Such a force, if attacked at all costs, is enough to destroy the entire Pluto. Commander-in-Chief, all members of my unit have arrived, requesting an attack order. Menghai sent a request. He Xingzhou calculated the time. The projectiles of the planetary orbital cannon were about to arrive. He waited for another 10 minutes and said, "You can start the attack. Remember, don't destroy the space worm nest on Charon. Capture it and turn it into our second space fortress. Surround the periphery of Pluto and don't let the worms escape. Send some reconnaissance ships to the direction of Neptune. Pay attention to the movements of the Zeg on Neptune and try not to collide with them. Except for the heart of Pluto, all other worm nests will be destroyed and the Zeg will be killed. Crimson Moon will keep an eye on the devourer of planets. When it appears, injure it, don't kill it." Yes. Luowan, Menghai and others responded simultaneously. They coordinated their command and began to act. A large number of warships appeared near Pluto. On the space worm grass on Sharon, the Space Zerg finally noticed the movements of humans. Human warships are coming. Do you want to wake up, my lord? Attack them first. The planetary monsters tried to attack the warships, but the warships that came this time were at least L5 space cruisers. Even the high-level planetary overlords did not dare to confront them head-on. What's more, the number of Pluto's Zerg was much smaller. Attack, be careful not to destroy the Zerg nest, that is our spoils of war. Xingzhou shouted on a warship, brothers, come on, accumulate enough merits, and we will also change to a space fortress. The Space Force has a merit reward system. If you get enough merits, you'll have the opportunity to replace more powerful equipment and weapons, including warships. When Xingzhou saw the Blood Moon Space Fortress, he was jealous, so he rushed to the front as always in this battle. At this time, the Blue Star Alliance announced the war news. The latest news, the Alliance space fleet is attacking Pluto, we will occupy Pluto and establish a military base in the Kuiper Belt. The message was very short and there was no detailed information. The public had not heard any news before, but when they suddenly saw this news, they all opened the military news channel of the Blue Star Alliance to watch it. In the military news channel, the war scene was being broadcast live in the virtual world. They saw that hundreds of warships had surrounded the outer space of Pluto. Once Pluto came up, the planetary behemoths tried to attack the warships, but their firepower was very insufficient compared to the firepower of the warships. With a round of salvos from the warships, all the Zergs exposed to the attack field were cleared out. After fighting the silicon-based Zerg, it seems much easier to fight these carbon-based Zergs. The captains deeply felt that the military strength of mankind had increased many times. In less than 10 minutes, the Space Zerg nest of Sharon was taken down by humans. The robot troops and space mechas landed on Sharon and cleared out a Zerg in it. And those space Zergs were fleeing to the surface of Pluto. My lord. Humans are coming, please save us. The planetary overlords were calling, and on Pluto, deep in the nitrogen ice ocean, a consciousness was gradually awakening. Its brain waves are strong enough to cover the entire ocean, and the electromagnetic waves can also transmit information into space. This thought was very angry, and its words were translated into the Zerg language translator. How dare tiny humans offend me, the lord of the underworld? Everyone must die. It was very angry. It was the devourer of planets, and humans actually dared to attack it. And it was the first to attack it. There were so many planets between Blue Planet and Pluto, but it chose it. Isn't this humans' contempt for it? They think it is the weakest opponent on these planets, so they come to attack it. The Lord of the Underworld awakened from the underground ocean, and it spit out a heat ray from the depths of the nitrogen ice ocean directly into space. Within 10 seconds, the energy shield of an L5 class battleship was completely pierced, and the battleship is so powerful. We didn't even see it, and it pierced one of our warships. Luoyuan exclaimed in amazement. All of you die. The nitrogen ice ocean broke up, and the Sputnik plane, which had been frozen for countless years, turned into a vast ocean. Above the ocean, a huge thunderstorm formed in Pluto's atmosphere. The thunderstorm moved in a certain direction, destroying the warships that tried to land on the surface. Exit the atmosphere. He Xingzhou commanded calmly. The warships left the atmosphere one after another. They did not make any moves, but just stayed outside Pluto's atmosphere. Seeing this, the Lord of the Underworld became even more angry. What did these humans want to do? Should they fight or not? He ordered. Kill them all, I will cover you. Obviously, the Lord of the Underworld did not intend to show up before seeing all the weapons of mankind. So it ordered the Zerg on Pluto to go out in full force and fight against humans in space. In various areas of Pluto, a large number of Zerg appeared. Especially in those dark restricted areas, the Zerg that appeared were at least planetary overlords, and there were quite a few high-level planetary overlords. In the Cthulhu black spot area, energy reactions appeared everywhere, and the energy intensity was equivalent to that of the Lord of Natural Disaster. Xuan reported the situation. I didn't expect that the Zerg on this small Pluto is actually stronger than the Zerg on Venus. Zhulan said in surprise. Maybe they evolved earlier. He Xingzhou guessed. Suppress with firepower, don't let them leave the atmosphere of Pluto. He Xingzhou issued new instructions. The warships began to launch weapons, especially meteorological weapons, using the large amount of hydrogen, helium and methane in Pluto's atmosphere to create lightning and thunderstorms. The warships continued to attack, and the firepower suppressed the Zerg and made it difficult for them to leave Pluto. Commander-in-Chief, the planetary orbital gun attack will arrive in 3 minutes. New information came. He Xingzhou ordered. All warships, don't let a single Z leave the atmosphere within 3 minutes. Received. 3 minutes is neither short nor long. The number of Zeg on the surface of Pluto has increased tenfold compared to before. The Zeg hiding underground have come out in droves. The Cthulhu black spot area is even more submerged by the sea of Zeg. From the perspective of space, the planetary behemoths are moving like ant colonies. Under the nitrogen ice ocean, the Lord of the Underworld is not idle either. Every time it launches a ray attack, it can accurately destroy a human warship. Even an L-7 class space battleship will be severely damaged if it is hit by it. A mere human wants to attack the devourer of planets. The Lord of the Underworld was secretly proud of himself. The fellows of Blue Star, Mars, Venus and Mercury are really a bunch of trash. They occupy so many resources and let humans develop. If it were me, I would have evolved into a complete devourer of planets and dominated the solar system. That's good. Under normal circumstances, I can't get these territories at all. After I kill these humans, I will fight my way to Blue Star and occupy a real planet. 10, 9, 8, He Xingzhou has already started the countdown. In the virtual world, more than 1 billion viewers are watching the war scene and are discussing. Pluto is so small, why are there so many Zeg? The Lord of the Underworld seems to be more powerful than the Lord of Calamity. We can't even see it, but it can reach out to space from the deep sea. In the Cthulhu hive, there really is a planetary overlord that looks like Cthulhu. Why don't the battleships land and fight to destroy the hive? Didn't we do this on Venus before? 3, 2, 1. He Xingzhou's countdown ended, and a huge shadow appeared from the dark space and smashed into Pluto. Its speed was extremely fast, comparable to a battleship sailing at full speed, with no intention of slowing down at all. What's come in? The Lord of the Underworld noticed that an unidentified target appeared in outer space. The unidentified target approached quickly, and it had detected that it was a huge metal iron ball, and its mass was greater than that of Sharon. This is not terrifying. The terrifying thing is that its speed is extremely fast, and its kinetic energy is comparable to that of a high-speed flying asteroid. Even if it is a planet, if the surface is hit by such an impactor, it will be a devastating blow to the surface area. And Pluto is just a dwarf planet with a mass of only 1/6 of the Moon and a volume of only 1/3 of the Moon. If hit by such a weapon, the surface environment will be completely destroyed, and a super disaster will occur. Not good. The Lord of the Underworld felt a strong sense of crisis in an instant. It fired a huge heat ray, trying to evaporate the weapon, but the speed was too short, and the mass and volume of the target were large enough. Even as a juvenile planet devourer, it was impossible for it to vaporize the planetary orbital cannon's projectile in an instant. The attack of the planetary orbital cannon has arrived. A huge fireball appeared in Pluto's thin atmosphere, illuminating all the shadow areas on Pluto. Especially the Cthulhu black spot area where it was about to hit. Those terrifying-looking Zegs and monsters living in the place where the evil god lived, all raised their heads and watched the huge fireball covering the entire sky falling from the sky. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Frustrated Lord of the Dark Sea. Boom! The deafening sound not only resounded through Pluto's thin atmosphere, but the shockwave directly blew the gas molecules in the atmosphere into space. Where the impact occurred, the 3,000-kilometer-wide shadow area Cthulhu black spot and countless egg, huge super insect nests, turned to ashes in an instant. The entire surface sank deeply, the high temperature melted the rocks and ice, magma splashed, the earth cracked, and the surface of Pluto was once again there is a giant impact crater. Next to the impact crater, the flat ground rises high, forming a ring-shaped mountain. This process only takes a few minutes. The impact of the planetary orbital gun has just begun. The shockwave is spreading along the surface to other areas and to Pluto. The whole planet will shake, not to mention the insect nests here. After this collision, there will be no intact insect nests on the entire Pluto. Even from space, you can see the destructive scene on Pluto. Too exaggerated. The soldiers on the battleship exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is this the power of the planetary orbital gun? If its mass is larger, it may be able to smash Pluto. In this case, how many Zegs can survive? Even the devourer of planets can't withstand this kind of attack, right? Destroy the world. Countless people in the Blue Star Alliance also saw the power of the planetary orbital gun for the first time. Such a scene is more spectacular than the disintegration of the Lord of the Calamity on Venus by electromagnetic resonance rays 12 years ago. At a distance of more than 5 billion kilometers, a single shot blasted the surface of Pluto to pieces. The destructive power of high-tech weapons is beyond imagination. Is the devourer of planets dead? If it was at the point of impact, it would have been dead. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld was also shocked by the human attack. The target of the planetary orbital cannon was not where it was, but its shockwave also affected the Lord of the Underworld. The nitrogen ice ocean that had been frozen for billions of years in the Tombor area was first shattered by the shockwave, and then evaporated by heat energy, forming a large area of gas rising. Under the deep sea, the Lord of the Underworld, where its nest was, could not withstand such a shockwave, and it was completely shattered and collapsed everywhere. It had to leave the nest and hide in the turbulent sea water. The electromagnetic signals of the planetary beasts captured by its mind energy wave were rapidly decreasing, especially in the Cthulhu black spot area, which was originally its largest barracks with tens of billions of Zergs, and the number of planetary overlords alone was nearly 1,000. And now, all its troops have perished, and they cannot die anymore. The Lord of the Underworld Sea never thought that the war between him and humans would end before it even began. How could he fight humans when his main force had been wiped out by humans? The planetary orbital cannon shot had made the Lord of the Underworld Sea realize that humans already had the weapons to destroy him. Human technology has evolved too fast. The Lord of the Underworld Sea analyzed the situation. My Zerg army has already died in large numbers. If we continue to fight, we will only be annihilated. I finally evolved into a planet of Ara on this barren planet. Now it is only in its infancy. There is no need to fight humans head-on. Yes, I want to leave here and enter the Kuiper Belt, or go to the surrounding planets. The Lord of the Underworld Sea immediately made up his mind that he would abandon Pluto and escape from here. Under the nitrogen ice ocean, a giant beast emerged from the sea. The Lord of the Underworld Sea has appeared. The reconnaissance ship discovered it immediately. He Xingzhou saw the command screen. This was also that first time he saw the Lord of the Underworld Sea. Its appearance was like a giant toad, with plasma bubbles growing on its body, all of which were high-temperature plasma, which was its stored energy. Its height is over 10,000 meters, like a mountain. Among the human fleet, only the Crimson Moon space fortress is bigger than it. It wants to escape, stop it, trap it in Pluto, don't kill it. He Xingzhou ordered. Got it. To deal with the Devourer, ordinary warships would be dead no matter how many they have, and then the Crimson Moon appeared. There is an extra satellite above Pluto. The Lord of the Underworld opened his mouth, and plasma rays shot in all directions, trying to penetrate the Crimson Moon. On the Crimson Moon, a super-strong defensive energy shield appeared. At this time, a giant meteorite was burning in a heavy nuclear fusion reactor. Like the planet Overlord, as long as there are stones, the Crimson Moon has an inexhaustible supply of energy. Its energy shield withstood the attack of the Lord of the Underworld. Menkai shouted. Fight back, Purgatory Ray, proton weapon. Although He Xingzhou's order was not to kill it, Menkai knew very well that they could not kill the Lord of the Underworld Sea in a short time. This is a planet devourer. Even in its infancy, its vitality is so strong that it is not comparable to that of ordinary Zerg. 2 weapons were fired from the bloody moon. One was a deep red Purgatory Ray, and the other was invisible to the naked eye. It was a proton beam, which generated a super-electric field around the Lord of the Underworld Sea. Its power was 10 times stronger than that of an L7 class space battleship. The Lord of the Underworld Sea had just appeared and tasted the taste of mankind's latest weapon. The plasma protective layer around it could not block the Purgatory Ray. The plasma vaporized its body cells, and the proton beam peeled off the molecular structure of its skin cells while allowing the ultra-high voltage arc to penetrate its entire body. The Lord of the Underworld Sea was scorched, and it screamed and hid in the nitrogen ice ocean again. With the barrier of the nitrogen ice ocean, the attacks of the Purgatory Rays and proton beams were weakened by half. Stop attacking and accumulate energy. Menkai said. The blood moon stopped attacking, but it still floated in the outer space of Pluto, locking onto the nitrogen ice ocean. Damn human. The Lord of the Underworld Sea was hiding on the seabed to heal his wounds while thinking about countermeasures. That weapon is too terrifying. If I break out by myself, I will be seriously injured if I don't die. I have to ask for help. The Lord of the Underworld Sea knew what this meant. Once it asked for help from its own magical instruments, it meant that it had given up the territory of Pluto. At the time, it would become a subordinate of other Zegs and be at the mercy of others. I can't take care of so much. The Zeg has its own way of space communication. After evolving into the devourer of planets, they can also transmit information at superluminal speed through the subspace. Almost instantly, on Neptune, several devourers of planets received the Lord of the Underworld's message for help. What a loser. The Lord of the Underworld is no match for the humans and is about to be destroyed. Several devourers of planets had already awakened when the orbital cannon bombarded Pluto, and were observing the battlefield through their reconnaissance bugs. Ask for help, Lord of the Underworld, become my servant, and I will avenge you. No, Pluto should be my territory, and I was born on Pluto. Then go ahead, the human fleet took down Pluto without any loss, and I won't compete with you for the credit of destroying humans. These devourers of planets were all watching. The orbital cannon and the attacks of the blood moon made them somewhat fearful, and no one was willing to take the first step. No matter what, we can't let humans be so arrogant. A devourer of planets said, the majesty of the Zeg cannot be offended. Once they kill the devourers of planets, we will go out and destroy humans. That's right. The Lord of the Underworld didn't get a response for a long. Building a military base on Pluto, the next target of attack will be you. Don't worry, we will definitely take action, and we are observing the opportunity now. Lord of the Underworld, you are too cowardly to hide before fighting with humans. The devourers on Neptune are not in a hurry, they still want to observe the situation. It would be best if the Lord of the Underworld could test the true strength of humans before they are willing to take action. Compared with Neptune, Pluto has very few resources. If humans are attacked because of such a barren land, it is somewhat not worth it. No matter who takes action, they will be attacked by humans. Once damaged, their own nests on Neptune will be occupied by their own people. So no one is willing to take action first, unless the Lord of the Underworld is really eliminated by humans, and it involves the internal rules of the Zeg, they will take action. What's the situation on Neptune? He Xingzhou also asked people to stare at Neptune. Some Zeg are active in the space area near Neptune, and there are also a large number of Zeg patrolling. No devourers of planets appeared. The intelligence agency reported. Seeing this, He Xingzhou said, that's it, just trap the Lord of the Underworld here. Clean up the battlefield on Neptune and build a military base in the nearby area. Yes. All the members began to act. Except for the Blood Moon, which has been locking the nitrogen ice ocean in space, other warships have taken action. On the first day, only unmanned warships and unmanned mechas landed on the surface of Pluto and continued to clear the Zeg in the aftermath of the earthquake. At this time, some planetary behemoths escaped the attack of the planetary orbital cannon. Under the coordinated attack of the space warships, they were either killed or captured. On the second day, the shockwave slowed down a lot, and the insect nests on the surface were also cleared. On the third day, the underground team began to clear the Zeg armed at Pluto. For 3 consecutive days, the Lord of the Underworld did not appear. At this time, it could no longer take care of its offspring. It was observing the situation of humans. Why don't humans attack? Could it be that their weapons can only be fired once, and they are just bluffing? The Lord of the Underworld guessed in his heart. If so, not only can I rush out, but I can also devour them. No, the cannons they bombarded Pluto are one time, and the weapons of that space fortress are continuous. What if I go out and get killed by them? The Lord of the Underworld was very conflicted. While he was struggling, the Zeg on the surface of Pluto had been almost cleared. The space Z nest of Sharonai has also fallen into the hands of humans. Humans have actually begun to dispatch engineering ships and planetary mining mechas to land on the surface of Pluto, build mines and factories, and begin to manufacture weapons. We can't go on like this. I will definitely die this afternoon. After enduring for 10 days, the Lord of the Underworld had recovered from his injuries. He decided to try again, at least to leave Pluto. This planet is too small, even if it hides in the core of the planet, humans will find it. The giant toad appeared again, this time not in the nitrogen ice ocean, but in the iceberg area of the Toonpo district, where it dug a passage. The Lord of the Underworld has shown his head, fight him. Menghai was guarding the Lord of the Underworld. As soon as he appeared, the weapons on the bloody moon attacked again. The purgatory rays and proton weapons quickly injured him, and just like 10 days ago, the Lord of the Underworld was seriously injured again. He was furious. Damn human. The Lord of the Underworld dived into the ground again, and he was sure that humans had the power to kill him. Commander-in-Chief, he's hiding again. Menkai reported to He Xingzhou. Well, that's it. He Xingzhou said, there are still 2 years left, play with it slowly. Build all the important facilities in space and make them movable, so that we can evacuate easily. Humans used Pluto as a base and began to build space military facilities. Rare minerals and nuclear materials on Pluto were also mined by humans. He Xingzhou directly adopted a violent mining mode, and he didn't worry about wasting some resources. He wanted to mine all the usable energy here before the arrival of the Pleiades fleet. The Cyrus civilization and the Sky Eagle civilization did not master the heavy nuclear fusion technology, so they could not burn stones to replenish energy. According to Binang Xiang, even some 2.5 level civilizations did not have heavy nuclear fusion technology. Humans can obtain this technology only by studying the Zeg. The Lord of the Underworld was still struggling with humans. After 15 days, it tried to escape again and was injured. After another 30 days, the Lord of the Underworld gathered his hidden power underground and took 10 high-level planetary overlords to try to forcibly break through the human blockade. The Bloody Moon and other warships killed all 10 high-level planetary overlords, leaving only the Lord of the Underworld to escape alone. At this time, the Devourer of Planets on Neptune also lost interest. Let the Lord of the Underworld and humans consume each other, we still need to concentrate on evolving. The emergence of new human weapons made the Devourers of Planets feel pressured. They are determined to evolve to a higher stage. As long as humans don't kill the Lord of the Underworld, they are too lazy to take action. This is exactly what He Xingzhou meant. He took advantage of this opportunity to hide a large number of military forces in the Kuiper Belt. The space in the Kuiper Belt is large enough. It is a spherical space surrounding the entire solar system. As long as the enemy does not have a detector of advanced civilization such as the star system scanner, it is difficult to find them. The space insect nest of Charon was also transformed on the spot and became the second unconventional star destroyer Pluto's moon. 2 years passed quickly, and the fleet of the Pleiades Society had arrived at the edge of the solar system. In the virtual universe, Binang Xiang came to inform He Xingzhou. They are coming. How far is it? He Xingzhou asked. It is expected to reach the solar system within 10 days. Binang Xiang said, our reconnaissance warships are following behind. They are starting to speed up at this stage. The reconnaissance ships are faster and are approaching the solar system at 80% of the speed of light. They will arrive within 3 days. Chapter 218. The battle begins. The war is about to begin. He Xingzhou immediately passed the message, the enemy is about to arrive in the solar system, start the action. Pluto. On the surface, a huge ground factory rose from the ground. This seemingly ordinary factory turned out to be a spaceship with a power engine, which left Pluto with countless mechanical equipment. At the same time, thousands of transport ships and millions of transport ships traveled back and forth on Pluto, moving all the mined resources away. After several years of predatory mining, most of the useful resources on this planet have been mined, leaving only some ordinary rocks and water ice. Humans have left. The Lord of the Underworld Sea has been hiding underground for 2 years, and the actions of humans have attracted its attention. Damn it, this planet is already short of resources. In the past 2 years, they have completely turned Pluto into a barren planet. These were originally mine. The Lord of the Underworld Sea hated it in his heart. Even if humans left, it would suffer heavy losses. Do you want to leave? The Lord of the Underworld Sea hesitated in his heart, whether to take this opportunity to leave. In the past 2 years, it has tried various methods to escape, but none of them succeeded. Forget it. The Lord of the Underworld Sea noticed that the Bloody Moon in space was still there. As long as the space fortress was there, it could not leave here. On Pluto, there are some small spy bugs. They are spies of the Zeg from other planets, and they are also paying attention to the actions of humans. It seems that humans are leaving Pluto. Their warships and spaceships did not return to the blue planet, but went to the space farther away from the sun. The Devourers of Planets were also confused, are humans planning to go to other star systems? Track them and investigate them clearly. Ordinary Zeg do not have the ability to fly in space, so they can only be reconnoitered by planetary behemoths or planetary overlords. And because these bugs are too large, they are easily discovered by humans, so the Zeg reconnaissance has not achieved any results. The Kuiper Belt, 3 billion kilometers away from Pluto, is a dense group of meteorites. Large chunks of meteorites are floating in space. Some giant meteorites are larger than star destroyers. If they are more massive, they can become dwarf planets like Pluto. The fleet of the Blue Star Alliance is hiding in it. This place is called the Solar System Outpost. It is located at the edge of the solar system. It can detect enemy information in time and quickly dispatch troops. He Xingzhou was in the outpost at this time. He mobilized all the patrolled satellites of the star system exchanged from the Order Alliance to the vicinity and kept a close eye on the position of the Pleiades fleet. The Lord of the Underworld Sea is ready to move, and the Neptune's egg seems to be taking action as well. Queen, who is in charge of intelligence, said, "It's almost time. Once we find their traces, we will start to act." With the coordinates provided by the reconnaissance ship of the Black Sea civilization, He Xingzhou can send reconnaissance satellites with a purpose. Outside the solar system, the reconnaissance ship that had been deployed here 2 years ago is heading towards the coordinates sent by He Xingzhou. Captain He Xingzhou was nervous. If nothing unexpected happened, they were about to encounter the enemy fleet. He Xingzhou had the honor of entering the civilization arena of the virtual universe for simulated combat training. He was deeply shocked by the various weapons and combat methods of other civilizations. The enemies who attacked this time were the He civilization of level 1.8 civilization and the Cyrus civilization of level 1.9 civilization. They also had planetary level top weapons, star destroyers. A mistake in combat could cause civilization to suffer a catastrophe. "Captain, the reconnaissance satellite has found a target," the observer reported urgently. They launched tens of billions of reconnaissance satellites, and one of them captured that a warship was coming to the solar system at 70% of the speed of light. "Warning, the enemy is attacking. Continue to launch reconnaissance satellites." He Xingzhou hurriedly contacted the command center, sent the coordinates of the target, and continued to scout with the nearby brother warships. When they found the enemy also found them. The reconnaissance satellite of the Blue Star civilization has been found and destroyed. The reconnaissance ship of the Cyrus civilization reported the information. At this time, the He civilization fleet and the Cyrus civilization fleet had joined forces. Rafa and Grey Wolf, each on their own star destroyer, communicated. They are indeed prepared. Grey Wolf was not surprised at all. "The reconnaissance ship of the Black Sea civilization has been following us. I'm afraid that they have already sold our information to the Blue Star civilization. Be careful, this Blue Star civilization is not simple. Especially their commander Qingfen. Rafa had been defeated before, so he was very afraid of He Xingzhou. Rafa, you are just too cautious." There were also members of other civilizations of the Pleiades in the communication channel, including Dandazd, Cage, Luja and others. Dandazd said dissatisfiedly, "In the virtual universe, it was because you were too slow that Qingfen won." Ruger also criticized. "Dandazd is right, Rafa, Grey Wolf, you just attack. The Black Sea civilization is spying on you, and our main civilization is also spying on the solar system. Now the Blue Star civilization has occupied Mercury, Venus, Blue Star and Mars. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune and Uranus are the territories of the Zeg. These Zeg have evolved into planet devourers. Don't provoke them before we destroy the Blue Star civilization. If a mature planet devourer appears, even a star destroyer will find it difficult to deal with it. Wait until we take down the Blue Star civilization, and then destroy the Zeg." Grey Wolf said. "Okay, let's replenish energy first, and then directly attack the territory of the Blue Star civilization. After a dozen light years of trekking, we have consumed too much energy. Let's land on Pluto first and replenish energy." Rafa marked Pluto. They had learned that the Blue Star civilization had conquered Pluto 2 years ago. "Qingfen, I won't make mistakes this time." Rafa swore in his heart. He couldn't bear a second failure. The loss of materials in the last failure made the civilization and the main civilization very dissatisfied with him. If he fails this time, dying is not enough to apologize, the whole civilization will have to pay a huge price. "Attack Pluto, first remove the human base on Pluto." The joint fleet went straight to Pluto. "Here we go." The commanders at the Blue Star Alliance command are all online. Everyone is looking at He Xingzhou. They have been discussing how to deal with it for 4 years. He Xingzhou stood up and said, "According to the plan, Mercury, Venus, Blue Star, and Mars command centers immediately put the planets into the highest state of alert. He Hong led the reconnaissance fleet to harass the enemy and fight a space guerrilla war. Lei Yunfen, leave an unmanned surface force on Pluto to attack the enemy. Meng Hai, kill the Lord of the Underworld immediately and then evacuate. After killing the Lord of the Underworld, his body will be transported by the unmanned fleet and delivered to our opponents. Blue Star's planetary orbital cannon will be activated synchronously to bomb Neptune. Execute immediately. Yes. Everyone followed the instructions and began to act. The first to act was the reconnaissance fleet outside the solar system, led by Luowan. The reconnaissance fleet launched beyond visual range weapons to harass the enemy fleet. Space electromagnetic cannons, space hydrogen bombs, and the like. These attacks were nothing to the He Xingzhou civilization joint fleet. With the help of the Pleiades civilization, their warships had been upgraded and equipped with energy shields. These weapons, in addition to being able to blow up some reconnaissance satellites and small spacecraft, could not harm the main battleships, but could only consume the energy of the main battleships. My lord, the enemy has been harassing us all the time, and we must always keep the energy shield on, which consumes a lot of energy. Do you want to pursue them? The captains asked Rafa and Grey Wolf. Don't worry about them. The two agreed, let's go to Pluto first. When they arrived at Pluto, they would have energy to replenish, so they ignored the harassment of the Blue Star civilization reconnaissance ship and continued to move forward. In the outer space of Pluto, the bloody moon has been orbiting Pluto for 2 years, and today it will finally exert its full power. They have deployed a large number of detectors under Pluto, and the location of the Lord of the Underworld Sea is clear. Everyone, get ready, we have received the order from the Commander-in-Chief. From now on, destroy the Lord of the Underworld Sea. Menkai ordered. Received. The soldiers have been waiting for 2 years and can't wait any longer. The heavy nuclear fusion reactor is outputting at full power, and the energy heats the heavy hydrogen to become plasma. In addition, the energy is converted into strong force, stripping protons and creating proton beam weapons. Under the nitrogen ice ocean of Pluto, the Lord of the Underworld Sea is planning to escape from here. It hid and returned to the nitrogen ice ocean. The underground here is where the radioactive energy inside Pluto is located. Here, it can heal and evolve at the fastest speed. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld Sea sensed a high energy reaction from the bloody moon. The radiation intensity has increased tenfold. No, they are going to attack me. The Lord of the Underworld Sea immediately drilled into the core of Pluto. But the next second, there was a violent earthquake from underground. A resonant torpedo needle was detonated under the nitrogen ice ocean, the ground was shaking, and the nitrogen ice ocean was roaring. Its underground high detection, the resonance was also affecting it. If it continued to drill down, the resonant torpedo alone would seriously injure it. The cells of the carbon-based Zeg are more elastic. The current resonant torpedoes cannot destroy them, but they can destroy their body organs. The Lord of the Underworld Sea had to surface from the nitrogen ice ocean. You are bullying the insects too much. I'm a planet devourer, an existence that can devour planets. I will fight you. The Lord of the Underworld Sea rushed to the bloody moon. The plasma protective layer around its body is thicker than that of the Star Destroyer of the He Xingzhou civilization. Even the Purgatory Ray will find it difficult to penetrate it for a while. Fire the plasma energy storage cannon. Of course, the bloody moon has more than just this ability. The energy storage cannon has accumulated enough energy. A big hole appeared on the bloody moon, and then a ball of plasma that was enough to instantly evaporate a supervolcano shot out and hit the Lord of the Underworld. The plasma protection layer of the Lord of the Underworld was finally penetrated, and the proton beam weapon followed closely, and the super-electric field completely enveloped it. Do you really think you can electrocute me to death? This is just charging me. The Lord of the Underworld seemed unaffected by the super-electric field. Like the Noah Worm King, it also has the ability to absorb electrical energy. The Lord of the Underworld is faster, and it also ejected a heat energy ray to attack the bloody moon. This time, it attacked desperately, and the energy intensity soared. The energy shield of the bloody moon was rapidly reduced and disappeared after a minute. The bloody moon was hit by a big hole in the ray. It's too dangerous, keep attacking. Menkai gritted his teeth. The blood moon is different from traditional ships. Its size and mass are large enough, and its power modules and arsenals are distributed in different areas. Even if a hole is punched, it still retains its combat effectiveness. The resonance torpedoes and the purgatory rays attacked together, and the body of the Lord of the Underworld was also scorched and vaporized. Its body secreted a kind of mucus to protect and repair its body. How could the recovery speed exceed the attack speed? The firepower of the blood moon is completely comparable to that of a Star Destroyer. The Lord of the Underworld realized that if this continued, he would be wiped out if he didn't destroy the blood moon. It tried to escape to Neptune despite the output. Everyone, I can't stand it anymore, come and save me. The Lord of the Underworld asked for help from the devourers of planets on Neptune. The Lord of the Underworld is indeed in danger. Humans have launched an attack. They want to wipe out the devourer of planets. We must not let them get to the underworld. The material of the Lord of the Sea, the technological progress of the Blue Star civilization is very fast. If they get the material, I'm afraid that weapons targeting our devourers of planets will appear again. Go, just in time to wipe out all the humans on Pluto. On Neptune, several devourers of planets are waiting from their nests, and prepared to go to Pluto with millions of planetary beasts. Lord of the Sea of Hell, your death is coming. Near Pluto, several large holes appeared on Charon, emitting purgatory rays and electromagnetic resonance waves. The moon of Pluto finally showed its claws, and its commander was Wangsheng and Krishan Manor. There is another space fortress. The Lord of the Sea of Hell was shocked. It knew that humans had seized its space insect nest. It didn't expect that humans would transform it so quickly and make it the second space fortress. Humans have rich experience in transforming the weapons of the Zerg. The Lord of the Sea of Hell could feel that his body was disappearing rapidly. Until its energy could no longer resist the enemy's cleansing, and its body organs were destroyed by electromagnetic resonance waves. Human, my fellow tribesmen will avenge me. Your entire civilization, the entire solar system, will be destroyed. The Lord of the Underworld finally let out a fearful cry, all the planet devourers, human weapons are enough to kill us. If you don't take action to eliminate them, you will be killed by them one day like me. The life breath of the Lord of the Underworld was completely cut off, and its body was still defending and attacking reflexively. This guy's mass is large enough, although his consciousness has disappeared, his nerve reflexes still exist. This half of the body is considered a biological weapon. Unmanned fleet, capture the body of the Lord of the Underworld. Luoyuan acted according to the plan. An unmanned fleet sailed over, used a space grappling net to trap the body of the Lord of the Underworld, and slowly sailed towards the Blue Star civilization. This scene was discovered by the Zerg and the Pleiades fleet. Chapter 219 Galactus vs Star Destroyer. They really killed the Lord of the Underworld. This is an insult to our Zerg. On Neptune, the Devourers were furious. The Blue Star civilization attacked Pluto, and they had been watching the show because Pluto had too few resources and was not worth mentioning compared to Neptune. So before, these Devourers were unwilling to fight. Now the weapons of the Blue Star civilization killed the Devourers, which seriously threatened the survival of the Zerg. Super beasts flew out of this ice giant and headed for the Pluto area. Kill them. That's the Devourer of the Zerg. Rafa and Grey Wolf both saw this scene. In the Old Alliance, the reward for killing a Devourer is more than what we lost before. At least it's worth a Star Destroyer. Both of them were tempted. Grey Wolf immediately said, "It only takes us half an hour to reach the Pluto area. Now we can speed up at full speed and stop them." At this time, Rafa also agreed with his point of view very much. Anyway, we want to take Pluto, so it's a good time to gain more. The Devourer not only represents rewards and resources, but also represents the super biotechnology of the Zerg. For a first-level civilization, this is simply a priceless treasure. They came to the solar system to plunder and grab resources. How could they give up such an opportunity? The subordinate also said, "The speed of the Blue Star civilization's warships is not fast. After dragging the corpse of the planet Devourer, it can't even reach 30% of the speed of light. We only need 1 hour to speed up and catch up. Chase." The two ordered at the same time. The joint fleet accelerated again and headed straight for Pluto and the unmanned fleet that was carrying the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. At this time, robots were already collecting important biological materials from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld, which would be sent to research institutes on Blue Star and Mars for research. As for the large body, it was still being slowly transported in space. Half an hour later, the joint fleet first resisted Pluto. At this time, Pluto was already in a mess. All the factories and buildings had been moved away, and the surface had become a ruin due to the attack of weapons. The nitrogen ice ocean on Pluto has completely evaporated into nitrogen. The original Tombor district, the heart of Pluto, has now become a super big pit. The fleet of the Blue Star civilization had long since withdrawn, including the 2 space fortresses. This Qingfeng is really cunning. Seeing this, Grey Wolf complained, "This guy has already mined the useful resources on Pluto in advance." I expected it. Rafa had thought about this situation a long time ago. He was not worried, and said, We only need to replenish energy once, and then directly attack Mars and Blue Star. There are enough Zeg energy for us to use. Let's chase the corpse of the Devourer first. The Star Destroyer continued to move forward. The speed of other warships is not enough. The Star Destroyer can reach 90% of the speed of light. Such a terrifying speed, even the fastest main battleship of the Blue Star civilization cannot match it. Half an hour later, they caught up with the transport fleet that was carrying the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Attack. Rafa ordered the attack without saying a word. He had been holding this breath for decades. The ships of this fleet are all obsolete defective products, and some are not even space battleships, but just spaceships. Moreover, this fleet completely gave up counterattacks, and even took the initiative to fly towards their fleet, as if surrendering. What does the Blue Star civilization want to do? Kill the Devourer and use these junk ships to transport it. Grey Wolf thought, are they cheating? Report, Zeg spotted ahead, suspected to be the Zeg on Neptune. The reconnaissance ship sent the news in time. They want us to fight the Zeg and consume our strength. Rafa said firmly. But they are going to miscalculate. Grey Wolf snorted coldly, we want the corpse of the Devourer, we want Pluto, our Star Destroyers are not afraid of the Zeg on Neptune. It's unnecessary, let's not fight them. Rafa ordered, hurry up and recover the corpse of the Devourer to avoid fighting the Zeg. Yes. The fleet began to move. They quickly captured the unmanned fleet and then returned home, with no intention of colliding with the Zeg. The Zeg also detected their information. There is a fleet from outside the solar system, which took away the body of the Lord of the Underworld. The fleet from outside the solar system, decades ago, there were warships from outside the solar system that resisted, but we drug them away. What is their relationship with the Blue Star civilization? Are they here to invade the Blue Star civilization, or are they helpers invited by the Blue Star civilization? The fleet of the Blue Star civilization did not start a war with them, but directly gave them the body of the Lord of the Underworld. Is the Blue Star civilization their subordinate civilization? No matter who they are, the solar system is our territory. Whoever comes must die. One of the most evolved planet Devourer spoke. It is called Lord of the Ice Prison, and it is a planet Devourer born in the icy mantle of Neptune. Its whole body is immersed in a superhuge crystal, and its body temperature is minus 272 degrees Celsius. On the Blue Star, minus 273.15 is called absolute zero. Absolute zero is like the speed of light, which can only be infinitely approached but cannot be reached. At this temperature, even the air will instantly solidify into ice. All the matter around the ice prison Lord will change its material form due to the low temperature and be frozen. This means that they have begun to retreat to Neptune. More information came from the Zeg. The Devourers were also hesitating, should we attack them? Are these people in the same group as the Blue Star civilization? Their warships seem to be more powerful than those of the Blue Star civilization, and they have the ability to cross star systems. Could they be a second-level civilization? What's a second-level civilization? Another Devourer was dissatisfied, we have all evolved into Devourers, so why are we afraid of a second-level civilization? Devouring their warships will allow us to evolve faster. They argued endlessly. At this time, a metal cannonball was fired at Neptune. It was a metal cannonball with a mass and volume comparable to a space insect nest. It seemed to have come from the outer solar system and hit Neptune's satellite, Triton. Triton is the only large satellite of Neptune and the most precious space insect nest for these insects. Their space troops are all cultivated here. Triton, like Pluto, was once a Kuiper belt object. Its main component is nitrogen ice. Its volume is larger than Pluto, with a diameter of 2,706.8 kilometers. 2 years ago, everything that happened to Pluto was repeated on Triton. The hit of the cannonball was like an asteroid impact. The ice and land masses on the surface of Triton were all cracked. The heat energy generated by the collision melted the nitrogen ice, and this icy world quickly woke up. Wake up, a nitrogen ice ocean formed on Neptune, steam, hot springs, and debris rushed out of its thin atmosphere and flew into outer space. The whole planet was shaking, and countless Zegs inside died in a short time. My hive. Seeing Triton being bombed, the Lord of the Ice Prison knew that his hive was destroyed. Too hateful, too arrogant, it's simply courting death. The Lord of the Ice Prison was furious. This shell flew from the direction of the outer solar system. Was it fired by the new fleet? The planet Devourers could not tell who the attacker was. In order to achieve this effect, He Xingzhou put a lot of effort into this shell. He even installed an asteroid thruster on the shell. When the planetary orbital cannon fired it, it did not rush directly to Neptune to hit the target, but after passing Neptune, it used the thruster to modify the direction, make a circle, and then hit the space havoc Triton. In this way, it seemed as if it was launched from the outer solar system. Triton was attacked. Rafa and Grey Wolf were also shocked. We just saw Xingzhou attacking the Zeg. Is he trying to stir up trouble? They are plotting against us. The reconnaissance ship sent a message. A fleet has changed its coating to be exactly the same as ours, and is launching weapons towards Neptune. Outside Neptune, there is a fleet with the same coating as their warships, attacking the Zeg in the outer space of Neptune. Damn, Xingzhou is so cunning. The Zeg cannot judge the situation in this way, and will definitely regard us as opponents. Rafa instantly understood He Xingzhou's idea, but they could not negotiate and explain with the Zeg. Otherwise, they would be the enemy of the Order Alliance, and if they continued to attack Blue Star at this time, they would inevitably pass through the orbits of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn and Jupiter, and it was hard to guarantee that the Zeg would not intercept the attack. We can't retreat, our energy must be replenished. Grey Wolf also understood Rafa's mood at this time. We can either fight the Zeg on Jupiter, or return to Pluto and fight a defensive battle. The Zegs could no longer care about anything else. The Lord of the Ice Prison said angrily, "No matter who they are, these people are our enemies. Destroy them. Kill." On Neptune, there are hidden devourers of planets appearing. Through the thick atmosphere of Neptune, they directly destroyed the warships with rays and kinetic weapons. The two sides began to fight fiercely. The strength of this fleet was not strong. When the first devourer of planets flew out of the atmosphere of Neptune, they began to retreat. The direction of retreat was exactly the direction of Rafa and others' fleet. The Zegs have determined that Rafa and others are the murderers. All signs indicate that the Blue Star civilization may have contacted other civilizations to jointly deal with the Zeg in the solar system. Of course, even if it is not, the Zegs don't care. Anyway, for them, all creatures that hinder their evolution must disappear. Fight, they are fighting. In the Blue Star Alliance command, Lady Infing laughed and said, "The Neptune Zeg has chased over and started to attack the He Xingzhou civilization joint fleet. Oh my goodness, there are 3 devourers of planets alone. 2 carbon-based Zeg and 1 silicon-based Zeg. Judging from their size and mass, they are probably much stronger than the Lord of the Underworld." Kui women exclaimed, "Fortunately we didn't fight them this time. The Zeg dispatched more than 100,000 planet overlords. Even if we use all our warships, we may not be able to defeat them." Although everyone was happy that they had successfully caused a conflict between the Zeg and the Pleiades fleet, they were also worried that the Zeg on Neptune were so terrifying. Look carefully, record all the information about the Zeg. I hope our opponents can hold on. He Xingzhou looked at the images sent back by the reconnaissance ship. In space, the fastest devourer of planets is approached the Pleiades fleet. It is a 4-winged giant beast with lightning wrapped around its body. Humans have discovered it during the reconnaissance of Neptune. It lives in the atmosphere all year round. Even when sleeping and resting, it floats in the sky. It can control lightning and magnetic fields. It is called the Lord of Thunder, the juvenile devourer of planets. The Lord of Thunder caught up with an L7 class space battleship, which is one of the main battleships of the He Xingzhou civilization. Seeing the Lord of Thunder catching up, the battleship fired rays and kinetic weapons to attack the Lord of Thunder. These attacks were blocked by the lightning net around the Lord of Thunder before they touched it. It flapped its wings in the vacuum, and the thunder swept away like a storm. The energy shield that the battleship had just installed was destroyed in an instant, and the ship was pierced by lightning and exploded in space. The Lord of Thunder destroyed an L7 class battleship with one move. What a terrifying Galactus! It was the first time for Rafa and Grey Wolf to see Galactus attack methods. The Lord of the Underworld was killed by the Blue Star civilization, which made them think that Galactus was not as strong as they imagined. In fact, the firepower of the space fortress designed by He Xingzhou had long reached the level of Star Destroyer. Galactus was stronger than they imagined. "Evacuate, evacuate!" Rafa shouted hurriedly, "All Phaeagian Star Destroyers, evacuate!" Grey Wolf, it's our turn. Without Star Destroyers, it's impossible to hurt them. Okay. Grey Wolf said in a deep voice, "We should teach the bugs a lesson, otherwise they will come to harass us when we attack the Blue Star civilization." Main guns ready. On the 2 Star Destroyers, the main guns began to prepare. On the Star Destroyer of the He civilization, He for short, a super arc generator was accumulating energy. On the Star Destroyer of the Cyrus civilization, Cyrus for short, a Gauss gun, a super electromagnetic gun, an electromagnetic gun with the same power as a planetary orbital gun, was accelerating the projectile in a circular magnetic field. "Leave this big Thunderbird to you, we will fight the one behind," Raphael said, although they did not know the capabilities of the Zerg. But he estimated that the Lord of Thunder was highly immune to damage from the arc main gun, so this target was given to the Cyrus to attack. He was going to attack another planetary behemoth behind the Lord of Thunder, which was an ellipsoidal planet devourer. Code name, Lord of Storms. Its detailed information appeared in front of He Xingzhou. The juvenile planet devourer, like the Lord of Thunder, lives on Neptune. The atmosphere has the ability to control ions, which can be manifested in controlling storms or creating supermagnetic fields. It can also launch arcs, thermal rays and other attacks. Fire. Almost at the same time, the Tin Head and the Cyrus launched attacks synchronously. The two main guns on the Star Destroyer aimed at their respective targets and fired a devastating shot. Chapter 220 Raphael. I'm always the unlucky one. The speed of the electric arc was even faster. In space, a flash of lightning came from the Tin Head ship and hit the Storm Lord accurately. The plasma protection layer around the Storm Lord could not withstand such a huge energy and exploded. The electric arc penetrated it from head to tail. Inside its body, a large number of biological tissues and organs were necrotic, and its ellipsoidal body dropped layer after layer of spin protection layer. The Storm Lord screamed. This shot directly injured it and almost killed it. On the other side, the Thunder Lord realized that the danger was coming and prepared to evade. But the speed of the Gauss cannon on the Cyrus reached 90% of the speed of light. At this speed, it could not escape with its life. The Thunder Lord could only release lightning to strengthen the plasma protection layer. From the Cyrus, a spear-shaped kinetic weapon appeared. It looked like a giant weapon used by a giant, and was made of space metal. After passing through the plasma protection layer, it broke through the body of the Thunder Lord and pierced it. The Gauss cannon was more powerful than that. After piercing the Lord of Thunder, the spear exploded from the middle. Its interior was all based on the principle of nuclear fusion reaction. The ultra-high temperature generated by kinetic energy and collision triggered the nuclear fusion reaction. A chain of nuclear explosions occurred inside the body of the Lord of Thunder, blasting its flesh and blood apart. The high temperature of over 100 million degrees Celsius evaporated the flesh and blood, turning it into a ball of blood mist. In a short period of time, less than 1/10 of the body of the Lord of Thunder remained. If it were a planetary overlord, I'm afraid it would have died a long time ago. As a planet devourer, its vitality was extremely tenacious. In this way, it actually directly cut off its already damaged body and used the remaining parts to escape to the Zerg army. Die. Grey Wolf looked at it coldly. The Cyrus Star Destroyer was stronger than the Tin Head. In addition to having a Gauss cannon main gun, it also had a condensed plasma cannon secondary gun. At this time, the secondary gun also began to attack, and a large number of plasma balls vaporized the rest of the Lord of Thunder's body. Within a few minutes, under the attack of the Star Destroyer, a young devourer completely disappeared in the universe. The Lord of Thunder just died like this. The commanders of the Blue Star civilization were all shocked. He Xingzhou was surprised and said, "The power of the Cyrus is much stronger if we don't count our resonance weapons and proton weapons. The Lord of Thunder is the same as the Lord of the Underworld, both are young devourers. We also dispatched a fleet to deal with the Lord of the Underworld, and we won after repeated attacks." The Lord of Thunder was killed by a round of shooting from the Cyrus. Menghai saw this and said, "If it was against the Cyrus, Scarlet Moon and Pluto Moon would not be sure." They killed the Lord of Thunder, which is considered to be a fight to the death with the Zerg. He Xingzhou was not surprised. Since the other party dared to attack the solar system, they must have some understanding of the situation here. These Star Destroyers were all made with the help of the third-level civilization Pleiades civilization, and it should not be a problem to deal with young devourers. The death of the Thunder Lord horrified the Storm Lord. This time, the enemy was stronger than the Blue Star civilization. As it fled, it called out to the Ice Prison Lord, "Ice Prison Lord, save me." The Ice Prison Lord asked them to go first, also to test the opponent's strength. Now it has a good idea in its mind that the strength of this fleet is stronger than the Blue Star civilization. You killed another general of mine. It's time for you to see what a planet devourer is. The Ice Prison Lord suddenly accelerated, and its speed soared straight up, breaking through to 90% of the speed of light, and even reaching 92% of the speed of light. From 90% of the speed of light to 99.99% of the speed of light, it is the sublight speed state. Generally, the first-level civilization is not capable of reaching sublight speed. Even the planetary-level top weapon Star Destroyer can only reach 90% of the speed of light. According to the theory of relativity, the closer an object is to the speed of light, the closer its mass is to infinity. The energy and power acquired increase exponentially. Don't think that this is only a difference of 2% of the speed of light. The energy difference represented is an astronomical figure. 92% of the speed of light. Song Jinghong said hurriedly, "The Ice Prison Lord is at least a grown-up devourer of planets." Attack. The two Star Destroyers simultaneously aimed their attacks at the Ice Prison Lord. The kinetic spear of the cannon attacked again. When it approached the Ice Prison Lord, it was frozen inch by the tip of the tip. The temperature close to absolute zero made it freeze. Then countless particles hit its surface, breaking the kinetic spear made of space metal into countless pieces. The overall structure did not exist at all. It had been broken into a mass of molecules. The super arc and plasma cannon also hit, and a nitrogen ice shield rose around the Ice Prison Lord. The nitrogen ice shield was vaporized and generated at every moment. Those ultra-low temperature substances absorbed a lot of heat energy from the high-temperature plasma, causing the plasma to disperse directly. While the arc passed through the nitrogen ice shield, it was blocked by a layer of plasma protection on the surface of the Ice Prison Lord. In terms of defense alone, the Ice Prison Lord far exceeded those previous planet devourers. Increase the power. Hold up the energy shield. The two commanders on the Tin Head and Cyrus also became nervous. It was obvious that the Ice Prison Lord was not an easy one to deal with. Their weapons had a higher output power, which penetrated the Ice Prison Lord's defense and injured its body. Since the Ice Prison Lord's body mass and size are large enough, these injuries are not enough to seriously injure it for the time being. The Ice Prison Lord has approached the nearest Star Destroyer, the Tin Head. "Why is it always me who is unlucky?" Raphael wailed in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted, "Do your best to avoid it, and the interception system is fully activated." On the Star Destroyer, the ship's weapons were fired in large quantities, and its firepower was strong enough to crush an asteroid 3 times. The defense layer of the Ice Prison Lord could not withstand such an attack, but it did not retreat. It was already close to the Tin Head, and the temperature around the Tin Head dropped sharply, approaching absolute zero. Although most of the materials used to make the Star Destroyer are resistant to low temperatures, the drastic change in temperature will still have an impact on the materials. Moreover, the performance of some materials will change under ultra-low temperature conditions. The shipboard intelligence immediately issued a warning. The temperature of the ship has changed, and temperature adjustment is being carried out. Nitrogen ice spread on the body of the Ice Prison Lord, like an icy tentacle, grabbing the Tin Head and wrapping it up. What does it want to do? The commanders were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. They thought that the attack method of the Lord of Ice should be similar to that of the Lord of Natural Disaster, that is, to use collision. At this time, the temperature of the Tin Head ship was rapidly unbalanced. In addition, the ship's armor continued to crack in the frozen areas. It seemed that there were living things in the ice particles, devouring the ship. In a short period of time, a part of the ship's hull wrapped in nitrogen ice had disappeared, and the emergency hatch and temporary armor were being urgently open. "Our speed is decreasing, our energy is running low, and our ship is damaged. If this continues, the ship will be destroyed in less than 10 minutes. Raphael said to Grey Wolf hastily, "Hurry up and rescue." "Okay." Grey Wolf did not hesitate. At this time, the Lord of the Ice Prison was talking to the Tin Head. Mergers 1, attacking the Ice Prison Lord will also hurt the Tin Head, but he has no other choice. Attack with plasma cannons, attack the core of the Ice Prison Lord's body. On the Cyrus, a more powerful plasma cannon was fired, and the Ice Prison Lord's defense layer had been penetrated. This plasma cannon hit it directly, and large pieces of nitrogen ice on its body surface fell off and vaporized, and its volume and mass instantly shrank by 1/5. Continue. The Cyrus continued to attack, and the Tin Head was also resisting. Their main guns adjusted the direction, even at the cost of destroying the hull, and attacked with super energy arcs. The Ice Prison Lord resisted the attack of 2 Star Destroyers and was severely injured. It wanted to destroy at least 1 Star Destroyer, but now it seems that if it continues, even if it can destroy the Tin Head, it will be killed by the Cyrus. "I'll spare your lives today, but it won't be so simple next time." The Ice Prison Lord pulled hard, and the ice tentacles tore half of the frozen Tin Head's hull alive. These parts were wrapped and swallowed by it. The hull is seriously damaged and is being urgently sealed. On the Teen head, emergency valves were quickly closed. When the Star Destroyer's cabins were designed, the connection method was similar to the parallel connection of circuits. Even if one part of the cabin was broken, it would not affect other cabins. Even the power compartment and weapon compartment were distributed in different parts of the hull, which was to maximize the continuous combat capability of the hull. Raphael's face turned pale. The Teen head was torn in half by the Lord of the Ice Prison. It was not a serious damage, it was almost scrapped. Even in the Teen head civilization, it was not an easy task to repair it. Now they are in the solar system, how can they have the resources and ability to repair it? Even if it is repaired, it is at most 40% of its combat effectiveness, which is not enough to be called a Star Destroyer. Raphael made 1,000 calculations, but he still didn't expect that the hard-won Star Destroyer of the Teen head civilization would be hit so hard just after arriving in the solar system and before fighting with the Blue Star civilization. Grey Wolf could understand his feelings, and he comforted him. Don't be too sad, it's good that the people are fine. We will soon make up for these losses. We still have the corpse of Galactus, and this time we kill the Lord of Thunder, and the resources we can get are enough for us to build a new Star Destroyer. It can only be like this. Raphael sighed. Grey Wolf, your Star Destroyer can't be damaged anymore, we still have to fight against the Blue Star civilization. Yeah. Grey Wolf observed the battlefield. The Lord of Ice Prison was already injured, and it evacuated with the Zeg army and returned to Neptune. Grey Wolf had no intention of chasing, they did not want to fight a decisive battle with the Zeg at this time. Go back to Pluto first, mine resources, and repair the Star Destroyer. They went to Pluto and prepared to rest. Now is our best chance. He Xingzhou said at the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. I originally planned to observe for a while, let the Zeg continue to rub against them, and then start a war after losing more power. I didn't expect the Ice Prison Lord to be so fierce that he directly destroyed a Star Destroyer. The energy at the two Star Destroyers has been mostly lost, and they can't maintain their subversive firepower. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Yes, we can't give them time to rest. We must take advantage of their illness to kill them. He Xingzhou agreed. The offensive plan will start in advance. He Xingzhou said, the battlefield is set near Pluto. Although they have evacuated Pluto, the arrangements made in the past few years are still there. Under Pluto, there are their robot troops and underground bases. In the outer space of Pluto, there is a solar system outpost, where a main fleet is hidden. Now the Pleiades fleet is searching the nearby area, and has not yet detected the outpost area. He Xingzhou said, the Mercury and Venus fleets will stay in our territory to carry out defense missions. The Mercury and Venus fleets were formed not long ago and are relatively weak. Most of the warships they use are L2 and L4 class warships eliminated by the previous fleets. Blue Star Fleet, Mars Fleet, set off directly to the Pluto battlefield. Meng Hai, Wang Shen, you'll lead the Crimson Moon, Pluto Moon Space Fortress and Outpost Fleet to encircle them from the rear and attack them from the front and back. Planetary Orbital Cannon, Pluto Underground Team prepare. We must decide the outcome in one battle. Received. The commanders acted separately. He Xingzhou looked at the star map and thought to himself that this battle must be decisive. Whether it is the Zeg or the Pleiades fleet, once they recover a little, they will be the weak ones. The longer the time is delayed, the greater the risk. After issuing the order, He Xingzhou also contacted Bai Xiang. We have to fight a decisive battle with them so soon. Bai Xiang asked in surprise, don't we want to wait? We can't wait. He Xingzhou said, their Star Destroyers are indeed stronger than ours. Once they come near the Blue Star, a random shot will cause the superstarring we have built for 30 years to explode. We can't afford such consequences. Besides, a grown-up planet of Ara has appeared this time. It can resist Star Destroyers and tear them apart. The Zeg are not stupid. If they sneak attack the Blue Star while we are attacking the enemy, it will be difficult for us to resist. Now it's finally come to pass. Both the Neptune Zeg and the Pleiades fleet have been damaged. Now is the best time. I understand. Bai Xiang said, you want us to keep an eye on the Pleiades civilization? Yes. He Xingzhou nodded, if the Pleiades civilization tears up the agreement and attacks us, we will not be able to fight back. The Pleiades civilization is a third-level civilization. Their weapons are a dimensionality reduction attack on the Blue Star civilization. Bai Xiang nodded and said, leave it to me. I'll go discuss it with the Great Elder. Bai Xingzhou immediately went to find Bai Shizhou and Bai Yu, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Committee. Are they going to attack each other now? Bai Shizhou thought about it and said, He Xingzhou's judgment is not unreasonable. Let's go and find that great elder. This war is not only a war between the Blue Star Civilization and the He Civilization and the Cyrus Civilization, but also a contest between them and the Pleiades Civilization. He Xingzhou is going to take the initiative. Bai Jie learned the news and said, since we have already made the decision, let's send our main fleet to keep an eye on the Pleiades Civilization. Tell He Xingzhou that we can only help them prevent the Pleiades Civilization from intervening. If they fail, we will not take action. He will definitely succeed. Bai Xingzhou's confidence in He Xingzhou was greater than his own. Chapter 221 Trap Pluto, the fleets of He Civilization and Cyrus Civilization returned here. Star destroyers are too large and easy to move, so they will not stay on the surface of the planet. Send out all the engineering ships and small warships to get enough resources as soon as possible. Raphael looked painful. The He is seriously damaged. Repair it quickly. Yes. The crew of He Civilization began to work. Millions of engineering ships flew out from the fleet and landed on the surface of Pluto to mine and build modular factories. Star destroyers will carry modular factories, cooperate with robots and mining ships. They can build automated factories with full industrial lines in the shortest time, smelt metals, manufacture parts, assemble, and even manufacture warships. On the other side, Cyrus Civilization also began to act. The firepower of star destroyers is powerful, but the price is that they consume a lot of energy. Before coming to the solar system, they had traveled through more than 10 light years in space and consumed a lot of energy. In the battle with the Zeg on Neptune, more than half of them were lost. Be careful. Grey Wolf warned, now is the time when we are weakest. The Blue Star Civilization may take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Spread the space reconnaissance network and cover the Blue Star. Yes. Their reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance satellites quickly spread in the solar system. On the Blue Star, a planetary orbital cannon that has accelerated around the Blue Star for dozens of times was fired, and the target was Pluto. When the shells arrive, launch the attack. He Xingzhou estimated the time. The shells should arrive at the same time as the fleet. At this time, in the outer solar system, a main fleet of the Black Sea Civilization was approaching the solar system. Enter the warp speed and patrol the outer solar system to prevent the Pleiades Civilization fleet from attacking. The commander issued an order. If the Black Sea Civilization makes a move, we will go too. The warp warships of the Pleiades Civilization are also approaching the solar system. The two sides scout each other and keep their distance, and no one wants to attack first. For them, a head-on collision is not cost-effective. On the Teen Head, maintenance robots and mechanics quickly repaired the Teen Head. But they lack materials and resources, and can only plug the loopholes at best. Even if we use up all our reserve materials, we still can't completely repair it. At most, we can repair up to 50% of its original state. The mechanic said to Rafa. What about the resources on Pluto? Rafa asked. The mechanic said helplessly. According to our detection, the resources on Pluto were extremely scarce. The people of the Blue Star Civilization have already mined all the important resources. This planet is just a dwarf planet with a very small mass. If we want to repair the Teen Head in the solar system, we must occupy at least one planet. Rafa frowned. This matter now seems not so simple. Before coming here, they always thought that with the Star Destroyer, it would be easy to destroy the Blue Star Civilization. But before the war with the Blue Star Civilization started, they suffered a heavy blow. In the communication channel of the Pleiades members, Grey Wolf said with some frustration, I thought that the Blue Star Civilization could defeat the Zeg, and we should be even easier. I didn't expect the Zeg to be so terrifying. The Lord of the Ice Prison, even our single Star Destroyer is no match for it. Rug said, the Zeg is powerful, there is no doubt. This is not the complete devourer of planets. Even a second-level civilization would not dare to say that it can defeat the complete devourer of planets. My loss is too great. Rafa was still distressed. The Teen Civilization was originally the weakest civilization in the Pleiades. For this Teen Head, their civilization invested countless resources, and now it is almost scrapped. Rug said, this time you also got the corpse of the devourer of planets. The adults of the main civilization have given me instructions. If you bring back the corpse of the devourer of planets, okay. That's what Rafa wanted. How soon can you attack the Blue Star Civilization? Rook urged, the fleet of the Black Sea civilization seems to be taking action, so we need to fight quickly. Grey Wolf said, 1 month, we need 1 month to replenish energy. The energy on Pluto and the Kuiper Belt objects is enough to support a war. Okay, then 1 month. Before Rook finished speaking, Raphael's face changed, and he said hurriedly, the Blue Star civilization attacked. They took the initiative to attack. Cage of the Tianyuan civilization was surprised. Did they dare to take the initiative to attack you? Don't underestimate them. Raphael showed them the images detected by the reconnaissance ship. In space, a huge electromagnetic cannon is approaching Pluto. According to the flight trajectory, its target is the modular factory they just built on Pluto. Planetary orbital cannon. This is Xingzhou's work. He really made it. Raphael is too familiar with this scene. In the civilization arena of the virtual universe, He Xingzhou defeated him with this trick. Planetary orbital gun. Grey Wolf said with emotion, we don't have this kind of weapon. Raphael, don't worry, we have a Star Destroyer this time. The planetary orbital gun is just an immobile weapon. The Star Destroyer is enough to deal with it. As he said, he immediately mobilized the Cyrus, fire the anti-aircraft gun. Intercept the planetary orbital gun. The Cyrus fired an equally powerful electromagnetic cannon, and when the planetary orbital gun came, it accurately hit it. The collision of the two was like an asteroid collision, producing a huge spark in space, which flashed away. Countless fragments hit Pluto, and all were shattered or evaporated by their warships. The planetary orbital gun did not work. It's worthy of being a Star Destroyer. The commanders in the Blue Star Alliance discussed. It would be great if we could get their Star Destroyer. Aishan pondered, isn't the teen head disabled? Find a way to kill him. The war has begun. He Xingzhou opened the battlefield image. The planetary orbital gun's attack was just to attract the attention of the Star Destroyer. The planetary orbital gun has resources from the blue planet, but the Cyrus has no resources or ammunition at this time. A main battleship composed of L-7 class space battleships has approached Pluto. Enemy spotted, prepared for battle. The Pleiades fleet also reacted quickly. They spread out, with one part guarding Pluto, mainly guarding the teen head. The other part went to the wider space to facilitate tactical adjustments. Underground troops, start moving. Ladian shouted, and with his words, the robots they left behind in the underground of Pluto moved forward one after another. Drilling out from underground, they launched attacks on the surface of Pluto and outer space. They have unmanned giant mechas, mechanical behemoths, and underground automated military bases. These include nuclear weapon silos, laser launchers, electromagnetic pulse jammers, plasma cannon launch towers, etc. On the surface of Pluto, the engineering and construction teams of two civilizations were under construction and immediately suffered a devastating blow. The modular factory they'd just built was hit by dozens of hydrogen bombs at the same time and turned into nothing. Some small warships in space were also destroyed. Damn it, now there is no place to repair the teen head. Raphael was furious. After the enemy's destruction, they not only failed to mine resources, but also suffered a lot of losses. Bomb them and blow them into slag. Raphael shouted, since they destroyed the Pluto base, let's go directly to Blue Star and flatten their home planet. Hundreds of main battleships of the teen head civilization were there, and they were at least L7 level battleships. When they opened fire, countless rays of light appeared in space. There are also countless kinetic weapons, arc weapons, energy cannons, etc. Luoyuan also led the main fleet to bombard. They opened the energy shield, both offensive and defensive. On the contrary, the energy shields of the fleets of Teen He civilization and Cyrus civilization seem to be weaker. These two civilizations did not have the ability to shield technology, which was given by the Pleiades civilization. The Pleiades civilization will not give the best technology to subordinate civilizations. In order to control subordinate civilizations, they often give inferior technology. The energy shield of the Blue Star civilization has gone through several versions of iterations, and with the research on the plasma protective layer technology of the Zerg, the energy shield is now strong enough to withstand most ray attacks. Although the number of main battleships of the Blue Star civilization is much smaller, at the beginning of the war, the fleets of the Teen He civilization and the Cyrus civilization did not have the upper hand. This Xingzhou is really amazing. The performance of his battleships is much higher than ours. At this point, the Grey Wolf had to admit that if there were no Star Destroyers, they might not be the opponent of the Blue Star civilization. Yes, their L7 class battleships are better than ours. If it weren't for their slow speed, they could be called delayed class. Raphael said, we can't underestimate them if they can survive the Zerg's attack. No one underestimates them, but they are always stronger than we think. Grey Wolf said, it seems that if we want to win quickly, we must send out the Star Destroyers. Raphael did not choose a safe approach at this time. He said, Grey Wolf, your Cyrus will take the lead. Our team head is seriously damaged and will provide fire cover in the rear. Okay. Grey Wolf had no objection. Send out the Star Destroyers. The Star Destroyers joined the battlefield very quickly. When the Gauss Cannon and Super Arc were fired, the two L7 class battleships of the Blue Star civilization did not even have time to retreat. Their energy shields were pierced and they crashed into space. Request support. Request support. The captains called the headquarters. The firepower of the Star Destroyer is really not something that ordinary battleships can withstand. Here we go. The satellite flew towards Pluto. It was the Crimson Moon space fortress. Menkai looked at the battlefield, pointed at the Cyrus and said, fire the Purgatory Ray at its main gun and block its attack. On Pluto's moon, the Purgatory Ray crossed the distance of the astronomical unit and bombarded the Cyrus. Under strong energy function, the energy shield is being reduced. Grey Wolf heard a reminder from the battleship system, the attack intensity is suspected to be a Star Destroyer, and the enemy target is being scouted. The enemy target is suspected to be an unconventional Star Destroyer. When Grey Wolf saw the Crimson Moon, he was shocked. They even have this? In this kind of positional warfare, the ability of this unconventional Star Destroyer is not weaker than ours. Raphael said hurriedly. Then kill it first. Grey Wolf hurriedly turned around and attacked the target, cooperating with Raphael to attack the Crimson Moon together. Faced with the attack of two Star Destroyers, the Crimson Moon could only give up the attack and fully open its defensor. Captain Wang, I leave it to you. We can still hold out for 10 minutes. Menkai looked at the strength of the energy shield. The energy shield can hold out for 5 minutes. With the external and internal armor, 10 minutes should not be a problem. As long as it is not hit head-on by the Gauss Cannon, Scarlet Moon will not be defeated so quickly. Hehe, it's my turn. Menkai laughed. Pluto Moon has been lying in ambush nearby. It is coming from the rear of the enemy. A branch fleet of 50 L8 class warships of the Cyrus civilization is taking a detour, preparing to go around the rear of the Blue Star civilization fleet and directly attack Mars and Blue Star. Wait until we take down the Blue Star civilization base camp and cut off their support, and they will have no way out. Black Wolf, one of the commanders of the Cyrus civilization, is commanding the fleet to advance with all their strength. These warships are second only to Star Destroyers. It is no problem for this force to destroy the surface of a planet. Sir, an unidentified target has been found, suspected to be a free celestial body. A flying giant meteorite appeared within their reconnaissance range. Flying meteorite. Black Wolf was suspicious. The adjutant said, this is the Kuiper belt of the solar system, and there are many of these large meteorites. Black Wolf still felt uneasy and said, to be on the safe side, let's shoot it. Yes. The battleship fired an electromagnetic cannon. When the electromagnetic cannon was about to hit it, a blazing ray swept across and completely evaporated the electromagnetic cannon. This ray directly hit an L8 class battleship, and its energy shield was automatically activated for less than a minute before it was penetrated. Then, hundreds of proton missiles drilled into it, and the super-strong electric field destroyed the battleship in an instant. Enemy attack, that's the enemy's weapon. Black Wolf shouted hurriedly, destroy it. The battleships started to attack one after another. At this time, a fleet also came from behind Pluto's moon. It was a fleet lurking in the outpost of the solar system. They flew from the outer periphery of the solar system and started a fierce battle. Bomb it for me, let them taste the purgatory rays, proton beam attacks, resonance torpedoes, these are all delicacies that only the planet of Arcus can enjoy, and you are lucky. He Xingzhou said with a smile. The firepower and attack weapons of the Blue Star civilization warships caught Black Wolf off guard. He could still deal with the Inferno rays and space electromagnetic cannons, but not the enhanced versions of the plasma rays and electromagnetic cannons. But how to defend against proton missiles? It destroys the hardest ship armor at the molecular structure level. The resonant torpedoes and electromagnetic resonance waves are even more terrifying, destroying the materials at the atomic level. Their warships have no means to deal with these weapons. So the attack of Pluto's moon with the fleet was almost a one-sided massacre. Lord Grey Wolf, we encountered the Blue Star civilization fleet and we can't resist it at all. They are coming to kill us. Black Wolf hurriedly asked for help. What? Grey Wolf saw that the coordinates were wrong. This fleet actually came from the outer solar system, which means that they had already ambushed and wanted to attack from the front and back. What shocked him was, it was their elite fleet, all L8-class warships, but they were beaten without any chance to fight back. Humans have another unconventional Star Destroyer. Grey Wolf said hurriedly, we're in trouble. The second one? Raphael was shocked. They could still hold on to the current situation, but if Pluto's moon came, it would be difficult for them to deal with it. If it was a normal war, they could completely rely on the speed advantage of the Star Destroyer to open up a distance in space and carry out beyond visual range strikes. But now, in order to replenish resources, they were blocked from front to back on Pluto, and their speed advantage could not be brought into play. They cut off one arm, and because of the Zerg's attack, the Star Destroyer was damaged, which was equivalent to fighting the Blue Star civilization with both arms at their own expense, and they suddenly entered a very unfavorable situation. Chapter 222 Game. Once we withdraw our forces from here to support, we may not be able to withstand the attack. Grey Wolf judged. He could only say to Black Wolf, if we hold on for 10 hours, we can completely wipe out the Blue Star civilization fleet. Sir. Black Wolf saw the energy shield being reduced and cried in his heart, I can't do it. The energy on the battleship was not sufficient, and the enemy's firepower was stronger than theirs. How could they hold on for 10 hours? He had no choice but to give the order, Zhao, they are not as fast as us, keep the distance. Space is huge, and it is difficult to completely block an area. Unless it is a dimensionality reduction attack by an advanced civilization on a low-level civilization, otherwise, with a speed disadvantage, no team can guarantee that it can fully annihilate the enemy. The Black Wolf is being chased and attacked by the moon of Pluto and its fleet, and on the main battlefield of Pluto, a half-star destroyer is not as easy as the Grey Wolf said. The firepower of the Cyrus is equal to that of the Scarlet Moon. With the half-teen head and their warships that exceed the fleet of the Blue Star civilization, it seems to have some advantages. But this advantage is fleeting. On an L8-class warship, this is the deputy command ship of the Teen Hair civilization, and it is carrying the remains of the Lord of the Underworld. In order to ensure that the corpse of the Devourer of Planets is not destroyed by the Blue Star civilization, this deputy command ship is evacuating with the corpse. Some researchers are dividing the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld on the ship. Before offering the corpse to the Pleiades civilization, they will intercept a part of it for themselves. In the research cabin, a Teen Hair civilization scientist was cutting up the flesh of the Lord of the Underworld. He found that the flesh seemed to still have vitality and was wriggling. What on earth is going on? The scientist was full of curiosity. They had only heard of Zerg in the virtual universe before, but had never seen it in person. He was about to study it, and the next second, a tentacle stretched out from the flesh and pierced through his protective suit. A bloody monster emerged from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld and devoured him. Warning, an abnormality has occurred. As soon as the AI system sounded the alarm, more strange phenomena came from the surrounding cabins. A large number of monsters emerged from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. They were very aggressive, devouring the crew members, and could also infect and control them with genetic viruses. A biochemical crisis was unfolding on the deputy command ship of the Teen Hair civilization. This scene was all within He Xingzhou's calculations. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. He Xingzhou didn't expect things to go so smoothly, probably because neither the Teen Hair civilization, the Cyrus civilization, nor the Pleiades civilization behind them had experience in dealing with Zerg. What biological weapons, genetic weapons, these are what humans have learned from bloody lessons. When the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld was rocked by them, their biological weapons were already placed on it. Now the biological weapons are hatching and disrupting the deputy command ship. Quick, start the enemy identification, close the cabin channel, and kill them. Scott, the deputy commander of the Teen Hair civilization, hurried to deal with it. Lord Raphael, my ship was attacked by unknown biological weapons. What's going on? Can we deal with it? Raphael asked hurriedly. Scott was sweating profusely. He saw through the video surveillance that biological monsters kept appearing, many of them were familiar faces to him, and even his closest female deputy had become a strange monster crawling on the ground at this time. I don't know, I can only kill them. At present, I don't know how the biological weapons are spread. It should come from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Scott said. The corpse of the Lord of the Underworld? How many warships have obtained the relevant biological materials? Raphael asked. 10 ships, and the warships of the Cyrus civilization also got a part. Scott said. Raphael's face changed drastically. These 10 ships are the main combat force. The distribution of biological materials is for the convenience of transportation and for insurance. Grey Wolf will naturally not miss this benefit, and also distributed a large amount of biological materials. As expected, these warships are all staged with biochemical crises. At this time, a warship actually turned its weapons around and attacked the damaged tin head. In less than 10 minutes, all the people on the ship were controlled by biological weapons and rebelled collectively. The tin head was already broken, and it was damaged again by such an attack. The hull armor is more than 70% damaged, and the energy shield system is damaged and cannot be maintained. The weapon bay has 40% remaining, and the energy has 30% remaining. Every piece of news made Radford extremely uncomfortable. Grey Wolf also found the information of rebels in his fleet. He was shocked and angry and said, "The corpse of the Lord of the Underworld Sea is a trap. They also have biological weapons. It's a mess, it's a mess. 2 of my warships have exploded. They are both crucial L8 level deputy command ships. Several are attacking their own people. Attack." He Xingzhou saw this and ordered. Take advantage of his illness and killed him. At all costs, take down the fleets of Tinhe civilization and Jinlang civilization. Yes. All ships fired at full power and suppressed forward. Rafa and Grey Wolf were exhausted. When the internal chaos came, they obviously felt that they were unable to command. The Bloody Moon poured out the Purgatory Ray without money. It can obtain energy by burning stones through heavy nuclear fusion. On the contrary, the opponent's Star Destroyer uses less energy. As the fight went on, Rafa and Grey Wolf found that they couldn't win. Even the Star Destroyer couldn't take into account both output and defense when there was a lack of energy. The output of the Bloody Moon was simply outrageous, and all kinds of weapons never stopped. The situation is critical. Rafa and Grey Wolf both understood that if this continued, they will fail. No one wants to face this ending. After crossing a distance of more than 10 light years, they have not even seen the blue star in the solar system. They are going to fail. This is not a question of shame or not. Once they fail, not only will they be annihilated, but the main civilization will also suffer a huge blow. Rafa said helplessly. Mr. Root, the strength of the Blue Star civilization is completely beyond our expectations. They have already possessed the strength of a 1.9 level, no, a level 1 peak civilization. Grey Wolf also said, yes, in this afternoon, we will be annihilated. Please ask the main civilization for help. You are really useless. Rug was very angry. 2 Star Destroyers and 1,000 L7 level and above main battleships were actually going to be destroyed in the outer periphery of the solar system. As the planner, this pot must fall on his head. But now, it is meaningless to insult them. He had to say, I will ask the main civilization now, you try to delay it as much as possible. Yes. The 2 did not dare to refute. The representatives of other affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades civilization were secretly shocked. The strength of the Blue Star civilization must have been helped by the Black Sea civilization. This unconventional Star Destroyer is not as fast as their Star Destroyer, but its firepower is even stronger. The enemy dug a pit and they fell into it. There is nothing we can do about it. If they had not encountered the Zeg attack, they should have been able to gain the upper hand. After all, the solar system is still their territory. They are more familiar with the environment there and know how to deal with the Zeg. Some people were glad that it was not them who sent troops. Rug quickly contacted the big man of the main civilization, the commander of the Pleiades civilization, one of the 7 elders of the Pleiades society, King Gu. In the ancient Eastern mythology, the location of the Pleiades was called the 7 Sisters Cluster, one of the 28 constellations by the ancients. There are 7 bright stars, representing the 7 fairies. The West also calls them the 7 beautiful daughters of Atlas, the god of the sky. The meaning is similar. According to the current standard translation of the Blue Star civilization, it is called the 7 fairies. Lord King Yu, the situation between Rafa and the Grey Wolf is not favorable. I made a mistake in command. Please blame me. Rug reported carefully. King Yu on the other side was very dissatisfied and said, we can make mistakes in the war against the first level civilization. Even if we send a few automatic warships, our combat capability is stronger than yours. Rook felt very wronged and had to say, the Black Sea civilization has reached an agreement with us on the surface, but in fact it has given the Blue Star civilization a lot of help. Their weapons technology is almost equivalent to that of the second-level civilization. If we don't take action now, Rafa and the others will be defeated. Xingzhou was silent for a moment. During this moment, she negotiated with other elders and reached a consensus. She said, there is no need. There is no need to go toward the Black Sea civilization directly. You can send the sublight speed warship to test. If the Black Sea civilization does not take action, then attack directly and take over the solar system. If a collision occurs, make arrangements. Yes. Rook nodded. He immediately gave an order and said, Vessel 9, enter the solar system. Outside the solar system, a giant warship flew into the solar system at a speed of 95% of the speed of light. This is a star-class sublight speed warship, belonging to the main battleship of the 2.4 level vessel civilization. Star-class warships are beyond the existence of star destroyers. Just this one warship is enough to wipe out the entire Blue Star civilization. The Pleiades has deployed a second-level civilization weapon. This news immediately spread to the Black Sea civilization. The elders of the Civilization Council gathered again, and the Great Elder Baijia said, the Blue Star civilization is about to win. No accidents can happen at this time. Follow them and stop them outside the solar system. Remember, avoid large-scale friction with them. A warp warship exited the warp and appeared in front of Vessel 9. The captain of Vessel 9 did not dare to force his way through, so he had to report to Rook. They really stopped us. Rook thought, since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, it means they don't want to go to war with us. In this case, project stellar weapons and strike the Blue Star civilization fleet from a distance. Yes. With the positioning of Raphael and Grey Wolf ships, Vessel 9 can accurately launch weapons into the solar system. Fire, anchor point kinetic cannon. On Vessel 9, two kinetic cannons that were infinitely close to the speed of light fired at Pluto's bloody moon and undersea moon. The kinetic energy at these two kinetic cannons is more powerful than that of planetary orbital cannons, and they have automatic tracking and locking functions. The Black Sea civilization's warp warship also fired two rays to destroy the kinetic cannon. At this time, the captain of the Black Sea civilization issued a warning to the other side. Ship ahead, if you continue to violate the agreement and attack the Blue Star civilization in the solar system, our ship will launch an attack. The other party responded, my ship just misfired, and did not actively launch an attack. Bai Xingzhou was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but found that it was not the case. How despicable, they have another sublight speed battleship entering the solar system. Vessel 9 was just a cover. In another space, another sublight speed battleship flew into the solar system. You violated the agreement. Bai Xingzhou accused the other party. Rook retorted, no, you're wrong. This Wolfang is only a star destroyer of the first-level civilization. It has only 91% of the speed of light and is not equipped with stellar weapons. Who stipulates that a first-level civilization cannot build a sublight speed battleship? This is a ship of the Cyrus civilization. The Cyrus civilization is still a 1.9 level civilization. The other party is taking advantage of the loophole. Judging from the quality, this battleship is definitely a stellar-level battleship, but it has been downgraded and some weapons have been removed, so that its definition is still a planetary-level weapon. But even so, it is also the most powerful of the star destroyers, enough to change the battlefield. Bai Xingzhou immediately informed He Xingzhou. She said with embarrassment, we have no reason to attack now. If you really can't do it, retreat. I will find a way to stop their attack. If it really doesn't work, I will let the battleships of the Iceberg Investigation Association launch an attack. Bai Xingzhou knew that violating the regulations of the Civilization Council and acting without authorization would definitely cause huge conflicts within the civilization. But she believed that the value of the Blue Star civilization was far greater than the current fragmented Black Sea civilization, even if the Black Sea civilization was still a third-level civilization. He Xingzhou said, I understand. He decisively ordered, everyone retreat to the asteroid belt. The other commanders were puzzled and asked, Commander-in-Chief, victory is imminent, why retreat now? Stellar weapons appear, retreat first. He Xingzhou was also unwilling. Seeing that victory was imminent, anyone would be unhappy to evacuate at this time. But as the commander of the fleet, he must remain rational. A momentary impulse will only destroy the entire fleet and civilization. When you retreat, send us information about the enemy. Especially when you pass through Neptune and Uranus. He Xingzhou added. What do you mean? Everyone was about to ask. It cannot be said. Colluding with the Zeg is a serious crime that is expressly prohibited by the Order Alliance, but if the Zeg accidentally intercepts the intelligence, it will not be considered collusion with the Zeg. With such a dangerous enemy coming to the solar system, can the Zeg sit still? On the Pluto battlefield, the fleet of the Blue Star civilization hurriedly retreated, not in the direction of the Blue Star, but in the direction of their solar system outpost in the Kuiper Belt. At the same time, the space insect nests of Uranus and Neptune intercepted a message sent by humans, probably that the Blue Star civilization was defeated, and enemies of the second-level civilization came to the solar system and were about to reach the Pluto battlefield. It's endless. We haven't completed the evolution and unification of the solar system yet. These civilizations are really annoying. We don't even have the energy to deal with the indigenous civilization of the Blue Star civilization, and we have to face these annoying bugs. The Lord of the Ice Prison wanted to go out immediately and wipe out everyone. Now is the time for them to compete to evolve into a complete devourer and become the supreme overlord of the Zeg in the solar system. No one wants to get hurt and be taken advantage of by other Zeg. Moreover, devourers have their own territories. To fight across planets, they must unify the planets, and the neighboring planets will not harass them. Now the appearance of sublight-speed warships has broken this balance. The second-level civilization warships are a huge threat to us. We must not let them come to the solar system. The Lord of the Ice Prison called on the devourers on Neptune. We should teach them a lesson. You can't always stand by and watch, otherwise everyone will face danger. Okay, we will go out this time too. Several devourers responded. They are also devourers in the growth stage like the Lord of the Ice Prison. On Uranus, devourers also went out and flew to the edge of the solar system. The Blue Star civilization fleet has retreated. On the main battlefield of Pluto, Rafa and Grey Wolf breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If they continued to fight, they would surely die. Our supporters arrived. Grey Wolf said happily, with the Wolf Fan here, it will be no problem to flatten the Blue Star civilization. Rafa was envious. The Wolf Fan was much stronger than their tin head. At this time, on the Wolf Fang, the commander of the Cyrus civilization, Wolf Fang, was in high spirits and said loudly, everyone, it's time for us to make a contribution. If we take down this star system, everyone will have the opportunity to become a captain. Captain, you are mighty. The crew was excited. They will do what the main fleet did not do. They will fight the enemies that the main fleet could not defeat. In this battle, they will become heroes of the Cyrus civilization and will also gain huge benefits for the civilization here. The Wolf Fan moved forward at a sublight speed. The warships of the Black Sea civilization hesitated again and again, but just kept tracking and did not launch an attack. Soon, the Wolf Fan entered the Kuiper Belt and approached the orbit of Pluto. Chapter 223 The solar system is too terrible. We have discovered a space base of the Blue Star civilization. The Wolf Fan has a stronger reconnaissance capability and has locked onto the solar system outpost of the Blue Star civilization. Destroy. The Wolf Fan secretly pressed the weapon button, and a sublight-speed kinetic cannon bombarded the outpost from a distance of billions of kilometers. At this time, there were not many warships stationed at the outpost, and most of the warships were participating in the war. They were not even able to detect this sublight-speed kinetic cannon in advance. When the Space Reconnaissance Network discovered this shell, the defense was already very difficult. Retreat, retreat. In the outpost, all personnel and ships hurriedly evacuated. The automatic weapon interception system fired at full power, but whether it was the electromagnetic cannon, proton weapon or plasma weapon, it failed to work. The sublight-speed electromagnetic cannon accurately hit the outpost, and also made irregular movements, destroying all the large buildings of the outpost. The outpost we worked so hard to build is gone just like that. Seeing the outpost destroyed, the commanders were distressed. At the same time, they also realized that the enemy's weapons had indeed exceeded their response range. This is no longer a war between first-level civilizations. The enemy has used cheating methods to create some weapons that are almost at the level of second-level civilizations. Very good, it's effortless to destroy such a target. Landler was very satisfied. He continued, heading towards Blue Star. The Lanya moved forward rapidly and soon reached the orbit of Pluto. Raphael said, our side is seriously damaged. The tin head needs to be repaired. We can only send other warships to fight together. Grey Wolf said directly, we still have 50% of our strength. The Cyrus will act together with the Langya. Langya smiled and said, you can continue to repair and destroy the Blue Star civilization. One of our ships is enough. Langya. Don't underestimate the Blue Star civilization. Their commander Qingfeng is not a simple person. Grey Wolf knew that Langya had always wanted to replace his position in the civilization and didn't want to share the credit with him, so he persuaded him. So what, unless he deploys stellar-level weapons, does he have them? Langya asked back. Grey Wolf couldn't answer. At this time, a strong energy wave came from the space ahead. The reconnaissance ship reported, warning, Zerg movement has been discovered. The Ice Prison Lord and 4 Devourers, 3 of which are from Neptune and 2 from Uranus. Again. Raphael became nervous and said, I can't fight them, I want to retreat. They came just in time, let me deal with the Devourer together. Langya ordered, all ships are ready to meet the enemy and kill the Zerg. Langya did not retreat, but stayed on the battlefield of Pluto. Devourers are extremely fast, and they can also reach sublight speed. This time, the Ice Prison Lord, who caused serious damage to the Teen Star Destroyer, fell behind only at the end, and its speed was the slowest. The Ice Prison Lord is actually the weakest of the 5 Devourers. Song Jinghong hurriedly recorded their data, except for the Ice Prison Lord, I have never seen the other 4. Send a reconnaissance satellite to do energy reaction analysis. During the sublight speed flight of the Devourers, it did not conceal its own energy fluctuations and body radiation, so it can be roughly detected. Soon, the approximate data of these planet Devourers appeared in the hall of the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. It is clear that this is a growing planet Devourer from Neptune. This Zed that looks similar to the Ice Prison Lord, we named it the Mysterious Ice Lord, also from Neptune, with a higher energy reaction, a growing planet Devourer, with unknown abilities, and maybe similar to the Ice Prison Lord. There is also a black planet Devourer in the shape of an oriental dragon, with a single horn on its head and flames all over its body, from Neptune, a growing planet Devourer, temporarily named the Lord of Flame. The growing planet Devourer from Uranus, shaped like a mountain, covered with a metal protective layer, with unknown abilities, temporarily named the Lord of Golden Peak. The last one is from Uranus, looks like a starfish, with a huge eyeball in the middle of its body, temporarily named the Lord of Demon Eye. Planet Devourers, there are indeed a lot of them. Lume said in shock, if these guys go crazy and come to Blue Star, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to resist. When that time comes, it will be a do-or-die battle. He Xingzhou said that it was difficult for him to control the situation when it came to this point. Pull our defense line back to Mars. Warships outside do not have any friction with the Zerg. He Xingzhou said. Returning home. The fleet had already evacuated, avoiding the Zerg's route. The Devourer of Planets has entered the attack range. The observer on the Wolf Fan reminded. Attack, kill them all. Langya was filled with excitement. Challenging the Devourer of Planets, what a great achievement it would be. Driving the first sublight speed warship of the Cyrus civilization and killing the Devourer of Planets, he would become famous in one battle. Not only in the Cyrus civilization, but also in the Pleiades society, he would be valued. Langya knew that Grey Wolf, as the current supreme commander, was no longer welcome because of his failure in the battle. Now was the time for him to rise. The sublight speed electromagnetic cannon fired at the Lord of the Demon Eye, who was flying in the front. It was this shot that killed the solar system outpost of the Blue Star civilization. Now, its target of attack was the Lord of the Demon Eye, the huge starfish. The Lord of the Demon Eye had seen the attack coming from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. It opened its eyes. Its eyeballs were not solid, but a mass of high-temperature plasma, equivalent to part of a star. The Lord of the Demon Eye did not change its formation. It continued to move forward. When the sublight speed electromagnetic cannon bombarded, the plasma rays in the Demon Eye poured out. Its energy intensity, light intensity, and heat energy were 10 times stronger than the purgatory rays created by the ion energy amplification array on the bloody moon. The sublight electromagnetic cannon melted in an instant and completely evaporated in space. This guy is much stronger than the Ice Prison Lord. It is very close to a mature planet Devourer. Jiang said. Everyone watched nervously. At this time, Rapha, Grey Wolf and others were more nervous than them. The attack of the Wolf Fan didn't work. Rapha was still resting near Pluto. Seeing this, he directly ordered, retreat quickly. Where to retreat? The subordinates asked. Leave the solar system. Rapha said directly, staying in the solar system now is a dead end. We will retreat too. Grey Wolf gritted his teeth. This Zed is too perverted. Even if a real second-level civilization comes, it is not their opponent, right? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how many monsters there are on those planets. The Wolf Fan failed in one shot and saw that his teammates were about to retreat. Deserting. You are all waiting to be court-martialed. Lan Fan did not intend to retreat, and the sublight-speed electromagnetic cannon was only one of the weapons on the Lan Fang. Prepare the particle light spear. Lan Fan ordered, shoot through the demon eye for me. On the Lan Fang, a particle beam was being formed. This was a weapon formed by a cluster of particles, and it was definitely one of the stellar-level weapons. Strictly speaking, at this point, they had violated the agreement with the Black Sea civilization and used the weapons of the second-level civilization. But the warships of the Black Sea civilization did not take action, because they were attacking the Zerg, and the Black Sea civilization had been deeply mired in the war with the Zerg for hundreds of years, and did not want to wade into this muddy water. Since they were not attacking the Blue Star civilization, the Elders did not want to go toward the Pleiades over this matter. On the Lan Fang, a beam of particle light shot towards the demon eye, and the attack speed reached the speed of light. The particle light spear accurately hit the Lord of the Demon Eye, and it passed through the Demon Eye of the Lord of the Demon Eye. The particle beam generated a super energy electric field and thermal energy reaction, destroying the Demon Eye of the Lord of the Demon Eye in an instant. Successful. Lanya was delighted. He killed a devourer. The next moment, this trace of joy disappeared, the Demon Eye's magic eye recondensed, and even its body was not affected too much. It is immune to particle light spears. Lanya's heart was filled with shock. This is the most powerful weapon on their warship. Even if it is a Star Destroyer, if it is hit directly by this weapon, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. The Lord of the Demon Eye was only slightly injured. The sublight speed electromagnetic cannon and the particle light spear can't do anything to it. Are there any other weapons that can do anything? Retreat. Lan Fan shouted this word unwillingly. He realized that the Lan Fan might not be a match for these planet devourers. Then behind them, the planet devourers accelerated again. Among them, the Lord of the Demon Eye could even reach a speed of 95% of the speed of light. It swept through the dark space, and the plasma group on its body shone brightly, like a bright comet. The speeds of the other several planet devourers also reached about 92% and 93% of the speed of light. The distance between the Lan Fang and them was constantly shrinking. The Lord of the Demon Eye even took the initiative to attack. Its magic eye rays swept across the Lan Fang, and the energy shield was decaying at a rate of 1% per second. Lan Fang was scared. The Lan Fang itself was a star-class battleship. The energy shield was depleted so quickly. He couldn't fight or run away. Was he going to die here? At this time, other planet devourers also launched ray attacks, and the energy shield of the Lan Fang was depleted even faster. Lord Roog, we can't hold on any longer. Request for support. Lanya asked for help from Roog. Roog's mentality was about to collapse. Not only did Ragfar and Grey Wolf lose, but the Lambda was sent there at the risk of going toward the Black Sea civilization. He was actually forced to this point by the devourer of planets. Should we continue to send star-class battleships? Roog hesitated. At this time, King Yu sent an order. Pause the attack on the solar system and do not kill the devourer of planets. My lord, our star-class battleships can definitely destroy them. Roog was very unwilling. After paying such a huge price, how could he give up halfway? I'll say it straight once, if you act on your own, you know the consequences. King Yu's voice was unquestionable. Yes. Roog had never heard her use such words. He realized that these devourers of planets might be involved in things that even the main civilizations were afraid of. Roog sent a letter to Langya. Hold on, our support will arrive soon. In fact, he was not going to provide support. He said this just to use the Langya as a test subject to test the ability of the Devourer. The battleship's energy shield had been reduced to 10%, reaching the bottom at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the energy shield on the Wolf Fan completely disappeared, and the attack of the Devourer of planets hit the ship. The ship's armor was severely damaged, and at this time, the Devourers of planets actually stopped attacking. The Wolf Fan lost its sublight speed due to damage, and 5 Devourers of planets surrounded it. The Lord of the Golden Peak created a super strong magnetic field and controlled the Wolf Fang. There were millions of combatants of the Cyrus civilization on the Wolf Fang. They trembled in fear in front of the Devourer of planets. The weapon system had been electromagnetically damaged and completely failed. court. The Lord of the Ice Prison said proudly. I want half. The Lord of the Demon Eye said. The other bugs had no objection. It was the strongest, so it was understandable that it wanted the most. Before the Wolf Fang understood what they were going to do, the Lord of the Demon Eye wrapped his body around the battleship, melting it alive and devouring it. The other devourers of planets were not idle either, eating up this huge sublight battleship like a cake. What metal, electromagnetic guns, hydrogen bombs, reactors, are just snapped in their mouths. Too miserable. Grey Wolf and others were still fleeing, and they shuddered at the sight of this scene. That was a star-class sublight speed battleship, which was a killer weapon for a first-class civilization. Such a thing actually became a snap for the devourer of planets. Survival in this star system? Survival is a fart. Raphael cursed directly, saying, fortunately, we didn't take down the Blue Star civilization, otherwise we would be neighbors with these monsters. Even if we send the troops of our entire civilization, it would just be a meal for them, right? Grey Wolf thought to himself, these devourers of planets, the Bestel civilization where it was located might not be their opponents, let alone them. Run quickly, before they catch up. The Lord of the Ice Prison wanted to chase them, but the other members didn't mean to. The Lord of Black Ice suggested, since we are all out, why not take this opportunity to wipe out the Blue Star civilization? Good idea, they have 4 planets, any one of which is enough for us to evolve into a complete planet devourer. The flame pillar was ready to move. Well said. The Lord of the Demon Eye said, then let's go. However, none of the 5 planet devourers moved first. Lord Black Ice, aren't you going to attack the Blue Star civilization? Mars can be given to you. The Lord of the Ice Prison said, this way we don't have to fight to the death on Neptune. Do you think I'm a fool? The Lord of Black Ice said, that's the territory of the Jupiter kind. When I fly to Jupiter's orbit, I will definitely be torn into pieces by them. If you want to go so much, then you can go first. I'm not going. The resources of Neptune are enough for me to evolve for a while. The Lord of the Ice Prison said, I won't waste time with you. There are still some warships that I can devour just now. After that, it continued to chase the fleeing fleet. Seeing this, other world devourers followed suit. These warships had refined space metals and energy, and devouring them allowed them to evolve much faster than devouring planetary matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, The Biggest Winner. The Pleiades combined fleet was completely defeated and fled outside the solar system. This is simply hell, we shouldn't have come to the solar system. Even if we defeat the Blue Star civilization, we will still become the Zerg's feast in the end. These devourers can only be destroyed by the main civilization. The captains were still in shock. Behind them, warships were constantly destroyed and devoured by the devourers. Use unmanned warships to lead them away. On the Teen Head, Raphael asked a group of unmanned warships to lead the devourer of the planet's golden peak to chase in other directions. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but saw a new UFO appear on the reconnaissance network. When the reconnaissance satellite approached, it was discovered that it was a giant meteorite flying at high speed. Pluto's moon, the weapon of the Blue Star civilization. Raphael was shocked. Pluto's moon had previously dealt with the elite fleet sent by the Grey Wolf in another battlefield. Now that it appeared here, it means that the elite fleet has been completely destroyed. On Pluto's moon, Wangsheng opened the communication channel and asked to contact the other party. Raphael connected the communication, and the cyborg Wangsheng said loudly, listen, everyone on the Teen Head, I'm Wangsheng, the second-level commander of the Blue Star civilization. You have been surrounded by my ships. Give up resistance and surrender immediately, otherwise I will destroy you. On the moon of Pluto, the turrets have been extended and aimed at the Teen Head. The Teen Head was seriously damaged. Whether it is speed, attack, or defense, it is not as good as the moon of Pluto. If a real fight breaks out, there is only one way to go, and there is only one way to go. Raphael refused to accept it. He gritted his teeth and said, we will not surrender. Fire. Wangsheng didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly fired the purgatory ray, and the Teen Head was damaged again. Raphael said angrily, why don't you talk about conditions? Wangsheng smiled and said, since you don't surrender, there is only one way to go. Have you thought it through? We treat prisoners well. This battleship and the people on the battleship are very useful. They can help them develop star destroyers and obtain more intelligence from the Pleiades and surrounding star systems. Sir, let's be more cautious. The lieutenants around looked at Rafa. They didn't want to die. Strictly speaking, most of the members of the entire fleet were not strong and steadfast. Their civilization had been colonized by the Pleiades civilization for more than 100 years. In more than 100 years of interstellar colonization, those who would rather die than surrender had either died or left their original civilization. For them, surrender was no, it is not an unacceptable thing. Rafa realized that even if he did not agree to surrender, the people around him would kill him and then surrender. He sighed and said, it can only be like this. After that, he sent a message to Wang Shen. We agree to surrender, you must stop attacking immediately. Wang Shen said, okay, we will send unmanned warships and robot troops to receive. Everyone leave the Teen Head and enter the unmanned warships. No matter what changes, we will continue to attack. I understand. Rafa said. He announced to everyone in a deep voice. Everyone, we are defeated, everyone give up resistance. Inside the Teen Head, the crew looked sad. Who would have thought that they were full of vigor and spirit, and took a star destroyer across a distance of 10 light years to the solar system, but they would end up like this. But in the face of strength, any nonsense is useless. Wang Shen sent an unmanned warship and a large number of unmanned mechas to accept the prisoners of the Teen Head. When the robots and special forces took control of the Teen Head, he immediately reported the progress to the headquarters. Report to the headquarters, this is Pluto's moon, we're in the Kuiper belt. Now we have captured the Teen Head and all the crew members on the Teen Head, requesting instructions. You captured the Teen Head. He Xingzhou was overjoyed and said, well done. The commanders were even more delighted. He Hongwei said, after capturing the Teen Head, there will be no obstacles to our self-developed star destroyer. Wang Shen, you were good. Good guy, you got the credit. Meng Hai agreed, I was planning to chase the Cyrus, but now the Lord of the Ice Prison and the Lord of the Demon Eye are chasing it, and I dare not get close. He Xingzhou said, don't go back yet, you just hide in the Kuiper belt and wait for the planet Devourer to return to their nests, and then return to the blue planet. Received. Wang Shen took the Teen Head to a more hidden area. Even the Devourer of Planets does not have the ability to see through the star system. Relying on the solar system satellite network that He Xingzhou has been laying out for decades, they can know the location of the Devourer of Planets in time and avoid it. The Devourers of Planets killed happily, and most of the warships of the Pleiades fleet were destroyed by them. Even the Cyrus the Grey Wolf was riding could not escape their attack. In the outer solar system, the Lord of the Eye and the Lord of the Ice Prison joined forces to dismember the Cyrus. Commander Grey Wolf saw that the situation was not good and had already fled on the escape ship. In space, seeing the scene of the Cyrus being devoured by the Devourer of Planets left a psychological shadow in Grey Wolf's heart that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. There is a great terror in the solar system, whoever comes will die. Next time, even if you give me a warp warship, I won't come. Grey Wolf thought to himself. Not enough, why are there only these? After eating the Cyrus, the Ice Prison Lord and the Demon Eye Lord were still not satisfied. I gave up evolution and came out to fight, I must gain something. The Demon Eye Lord set his sights on Pluto. He said, Pluto belongs to me. I will turn it into my space hive. The Ice Prison Lord was dissatisfied, because he was the one who suffered the most. Neptune's tritone was bombed by humans with planetary orbital cannons. But he didn't dare to conflict with the Demon Eye Lord. Wait for me, wait until I evolve to my full form, and then I will destroy you. The Ice Prison Lord separated from the Demon Eye Lord and returned directly to Neptune. After the other planet Devourers swept through, they also returned to their own planets. Only the Demon Eye Lord came to Pluto. It landed on the riddled Pluto, and its huge body pressed against the surface. Its body covered mountains, craters, and nitrogen ice oceans. Then, its magic eye ejected plasma flames, generating a huge propulsion force, and actually pushed Pluto to fly. This master of the magic eye actually took Pluto away. Luoyuan said in horror, its power is much stronger than our asteroid thrusters. What a pity. Qiuhong sighed, Pluto could have been our base outside the solar system. Let her go first. He Xingzhou said as he watched the master of the magic eye take Pluto away. Let it help us turn Pluto into a new weapon, and then we can take it back. That's right, these space hives are too useful. The strength is equivalent to that of a star destroyer. With a little modification, it can be a heavy weapon. He Xingzhou agreed, and everyone was optimistic. Their Blood Moon and Pluto Moon were both transformed from space hives, otherwise how could they have created unconventional star destroyers that other civilizations could only make in decades and just a few years? Everyone continued to observe the war situation. The Pleiades United Fleet was basically completely defeated, and only the Grey Wolf left the solar system with a small number of warships. The Pleiades Star-class warships had no intention of participating in the war, and the Black Sea civilization warships did not enter the solar system. Both sides did not intend to continue to invest in the solar system. The devourers of planets returned to their nests, and the Lord of the Eye brought Pluto into the orbit of Uranus, and bound it with the gravity of Uranus to become a satellite of Uranus. As the Lord of the Eye flew into Uranus, the invasion war launched by the Pleiades was finally declared over. Clean up the battlefield and withdraw the fleet. He Xingzhou issued a new order. The warships in the outer solar system returned to clean up the battlefield. Who would have thought that the war would turn out like this? The commanders sighed. Anyway, even if the Zerg didn't take action, we should be able to win. They were not discouraged, because they defeated the enemy fleets head-on the Pluto battlefield. We are surrounded by enemies, and we don't have much time left. He Xingzhou looked at the star map, and the position of Jupiter was particularly conspicuous. At present, they know very little about Jupiter. This planet with the largest mass in the solar system has the most Zerg. The devourers of planets on other planets dare not approach the orbit of Jupiter. If the solar system gave birth to a complete devourer of planets, it must be on Jupiter. The Pleiades will not attack you in the short term. He Xingzhou's projection appeared at the command center, unless they are ready for a full-scale war with us. That's good. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Facing two enemies at the same time, the pressure is not small. You have to be careful. He Xingzhou reminded, you have seen the strength of Galactus. Even if you develop star destroyers, you are no match for them. The complete Galactus can really devour an entire planet. Everyone's expression was solemn. They knew it, of course. When the Blue Star Alliance fleet returned to the port with the wreckage of the Pleiades fleet and the half-destroyed Teen Head, it was warmly welcomed by the Alliance. There were also people driving their personal spaceships to form a celebratory pattern in outer space of Blue Star to express their welcome. The whole society was celebrating. He Xingzhou met Raphael in the real world, and now his identity is a prisoner of the Blue Star Alliance. Are you Tingfen? In the detention room, Raphael looked at He Xingzhou, and the voice from the translator was full of bitterness. I was defeated by you twice. To be honest, I didn't accept it. When I saw the devourer of planets destroy the Teen Head, I understood that I had lost from the beginning. If it were me, I would not be able to lead the civilization to survive the Zerg attack. Raphael thought of the first time the Teen Head civilization faced the fleet of the Pleiades civilization. The other side easily destroyed all their defenses. In desperation, the entire civilization surrendered. The Teen Head civilization became an interstellar colony of the Pleiades civilization, and all the rebels were killed. Raphael. He Xingzhou did not want to discuss the survival of civilization with him. We have scanned your brain, so we will skip the interrogation process. They already have all the information in Raphael and the surrendered brains. Most of it is about the Teen Head civilization, and a small amount of information about the surrounding civilizations. I want to ask you one thing. He Xingzhou said, you take your people and restore all the design drawings of the Teen Head, and I can guarantee that you will not die. Raphael smiled bitterly and said, do I still have the right to refuse? No. He Xingzhou said decisively. However, if you do your best and if you do it perfunctorily, you will get two different outcomes. He Xingzhou said, if you do it perfunctorily, you will at least be imprisoned for life. Until death. If you perform well, you will have the opportunity to return to the Teen Head system. Can you let us go back? As soon as Raphael asked, he realized that He Xingzhou did not mean that. You want to fight back? You are crazy. If you leave the solar system, the Pleiades civilization will definitely take action. This is not your concern. He Xingzhou said, do your best. If you progress fast enough, the date of returning home will not be far away. Raphael did not speak, and He Xingzhou actually wanted to fight back. He originally had some thoughts of wanting to die in his heart, but after hearing what He Xingzhou said, he felt that he could not commit suicide at this time. As long as the Blue Star civilization can survive, there will inevitably be a more fierce war with the Pleiades in the future. I want to live. Nothing has been determined yet. Raphael thought in his heart. As for the design drawings of the Star Destroyer, he knew very well that even if they did not cooperate, the Blue Star civilization would be able to manufacture it soon. After all, they already had an unconventional Star Destroyer and had that in head as a research object. In this case, it would be better to strive for better treatment for prisoners. After dealing with many trivial matters, He Xingzhou was rarely quiet. He began to think about the next action. The superstarring had been completed and the Pleiades fleet attack incident was over. Then the next most important task was to build a Dyson Sphere and then unlock the ultimate planetary weapon on the quantum optical computer to deal with the devourer of planets. He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical computer and read the relevant technologies to unlock the Dyson Sphere countless times. Over the years of energy mining, a large number of energy points have been accumulated on the quantum optical computer. Get ready. He Xingzhou unlocked them one by one. Unlock electromagnetic technology. Spend 2000 energy points to unlock the planetary power induction tower technology. Spend 2400 energy points to unlock the electromagnetic matrix technology. Spend 3000 energy points to unlock photon frequency conversion technology. Spend 5000 energy points to unlock solar sail technology. Then there is logistics technology, which costs 3000 energy points to unlock interstellar logistics transportation stations. Mining technology, which costs 4000 energy points to unlock gaseous planet energy mining technology. Metallurgy technology, which costs 5000 energy points to unlock high energy lattice smelting technology. Power storage, which costs 10,000 energy points to unlock interstellar energy station manufacturing technology. Plasma control technology, which costs 20,000 energy points to unlock plasma emission and storage technology. Plasma refining technology, which costs 20,000 energy points to unlock plasma refining technology. Magnetic field technology, which costs 30,000 energy points to unlock toroidal magnetic field technology. Finally there is control technology, which costs 100,000 energy points to unlock the solar sail control system. He Xingzhou used up all the accumulated energy points in one breath, and improved all the technologies needed to build a Dyson Sphere one by one. Mining, refining, logistics, storage, control and so on. Over the years, He Xingzhou and the entire Blue Star civilization have accumulated countless technical reserves and industrial heritage. As long as there are enough resources, a Dyson cloud can be created. In terms of technology, He Xingzhou has the confidence, but in terms of resources, he lacks a lot. Even if it is only a partial structure of the Dyson Sphere, the Dyson cloud, it will need to exhaust the energy of the entire solar system. The Blue Star civilization has not yet unified the solar system, so where will so many resources come from? They currently have no ability to go to other star systems to mine. It seems that I have to go to the virtual universe again. He Xingzhou thought that he had accumulated a lot of rewards over the years and could exchange them at the Yordra Alliance. Chapter 225 Stellar Energy Hub. He Xingzhou came to the virtual universe again, the Blue Star Civilization office, which has expanded 5 times compared to decades ago. In the initial City T2, the Blue Star Civilization office has already looked quite lavish. Over the years, the Blue Star civilization has been in contact with other civilizations, communicating, and conducting some technological transactions, earning some cosmic coins for expansion. Some aliens saw He Xingzhou and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Xingzhou." The representatives of the first-level civilization were particularly enthusiastic about him, mainly because He Xingzhou had made a big splash in the civilization arena and was favored by the Galaxy Light organization. He Xingzhou nodded slightly, and the person in charge of the office, Wen Hen, came out to greet him. "Commander-in-Chief. Let's go to the Order Square to take a look," He Xingzhou said. Wen Hen and the Commander Lu Mei who was in the office went to the Order Square with him. The Order Angel floated in the air like a sculpture. He Xingzhou stepped forward and looked at the content and rewards on the taskbar. Xingfeng of the Blue Star civilization went to the Order Square. Some aliens were watching him. The Blue Star civilization is one of the most watched first-level civilizations in recent decades. There are also rumors recently that the Pleiades attack on them failed. This news makes the Blue Star civilization even more mysterious. Some people say that the Blue Star civilization is a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization, while others believe that there is a higher power behind the Blue Star civilization. Level 1 civilizations support them. No matter what, these Level 1 civilizations are very concerned about them. After all, being in the same virtual city means that their territories are very close. There are always opportunities for interaction between them, and it is always right to collect intelligence in advance. Soon, a bunch of onlookers came to the Order Square, including several members of the Pleiades. Rafa and Grey Wolf are no longer there. Rafa was captured by He Xingzhou, and Grey Wolf was dismissed. Dandazd and Cage of Tianyuan Civilization, and Rug of Bessel Civilization are all there. Seeing He Xingzhou, Rug stepped forward and said, "Qingfen, Rafa was imprisoned by you, right? I advise you to release them as soon as possible and return the teen head. Otherwise, what else?" He Xingzhou asked back, "You don't look like you're negotiating with me. Do I need to say more?" Rug snorted, "The Black Sea Civilization can't protect you. The Zeg in the solar system alone is enough to destroy you. Even if they don't do it, you will fall into our hands sooner or later. 7 of the star systems around the solar system are already under our control. Do you know what this means?" He Xingzhou has read this information from Rafa's brain. This is indeed a troublesome matter, which means that as long as the Blue Star Civilization wants to leave the solar system, it will have friction with them. There is a long way to go. He Xingzhou didn't have time to argue with him. It was related to the interests of civilization, and there was no point in talking nonsense. He called the Angel of Order and said, "Angel of Order, I want to redeem the reward." The Angel of Order spread her wings and flew down from the sky. She said expressionlessly, "You need to re-identify the civilization level." Okay. He Xingzhou immediately turned on the subspace communicator and opened the subspace scan. After a moment, the Angel of Order said, "The civilization rating of Blue Star Civilization has increased by 0.5 to level 1.9 civilization. You can get corresponding rewards. For every 0.1 level increase of a level 1 civilization, you can get a reward of 100 cosmic coins." The last certification was a level 1.2 civilization, and this time it directly became a level 1.9. When the Angel of Order said this number, the aliens in the Order Square exclaimed in amazement. Level 1.9? It's only been more than 30 years since the last certification of Blue Star Civilization. It has been upgraded by 0.7 levels. This is outrageous. No, Blue Star Civilization has only been certified in the virtual universe for 50 years, and it has directly upgraded from level 1.0 to level 1.9. This speed is simply crushing us. No wonder Tianhe Civilization and Tianlang Civilization are not their opponents. Blue Star Civilization must have received help from advanced civilizations. Otherwise, it would be impossible for civilization to improve so quickly. Maybe the next certification, Blue Star Civilization, will be a level 2 civilization. The level 1 civilization envoys present were envious. Some people congratulated He Xingzhou. "Mr. Qingfen, congratulations on becoming a level 1.9 civilization. I wish Blue Star Civilization to develop better and better. Our Liuguang Civilization is willing to make friends with you. Blue Star Civilization has amazing potential. Let's have more exchanges in the future." Seeing this scene, He Xingzhou's face showed a smile. Last time in the Order Square, no civilization was willing to make friends with them. Now they all congratulated them. No matter where they are, they have to rely on strength to speak. Ruger and the others were livid. They naturally knew that the Blue Star Civilization had already reached the strength of a level 1.9 civilization. When the Order Angels really confirmed it, they still found it hard to accept. The main civilization had already listed them as a threat and asked them to deal with this matter. But after decades of operation, the Blue Star Civilization was not only not destroyed, but was about to surpass them. After He Xingzhou had a brief exchange with everyone, he began to exchange other rewards. Building warships and destroying Zegs could both earn cosmic coins awarded by the Order Alliance. The Blue Star Civilization had built more than 100 or 200 warships, and now the total number of warships exceeded 500. In addition to the planetary overlords and planet devourer that had been killed, the rewards were considerable. This time, He Xingzhou did not announce his own rewards. The aliens next to him were also not sure. Thinking that the Blue Star Civilization had been promoted to a level 1.9 civilization, the rewards must be quite a lot. The detailed reward content appeared in front of He Xingzhou and the others. The cosmic coins alone reached 100,000. More than what He Xingzhou had earned in the civilization arena before. These cosmic coins were enough to exchange for a large amount of resources. In addition, there are additional rewards for their first kill of a medium-level or high-level planetary overlord, as well as a juvenile planetary devourer. You can redeem 2 ordinary rewards in the T2 level reward library, and a chance to get a T2 level special reward. Chuanzi said. It now blocked other people, and only the people of the Blue Star civilization could hear its story. Can't you redeem T3 level rewards? He Xingzhou asked. Unfortunately, you can't, unless you become a second level civilization. Chuanzi said, the reward rules of the Order Alliance can only reward rewards of 1 level higher. Okay. He Xingzhou opened the reward library and checked it carefully. He had seen the T2 level reward library before, so He Xingzhou quickly selected the reward content. I want to redeem a chance to open a temporary wormhole for free. He Xingzhou first redeemed the chance for free express delivery. This is to transport the materials obtained in the virtual universe back to the solar system, otherwise the postage is too expensive and it is not affordable. Chuanzi wrote it down. Free small temporary wormhole opening times +1. Then there is a set of T2 level subspace communication repeaters. He Xingzhou continued. This thing is the subspace communicator that Bai 9 Xibang gave them before, but there are 10 in a set. As long as they are distributed throughout the solar system, they can achieve non-delayed communication within the solar system, and send messages through the subspace to eliminate the delay caused by the slow speed of light. Chuanzi. The corresponding reward has been issued to your personal warehouse and will be given together when the next temporary wormhole is opened. There is also a special T2 level reward. The items of special rewards are higher than ordinary rewards. He Xingzhou opened the reward library to check. First of all, there are weapons. He Xingzhou looked at it and found that there was nothing special for him to do. There are indeed sublight speed battleships in it. But the sublight speed battleships of the Order Alliance cannot be reversed. Even if they're exchanged, they will definitely defeat the Devourer of Planets. So He Xingzhou gave up this option, and then some biotechnology, large-scale creations, etc. He chose again and chose one of the targets. I want to exchange this star-level energy hub. He Xingzhou said, pointing to a certain reward. The star-level energy hub is a device for energy storage and emission. It can store a large amount of energy and emit it to any place in the star system. As long as the relevant places build receivers, they can receive directional energy. He Xingzhou has also unlocked similar technology on the quantum optical brain, but the energy hub they built is only planetary level, and its performance is much worse than this one. This stellar-level energy hub is enough to bear and transport the energy at the Dyson Sphere. Once the Dyson Sphere is started, this energy hub can be used. It is equivalent to being in the solar system. Their warships will have the function of stellar system wireless charging and can travel unimpeded. When the Dyson Sphere is connected to the energy hub, they will have unlimited endurance in the solar system, and their construction capabilities, combat capabilities, economic activities, and industrial behaviors will all be qualitatively improved. Chuanzi. The stellar energy hub has been sent to the reward library, and it can be given away when the next temporary wormhole is opened. Sister Lu, Wenhen, the next thing is up to you. He Xingzhou said, don't be stingy with these cosmic coins, use them all up, and buy the resources needed to build the Dyson Sphere. Well, let's get started. Lu Mei said to Wenhen. The two immediately started working. Good steel must be on the blade. These cosmic coins must be used to buy the resources they are in urgent need of or the scarce resources in the solar system. They checked the reward library, counted them one by one, listed the required resources, and then went to the trading hall to buy them. A few days later, all preparations were completed. He Xingzhou said to Chuanzi, use my temporary wormhole function to deliver the purchased items and exchange rewards to the solar system. Chuanzi. Preparing for delivery, the relevant items will be delivered within 10 hours. The Order Alliance was very fast. Only 3 hours later, a temporary wormhole appeared in the orbit of Blue Star. A large amount of materials flew out of the wormhole. These materials piled up into a mountain, and the mass added up was greater than that of the moon. He Xingzhou did not dare to let them get too close to Blue Star, otherwise its gravity would unbalance the ecosystem of Blue Star. So he asked the receiving fleet to take over these materials separately and transport them to various planets and processing factories in space. And the group of T2 level subspace communicators and a huge star-level energy hub were personally collected by him. Commander Kui, these subspace communicators are handed over to you. He Xingzhou handed the subspace communicator to Kui Women and said, let it be distributed throughout the solar system, and we will be able to communicate without delay in the solar system in the future. Leave it to me. Kui Women began to make arrangements. He Xingzhou himself boarded a battleship to transport the stellar energy hub. This is a huge technological pagoda. Inside it is an energy storage device that can accommodate energy to propel 100 stellar battleships at the same time. Both ends of it are energy transmitters that can emit electrical energy in the form of rays. Although some energy will be lost in the process, its power supply range can cover the entire solar system, and its flaws do not outweigh its merits. Its size and mass are even larger than the Star Destroyer head. Seeing it, He Xingzhou could only sigh. The Order Alliance is really rich. This kind of thing is given away as soon as it is said. The resources owned by advanced civilizations are really enviable. He heard Bai Xibang say that advanced civilizations buy and sell resources, directly buy and sell planets, star systems, and even star clusters. The two star systems where the Black Sea civilizations affiliated civilizations are located are what they bought. He Xingzhou used a battleship to drag the stellar energy hub all the way to the low Earth orbit of Mercury. Mercury is closest to the Sun and has now been built into a Dyson Sphere manufacturing factory by He Xingzhou. There are hundreds of solar sail manufacturing factories on the surface of Mercury and in outer space. They are manufacturing solar sails that can absorb solar energy day and night. Each solar sail is a small aircraft. They will fly around the Sun under the control of the intelligence system, absorb solar energy and convert it into electricity. Is this the energy hub? Xingzhou, the head of the Mercury factory, was overjoyed when he saw the energy hub comparable to a Star Destroyer. He said, "We have deployed 10 million solar sails. The stored energy has been full for a long time. Transportation has always been a big problem. With this energy hub, within 3 years, Mercury will not need nuclear fusion reactor functions. Within 20 years, we can supply energy to Blue Star, and within 50 years, to the entire solar system." He Xingzhou said, "Not only for industrial use, but also for war energy consumption. I've calculated it." Xingzhou said, "At the time, even if we have 100 Star Destroyers, it will be enough. The energy provided by the Dyson cloud is almost unlimited for a first-level civilization. Can the Blue Star civilization have 100 Star Destroyers in 50 years? He Xingzhou thinks it is impossible, at most only 10. It takes a lot of resources to build a Star Destroyer. He civilization and Cyrus civilization only built one. I hope we can make it in time." He Xingzhou stood in the space station above Mercury, wearing sunglasses and looking at the Sun. Here, a young star is still burning, and every moment, it is releasing terrifying energy. Transport ships are constantly heading towards the Sun, carrying a large number of solar sails. Millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of billions of solar sails are as small as dust in front of the volume and mass of the Sun. Even making a Dyson cloud that humans can observe on the blue planet is an extremely arduous task. He Xingzhou stayed on Mercury and worked with the team to develop a solar sail orbit system. It is not comparable to an ordinary intelligent system. Its budget will exceed all the quantum computers currently available to humans. It must accurately calculate the orbit of the Sun and the impact of sunlight on all planets and adjust countless billions of solar sails at the same time. By then, it must be stable and regulated to absorb solar energy while not affecting the irradiation of sunlight on other planets. Its computing power is not inferior to that of real silicon-based life. For this purpose, He Xingzhou also specially transferred the silicon-based Z research team and the most elite AI technology research team of Blue Star Civilization. A research team of up to 1 million people started to design the solar sail orbit system on Mercury together. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.